expect that when they haven't dropped the map all tournament long.
The number one, the leading Slayer in the tournament so far here on Saturday in Arlington. Can he carry on that fine form and maybe put that first nail in the coffin here for Nemesis and their chances in this winner's bracket? Remember, winner of this goes to the winner's final and will be guaranteed top 3. Loser drops down to the elimination bracket, but both these teams have already achieved top 6.
Really doesn't surprise me with suppressed stats as well. He was putting up numbers last season on that Shopify Rebellion roster as Penguin peels one and threatened to peel a second as well. 4-1 to score, early lead. What is Nemesis' response? Some work to do, but they've got all the toys now to FaZe Clan, Sniper Rifle, and indeed the camouflage. That's a good teammate in Penguin, dropping it over to Trippy. You know he can have a much larger influence on the map here. G slides forward, hits the body, hits the face of Snipe Drone as well. All 4 dead for Nemesis.
I think I just threw up in my mouth a little bit at that one. 8-1 now in favor of FaZe Clan, and Camouflage and Sniper Rifle still in the hand, and they are ripe for the picking at green. All the information you could possibly want, and now the collapse can come through. Trippy leads the charge, gets the damage, and the rest will follow!
My goodness! Overkill for Trippy! You don't want to pick bananas when they're green, but it's okay when it's Nemesis at green.
My, is Trippy firing. And Nemesis just need to slow down this train, because otherwise it's going to start a chugging. Wootum will take down Trippy finally, but it is a 10-kill lead now in favor of FaZe Clan. It's just one of those unfortunate situations when you get stuck at green and the knowledge is there. It's just inevitable the collapse is going to happen, and it's so difficult to fight your way out of it.
Confidence, momentum, we harp on them all the time. They're so important. They must be flowing through Trippy's veins right now. He just doesn't seem to be able to miss in this current vein of form. Falcade gets a killing spree. Nemesis have got to find an answer here.
Yeah, they just need that moment. They need that triple kill. They need that little bit of hype, someone to pop off just to get them back into this one. But that grenade is naughty from Trippy as well. Takes down SLG and continues this lead to be 8. At the moment, Glory still yet to find a kill. Nemesis struggling to find any sort of rhythm on this map, but it can very quickly turn around on Livefire once you get a bit of map presence. You can't allow Trippy to have the free roaming capability he's had so far. It's another camouflage as well.
Trippy plays that one perfectly, puts a couple of shots into SLG, knows he's got nowhere else to go, clambers top tower, avoids the nades, avoids the damage. Penguin puts some shots down, Trippy drops back down and gets the kill. The bait and switch is perfect, the teamwork is on point.
They just double check green again to see is there 4 more players we can take down one by one. It's a house spawn this time, but again, it's another camouflage that can be used to their advantage to try and get the jump. Oh. Wow, that is an unfortunate timing for Glory to be pushing out to try and just check some angles and try and make some space for his team. And sadly, it means Penguin's going to be in a spot now where he can be an absolute thorn in the side.
Whenever there's an insta-explode, you always know Dave Walsh is shedding a tear of joy. Suppressed now with Snipe, top tower. Nobody in his crosshairs for the moment, but you know that will soon change. A lot of ammunition to play with. 4 in the magazine, 2 in the pocket to play with. But you can see Nemesis just not interested in showing too much. Wootum showed a little pixel more than he would like to. Suppressed almost ripped his face off. But this benefits FaZe Clan. If they slow it down to a standoff, you've got to make moves to Nemesis. And the more you do, the more mistakes you open the door for. 27-15, body shot, Trippy there to find the kill. They played this one perfectly so far.
And Nemesis are trying to do something, but sadly it's kind of been a 2-2 split as they've been pushing out, and as soon as that one player goes down, it leaves the other vulnerable, and then the other 2 get swarmed afterwards as well. And not only that, you're walking into a sniper rifle. Nemesis really need to shut down the sniper, but I think just lack of bullets might do that for them. But again, Glory gets caught out. Wootum the next to fall, and now it's going to be another collapse with a 4 versus 2. It just seems to be on repeat. It's like Groundhog Day at the moment for Nemesis. Cannot escape.
We have seen some big comebacks in the past. It's got to start sooner rather than later. Penguin combines with Trippy once more. I feel like I'm saying that all too much. Nemesis haven't had an answer. They haven't had a reply. It's a huge lead. They look in no mood to throw it away either.
Nemesis trying to avoid those sight lines that make them a little bit vulnerable from long range, but FaZe Clan say, actually, we've got such a lead, we can afford to be a little bit aggressive here. We can start to get in their face. As Falcated tries to go for something a little bit different for the triple, but it is pushed away. 15 kills behind a Nemesis, and again, it's another camouflage, and I think that has been one of the big differences as well. There's been so much control here for FaZe shows that they've been able to walk away with these camouflages almost untouched.
Feels like every player that we're on the POV of Penguin, every player he looks at, his half shields, his one shot. Teamwork really paying dividends here. SLG isolated all alone over towards the window. He's got two members of FaZe running at him. He's not long for the world, he goes down. Isolated, alone, solo, and even when they're all together, they seem to be turtled up, but they just haven't been able to respond.
I mean, the more I see this FaZe roster, the more I like it, and the more I start to think, well, you know, actually, maybe they aren't counted out as some might have thought, compared to the likes of Shopify Rebellion and Optic. But as we've already seen so far this tournament, anything can happen. Nemesis knock down Optic from pool play, and then Shopify Rebellion only just beat them 3-2 as well. Could FaZe be that team that's just gone under the radar and maybe pulls off something special at this tournament? It all could start here, as Penguin, just so much confidence at the moment as they go up to 47.
Three more then. You spoke about at the start how they've staked some of the biggest and best on this map. It's not quite going to be that just yet, it would seem, but it's close enough. It's been dominant.
Yeah, when you're at this point as FaZe Clan, you know you've won this game. You don't lose this from this point, and I think I can confidently say that, and they probably can as well. It really would be the best comeback of all time in Halo history if it were to happen, but it's not going to. FaZe have been far too good at breaking down Nemesis and also stopping them from breaking out themselves.
Trade for Sniper Drone and Trippy. Glory caught unaware, he goes down. One more kill needed then. SLG will hit the body and prolong this game for just another moment or so. Trippy traversing over top middle. And they know they can just run at them now. There's not a chance they'll lose this game. Root them down to no shields, no longer an issue. FaZe Clan double their series advantage.
FaZe Clan looking to try and continue their undefeated streak in this tournament as they find a second map on board, and Nemesis never really looked like they had an opportunity to get back into that one after the early start. I think after the overkill from Trippy, a difficult one to come back from, checked, as some may say. When you see players on the opposition team doing stuff like that, you're like, how do we compete with that? And if no one is immediately answering back, you're always going to struggle.
There is that moment when the overkill gets hit. Do you think, what was the communication like? Was there a moment of silence as they all just looked at their death screens?
Look up to the heavens.
He's not going to help you either, I don't think. Looking at the stats though, Trippy, 15, 8 and 8, continuing his fine form after game number 1. Joining him up there, Falcade on the podium with 14, 8 and 7. And Penguin not too far behind, 12, 7 and 7 respectively as well. The KDA looking pretty sharp for those boys on FaZe Clan.
I mean, I think FaZe Clan looking pretty sharp in general, across the board. Very impressed at the moment, and I'm sure Nemesis is probably thinking the same thing, saying, you know, in scrims, we were doing all right, going toe-to-toe with them, but now we've just got absolutely battered in Slayer Livefire, to put it nicely.
That's nicely.
That is nicely.
Okay.
That's how much of a one-sided game it felt, really, at times. I mean, it all started here, 8-1 lead, and then it gets turned into an overkill. Sure, a few one-shots to clean up, but he caused a lot of those one-shots, and it was just the collapse after the grenades that happened, and I mean, the way you just whip out that sniper as well. I mean, beautiful from Trippy.
Map number 3 on the horizon. You told me map records and scrims and how you talk about it a little bit later on. Tell me these next 3 are good for Nemesis.
I mean, Oddball Streets, we've already seen them find success so far this tournament against the Optic Gaming roster, and they have been able to take down FaZe Clan in scrims as well. Nemesis actually did win it 2-0 in their most recent scrim, but they've done the same on Assault Fortress, so take from that what you will. I always take these scrim stats with a pinch of salt, especially if they're online, but I think this might have been a boot camp series from Nemesis. But now you're 2-0 down, against such experience on the other side of the stage. And remember, for Nemesis, this is a big moment. Whilst we talk about European history, we talk about teams getting all the way to top 3, it was only SLG on this roster that has achieved that. The other 3 have not been this far before, have not made it to a winner's bracket final on an international competition. So they are maybe feeling a little bit of the pressure, so maybe a little bit of a bathroom break may do them good as we look at the untouchables on our screen. FaZe Clan still yet to drop a map, and I just wonder how long that can go on.
Wow, they haven't lost a map yet.
Absolutely formidable.
Wow.
Like you say, for Nemesis, just taking this quick break to maybe mentally reset after what we've seen. Total annihilation.
They haven't lost a fucking map yet, bro.
The series not done just yet. And we've seen Nemesis be put in tough spots before.
Haven't dropped a fucking map, bro.
Resilience. That's exactly what's required now.
I mean, I will say, Nemesis having the composure after what happened yesterday and be able to come back with a 2-0 lead and come back the next day and still win that series against Optic showed something that I didn't know if I expected from that roster. I think a lot of people would have struggled in that situation, but they were able to lock it down, and they need to maybe dig as deep as they did then in those moments. But it's a very different one when you're leading 2-0 to now being down 2-0 and having to reverse sweep a team that is still yet to lose a map. You know it's going to have to be something special. I mean,
bro, that's crazy to even hear.
It's a good game type for Nemesis, the perfect way to start. But then you go into Stronghold's Recharge, which I would argue is better for FaZe Clan as well. So it's not exactly the easiest scenario here for Nemesis. But if they can get to that game 5, I think anything can happen at this point. These teams, these players, they have been on the stage in these places. They know how to be in these moments now. And someone just has to step up. But it looks more likely like FaZe Clan have those players that are stepping up in this series.
And if I could play devil's advocate,
please do.
Oddball Streets, it was Nemesis against Optic Gaming.
Yes.
Wonderboy assured us that it was only the second time Optic Gaming had dropped that map. They were like something like 14-1, something crazy.
I think it was double that.
Possibly.
Yes.
With how good Optic Gaming are. But I think there's something to be said that if they can take down Optic Gaming on a relatively strong map to them, there's a chance here that they can go all the way.
They could. I mean, I think the confidence that you get from taking them down on that map, I think you're going to be in such a good position and you're going to have so much momentum behind you, especially after a little reset like this. But again, is it a stretch? Yes, it's a good game type. Yes, Nemesis know how to get the win, but also FaZe just look untouchable at the moment. They don't look like they're skipping a beat. They look like they're all on the same wavelength. The chemistry seems to be excellent. I'm regretting not putting them in my predictions, and here we are.
Well, I think it's important to note as well, while Nemesis take that break, all 4 players on FaZe had continued to remain in their chairs. Those chairs are hot right now and they're not moving.
No, they don't want to move. They're glued to them. Actually, I think that they are literally glued to them. So we have to be careful and make sure that they're going to be all right when they come back. They've also changed their chairs as well. Have you noticed that? There's some players like to go for the more traditional chair, whereas some like to keep the gaming chair. What are you, Shows?
I do like having no
gaming chair. What the hell? I can't believe people are using the regular fucking office chair.
Start rolling around the place.
True. Maybe it's just a better feel.
The boys in purple and white with a big job to do here against the FaZe Clan that have still yet to drop a map. They know there is a heavy task at hand.
Say it lower until they put their headsets on.
Oh yeah, sorry.
Wait till their headsets are on, so they don't hear us. Right? Wait a moment. Now, Dan,
the boys in purple and white with a big task to do.
That's better.
And they have, it's just such a journey they've got to go on here. This is going to be bigger than Bilbo Baggins and Frodo Baggins trying to get that ring back into Mordor, because you find something else. You probably have to go.
Yeah, these guys are awesome, bro.
Here to even believe that you can do it. But at the same time, Nemesis have always been that team that is filled with confidence. You can speak to Wonderboy and the rest of the team every event and they say, yeah, we feel like we could win the whole thing. Here is your best chance to demonstrate why. When you are 2-0 down, when you're facing against this wall of FaZe and having the chance to maybe do a reverse sweep.
And for FaZe, it's about showing killer instinct. Put Nemesis away here and now. Don't give them any sort of reason for optimism. Put them away here and now. And whether it's a trip to Mordor or Oddball Streets, either way, Nemesis do have a pretty tough task.
Very similar, actually. I've seen them two compared quite often, but fist bumps are starting to be passed around on the side of FaZe. You know what that means. We're going to be beginning to load into this map. Is it going to be FaZe Clan 3-0ing yet again, or are Nemesis going to try and make a series of this one and think of the historic moments that have happened on this stage for European teams? Well, we're only going to find out one way, and it's going to be on Oddball Streets. Nemesis have done it already this tournament against Optic Gaming, but now they've got to try and do it against FaZe Clan, who just seem unbeatable right now.
Something very interesting to me, actually, is yesterday FaZe Clan didn't have a coach. They seemed to just pull somebody off the street. There's somebody sitting behind. They handed them a watch and said, listen, tell me every 2 minutes if there's a camouflage coming up.
Turns out there's resumes all around being passed. Someone has to be the coach. But can FaZe Clan make it yet another 3-0, as the battle rifle is going to be the first weapon to be picked up here for Trippy. But Oddball is the name of the game. But Nemesis and FaZe Clan both have players that are very objectively minded, so this could be an interesting one.
Speak about resumes. Nobody on FaZe Clan, any stranger to a championship Sunday. And that's where their ambitions lie. They're thinking about championships, hoping to get rid of the European riffraff as quick as they possibly can. Suppress picks up 2, Falcated another, Camouflage pops up, and that's now on the chest and control of FaZe Clan. So something to build upon. 4 dead for a very brief moment as Glory spawn back up again, but they can now move this ball over towards Tram and think about setting up.
Falcated doesn't even try and go for playing the sneaky way with the camouflage. He just says, I need to get damage out. I don't want to risk them seeing me because I'm in a vulnerable position. Speaking of vulnerable positions, he still is, but he is firing with his back against the wall. He's done so much damage. Glory last remaining. He's taken down. It's another triple for Trippy. And FaZe Clan will be having that ball all the way up towards Tram, and they're going to be able to score here.
It's Trippy. It's Trippy. It's Trippy.
Enemy has the ball.
11 seconds apiece here. Suppressed with ball in hands, back Tram. See how quickly I can transition from funny to business time.
Hey, you have me laughing, so that's all that matters to me. 15-15 now, as Nemesis have been able to somehow break that setup whilst you were rapping. I don't know what was happening.
I don't know what it was doing either.
Now they're going to have their own control here, and Wootum's got Red Gun. It's going to be a good spot for him as well. Wootum has been outstanding, by the way. Not just this series. I think maybe this series he hasn't had the chance to really shine, but this tournament in general. And again, he has a chance to make history of his own. He was the highest placing mouse and keyboard player, getting top 6. Could he better that at this tournament? If not here against FaZe Clan, of course, they'll still have the opportunity in the elimination bracket to go one step further as well.
I get wrist pain, hand cramps, just from watching Wootum.
Right.
Such as the speed in which he whips his camera around.
Ball drop.
He'd be forgiven for even getting motion
Enemy
sickness.
has the ball.
But Trippy with the camouflage. Talking about silent assassins. That's exactly what Trippy has been all series long. Continue to put down damage, getting kills for his team, Wootum down to no shields, but Trippy forced to back away, if only for a moment.
His survival instinct is very impressive, is Trippy. Doesn't matter if he's holding a ball, a bomb, or a weapon, just taking the fight. He knows those angles and knows how to just avoid that little bit of damage before he re-engages.
See him quarterback in there as well, telling Falcade exactly where to stand. SLG clears it, it's going to be a trade, but that's good enough for Trippy. He can continue to hold this ball pretty comfortably for now. Penguin's down to no shields, so Trippy a little bit vulnerable here from the push coming towards Tram. You can see that's exactly the way he's going to toss the bomb out. Tosses the ball over towards the L, keeps it far away from Nemesis. 53-30, still a chance for Nemesis if they can get a set of
Ball, bomb, done for adding
they're
assault.
all round and shapes, circles.
Too many things to carry. But it was a good hold from FaZe Clan, but Nemesis have done very well at breaking yet again. And actually, I really liked it from Trippy to throw the ball out and help doing damage rather than just sitting there to just get that little bit of extra time. He said actually the bigger play here is to join in on the damage and we could result in more time on the other side of it, and that's exactly what did follow up. Now suppressed. It's a big kill on the other side of the map now, and he's actually on the roam. This is a really good position for him because Nemesis is going to be thinking about trying to push this setup, but oh, he does get caught out. Doesn't matter though. Sends Wootum into the middle of the map, and Wootum was busy reloading.
Enemy has the ball. Ball dropped.
Suppressed really been told, just wander around the place and cause a little bit of carnage, some destruction. Just be an irritation, that's exactly what he continues to be. Smoke screen will go down, the cloud, not enough though for the camouflage to be scooped up and secured on FaZe Clan. Trippy, though, remains alive. I seem to be thinking about that all the time.
Snipedrone's been able to pick up a camouflage. I wonder if FaZe know where he is. Well, there's only one way to find out. Let's jump into a listening with FaZe Clan.
Okay.
Yo, Camel's back A, shut him, boys. Tires in heaven. Tires, going tires in. 2 tires.
One shot PD.
Tires is sitting there. He went under tires in, going planners.
And then PD as well.
You're right.
PD as well. Yo, could be at B. Okay, 2 dead. I'm running
I spawn C, guys.
Guys, gonna be on me,
I'm running a B.
Absolutely.
I don't see shit.
They're gonna be on me,
Looking back to R.
Yeah, be bad.
Looking blue gen, I'm watching blue gen. Looking back to R. Hey, back to R. Top tower now.
Laundry. Yo, green gen as well.
Top tower read. 2 shot above you.
Green gen. 2 shot green gen.
Top tower
Back
read.
A, I'm back A.
Watch fire.
Still back A.
Yo, dead end
Sitting
wait.
back A.
PD 2 shots. PD 2 shots.
PD
I
back
got
A.
shotty with it.
Okay, 1 shot.
I see you. I have a
Go blue gen. 1 shot towers, Mike. He's blue gen. Blue gen to bottom mid side. Dead.
Yo,
Top
ATM,
tower and
ATM.
PD. Flowers. 1 shot dead end. 1 shot dead end. Running away. PD 1 shot. 2 dead. PD 1 shot.
Yo, ATM and PD then. I'm ball
Ball,
right
spawn
now.
guy view.
I'm ball right now. I'm ball going purple.
Still give me, he's
Yeah,
going
1 shot front C. 1 shot front C. 1 shot front C.
Yeah, about 20. Yeah, 120 guys. Ball maybe deep.
Nice, 2 dead.
Nice,
2 dead.
Come here, Mike.
Yo, last 2 on ball. Last 2 on ball. 2 dead.
Watch out, I can't.
Live. Just live now. That's fine.
Got top C.
I have sharp again.
Yo, Ivy half. He's going top C.
Watch you see Valve. See Valve 1 dead.
Scam. I'm
Mid
tired.
Yo, Bureau.
No tires.
One shot back C. Going Mando.
Okay, my 1 shot. I can't burn it. 1 shot. Okay, I'm dead. You have
Still
it?
Commando.
That's I don't know where it is. I don't know.
Sorry, came on. Come on.
Yo, Commando, kill me. Yeah, Stalker going Ivy.
You'll live. You're the only one
You
alive.
guys.
Are you ready for that? Okay, get out. Just get out.
Absolutely bench. We gotta start kills.
Getting bitches.
Just. You want tires? Well, 3 kills.
Just 1 shot. I killed tires.
Yeah,
Tires. 2 dead.
2 dead.
All got one.
Big 2 shot. 2 shot. Go for long.
We
Go for long.
cuts, guys. We cuts.
You can nave him maybe.
That's it. Yo, I'm walking red. They're gonna spawn PD.
Yeah, spawn PD. Spawn far.
I'm out. Yeah. 10 seconds.
All those?
That's round.
Alright, need driver right here. Need driver right here.
100 and FaZe Clan put the first round on the board and put themselves 1 round away from 3-0ing Nemesis here. They have been so consistent, so flawless so far this tournament shows.
Just 1 round away then from a clean sweep on a team that's really upset a few of the top teams already. FaZe Clan do not want to fall victim the same way Optic Gaming did.
Enemy has the ball.
It's been so professional from FaZe,
Ball
not
dropped.
taking Nemesis lightly.
Ball dropped.
You can even hear in the comms, it's calm, it's relaxed, and you can tell the small talk is really there.
All 4 dead yet again for Nemesis as the double kill comes through from Suppressed, and I wonder if Nemesis are falling victim to the age-old. Well, we've played these game types against FaZe recently, and they've been able to work on them. FaZe look like they have a plan, and they are executing it perfectly. Perhaps slightly different when, for example, Nemesis go up against Optic Gaming. They hadn't scrimmed for 2 weeks. Maybe they'd scrimmed recently, I don't know, but they hadn't scrimmed for a 2-week period, so they've been able to go over and change things themselves. And perhaps it's again just one of those playstyle things where Nemesis just don't seem to match up well here against FaZe Clan because they haven't really been in this one.
Stock Rifle doing so much damage from Suppressed. As he waits for his teammates to spawn back up, but you can see Nemesis not even interested in taking the fight. They take the ball and get themselves out of dodge. SLG down to no shields. Killing spree locked in for Suppressed now. Balls tossed out bottom middle. Wootum will get the kill. 3 dead for FaZe. This is the chance. This is the opportunity for Nemesis to put some score on the board.
Yeah, Nemesis need something and they need it fast, but they're just trying to hurl themselves towards that ball because they desperately want to win a round and they know that the ball is going to be the key to winning said round, but at times they maybe expose themselves a little bit too much. Snipedrone, 6 and 15, not the typical stats you'd see from him. Hasn't really had that chance to kind of anchor or flank, has maybe just got caught in the mix of some of those spawn traps that we've seen from FaZe.
Easy kill for Snipedrone. Information came his way. Player sitting towards Styles. Patiently waits for his shields to pop back up before he re-engages. Face to face with Penguin. Falcating, excuse me. Trippy takes the ball away over towards Tram. Here comes the collapse. Suppresses behind enemy lines though. Being a nuisance. They know exactly where he's positioned. Ball's been tossed out, and it seems like every single time Nemesis break is set up, FaZe Clan put the ball in a really difficult position.
The ball management has been impressive from FaZe.
Enemy has the ball.
But maybe this is going to be the first opportunity for Nemesis to get a real setup on the go. The nades might affect it. It's a big push, it's a quick push, it's happening, but it has been answered back by Glory quickly. But elsewhere, I think Wooten went down, and he's their anchor in this moment, so it's going to be tough to hold. But the ball does get thrown out in response.
Enemy has the ball. Ball dropped.
SLG got hands on. Where the spawn's going to come from. Wooten's calling for a rotation. SLG obliges here.
Ball dropped.
Spawned over towards red. Now they're in tram as well. So they should have that information. Penguin's going to be the first pick, so that's going to force FaZe Clan to slow down, if only for a moment.
Enemy has the ball.
They can't go while they're a man down because they just don't have the manpower.
Enemy has
They
the
get SLG's shield stripped away, and he's forced to rotate over towards PD.
A quick turn. Oh, I thought he was maybe going to do it. But it's 4 dead for Nemesis. And FaZe Clan, again, this time they'll get the chance to set up over towards tower side. And I wonder if that's going to be even better for them, especially with Trippy's position in here at Arcade. He can be a little bit sneaky, does give his position away, but perfect timing on the grenade. It's a trade, though.
ball dropped. Enemy has the ball.
It's a 2-second ball game.
Ball dropped.
Penguin tosses the ball down bottom middle. Glory continues to do damage. Falcated down to no shields. Just about gets away with his life as well, does Falcated. And FaZe, 2 down. Trippy's last man in the respawn screen. Suppress will
Yeah, I'm
as
pretty
well.
sure that's where it
Trading
is.
left
2
and
for
right.
99
Much
cents.
more scrappy round for
I'm
FaZe Clan.
pretty
Nemesis
sure,
much
bro.
better
Yeah,
shot.
tickets
Moving
might
with
be
camouflage,
sold
but
out
got
though,
no
so you might have to hit
teammates.
someone up.
Yeah, maybe Nemesis
be
wants
honest.
it to be a little bit scrappy. Try and take some of the more traditional methods out of FaZe Clan's approach to this game, but Wooten gets spotted out with the camo. He looks a little bit dejected after it as well. It's always frustrating when you feel like you try everything, but there seems to be an answer around every single corner, and I think that's exactly what would explain FaZe Clan's tournament so far. They have an answer for everyone, and they have an answer for everything. Now they find themselves on the brink here of going another 3-0 and continuing their undefeated record.
Dropped.
4 dead for FaZe.
Enemy has the ball.
Ball thrown out towards garbage, delaying just a few final seconds for Nemesis. They have to go and retrieve the ball and bring it back to where they need it, and that will just delay long enough for this FaZe Clan team to spawn back up again and ensure that they make this hold as difficult as it possibly can be. Penguin gets the opening pick onto SLG, and that could mean that this collapse on really weak foundations.
Big fight.
They fall down.
The ball.
3 dead for Nemesis. And FaZe have got their hands on the ball once more.
This could be the final setup. Nemesis, one last chance to break, maybe 2 if they are quick. The Penguin's going to be in a position that makes it hard for them. Ashley's going to combine with Suppress. Wooten's already gone down, does trade with Falcated though. So it's going to be 3 versus 3 to push.
Enemy team nearing victory.
Yo, I am New Light. Thank you very much for the Twitch follow. Welcome to the channel, homie.
Tries to cut them off, but flies into 3 guns. A little bit ill-advised, and plays like that. You spoke about desperation. That's exactly what that was.
Yeah, Nemesis really now throwing their bodies quite literally at the ball and their
And
face.
Jaden, thanks for the kick follow, bro.
Hold them just temporarily.
Let's go, homies.
Glory sends himself in as well. Just sends himself right into the middle of the fray. Again, I asked myself, why are you sending yourself that way? But perhaps they needed something, someone to break that gap initially. But sadly, it's FaZe Clan who come out on top yet again, and now it's just 10 seconds required here, Shurs.
Glory said, shoot me, and FaZe Clan said, okay.
Sure.
They put him away. 10 seconds required, like you say. Glory now off the respawn with the camouflage. And he's venturing over towards PD. Snipe drone gets the kill. Falcade over towards L, down to half shields. Still some time to play with. Has to be perfect Halo. And unfortunately, for Nemesis, 3 go down. Wootum's the last man standing. Ball is in a pretty decent position if you're a FaZe Clan fan as well. Wootum's not really in a position to be a threat.
Sadly, when a commentator says it has to be perfect Halo, the game's probably over, and that's usually the sad reality for it, for the Nemesis roster here. But they do manage to get the kill onto Suppressed, but the ball is in the hands of Trippy yet again.
5 seconds and counting down. Nobody in a position right now to put a stop to this. Trippy holds the ball. Trippy secures map number 3 and a clean sweep for FaZe Clan. It was as easy as you like in the end.
They continue to be undefeated here in Arlington, have not dropped a map, have not looked even a second off the pace when it comes to their games. As for Nemesis, they will have to look at that elimination bracket. They've already secured top 6, which is still pretty much, I would expect their aim to be, but they want to be going that one step further, but they're going to have to look elsewhere because it's FaZe Clan who secure top 3 here in Arlington and will be waiting in the winners bracket finals for potentially a Shopify Rebellion or an SSG.
FaZe Clan wait their opponents. And for Nemesis, it's going back to the drawing board, perhaps heading back to the hotel, getting some food, putting on the VOD and recognizing where the mistakes were made, where the errors came from and patching that up. But they might even still have a game to play tonight, so they might not even get an opportunity.
They will have another game tonight before they can even think about Championship Sunday. If they want to get to Championship Sunday, it will have to be another series victory for them. But it's FaZe Clan who will be able to relax. They'll be able to go back to the hotel and chill until Championship Sunday. It is Sunday secured for an unbeaten FaZe Clan. Just to look at the statistics from that game, a very successful one on the side of FaZe. I mean, it doesn't matter who you look at on FaZe's side. They were all dominant, they all went positive, and they all looked brilliant.
Stats absolutely jumping off the page, and it was a reason why they had so many members in that top KDA leaderboard. For reasons just like that. They have beaten every single team put in front of them, and they've done it without dropping a map. Absolutely flawless.
Just looking back at some of the highlights of that game as well, I mean, there was
That's really
moments
impressive,
where
I'm not gonna
Nemesis
lie.
had the chance
Good shit to
maybe
FaZe,
get
bro.
back into the game, but as soon as they tried something different, FaZe Clan had yet another answer. It didn't matter where the ball was, it didn't matter where the push was happening. FaZe were always there, and some individual moments as well, but ultimately, the chemistry on this FaZe roster seems to be coming together even more from the Invitational that we saw a couple of weeks ago. They look that one step better. But arguably, some may say, well, you know, where's the test against one of those other top 4 teams? Where's the SSG? Where's the Optic? Where's going to be the Shopify Rebellion? Well, they're going to have to wait until the winners final before that question is posed in front of them.
FaZe Clan came into this tournament as the number 3 seed, and they have proven well and truly the value of that seed, already guaranteed a top 3 placement. Incredible work from the boys. All that hard work and graft they've put in over the pre-season. Blaze has got an interview with Trippy off the back of a very impressive series. Take it away.
Main stage, make some noise for FaZe Clan. They make their way all the way to the winners finals. And Trip, man, I swear it seems like you guys been flying under the radar this tournament so far. We got a chance to see you on the main stage to kick off the event, but now talking to you guys, seeing you win again, you are now in the winners finals. How does that feel?
It feels great, considering the boot camp or the case online didn't go the way we wanted to. So coming here and playing extremely well and just being in flow state as a team, just playing really good Halo as a team, it's honestly really refreshing, and we're loving it so far. It's been great.
Hey, man, it's definitely been looking good up here. You guys have been in your flow state, and then you guys just went up against another team that was in their flow state, who we watched take down a lot of top teams before they ran up against you guys. Now, what was the game plan to take them down? Because I know you guys got a chance to watch a lot of their matches, and they're a very unique squad coming from Europe. But what did you guys execute very well?
We actually scrimmed them like 2 times before this land, so we know how they play. We knew how good they were. And obviously they beat Optic earlier, so I mean they're great teams. We just didn't take them lightly at all, and that's exactly what we did. So.
You gave them full force, all right, and they felt that one over there as they go down to the losers bracket. Now my next question is, I don't know if it's just the FaZe gas or what it is, but have you always been that damn good with Snipe? Because you was popping off on this main stage here, all right? What is it? Okay.
I mean, before, I didn't really get sniped that much, to be honest, you know. Consider my last teammates, you guys all know. But, no, it's been great. I mean, everyone shares everything equally, and I just so happened to have snipe and hit some shots. So, yeah, it just ended up working out.
Well, we want to see more of that on the main stage, okay? Make some more noise for Trip and FaZe Clan, everybody. That's going to do it for us on the stage. Lot, take us away.
Thank you so much, Blaze. Some really exciting things actually coming out of that interview that I really do want to dive a bit deeper into, but I've got to say there is so much to look forward to with this FaZe roster. They're the real deal. I know in one sense they probably did have the easier side of the bracket to kind of get through here, but Nemesis wasn't an easy opponent, to say the least. They were very, very good, showed us that they can play with the big dogs, take down big dogs. Just fell short, unfortunately, in that series. But FaZe, I think it told us a lot more about this team and how well executed they are in terms of their teamwork. That was just phenomenal. I did like the comment from Trippy about the sniper. You got to share the love with the sniper if you want to see some pop-off shots from teammates with the sniper rifle, which is probably why we haven't seen clips like that overkill. And honestly, all of the kills before that overkill on live fire from Trippy, just unbelievable stuff. What do you make of FaZe right now, Wes?
I love where FaZe is. They look fantastic. They look buttoned up, and they are handling anybody that has been put in front of them, which is all you can really ask up until this point. They're sitting in the top 3. And they have found flow state. I loved every single answer Trippy gave were things that I wanted to talk about. It was flow state. It was the opportunity that he's going to have on a team like FaZe that he didn't get on Optic Gaming. It's the comfortability and kind of like the underdog mentality, as well as we didn't perform how we wanted to at the case on LAN. Like, that wasn't the showing that we know that our team is capable of. And they've come out here and they've already made themselves a threat to this championship. People have been putting them outside of the top 4, have been dancing around with this big 3. FaZe are here to play, and if they're playing that level of Halo, they are going to be a tough out for anybody in this tournament. And it's about time we start taking them a little bit more serious.
100%. I think, you know, certain things are earned, and that for sure earned me I think a namesake in this top 4 conversation for sure, to be perfectly honest with you. I do think that that series was very exciting. There were some incredible moments, and we kind of mentioned it earlier on. Blaze mentioned it on the main stage. We saw it in the highlight reels again. Let's just see it one more time. Goofy, looking at Trippy here, this was just so well executed. I believe Snipe was dropped for him. Yes, it was indeed. And off he goes. The first passage of play here is also beautiful, but what continues going around Ness, just working his way around live fire towards back green, it was magical.
Yeah, Trippy was dominating every single game of this series. Seems like you just put him on a highlight reel anytime we're on his point of view. He got a triple kill in each of the 3 games and an overkill in game 2. Just absolutely dominating any competition put in front of him. And the same could be said for his whole team. I absolutely love the dynamic of this roster. Like, to Wes's point, they've been kind of flying under the radar, which is crazy to say because it's FaZe and look at their roster. But we're really seeing what this team can do when they're clicking and firing on all cylinders. Now they find themselves guaranteed top 3, guaranteed in the winners bracket final, and they haven't dropped a single map, Lottie. They're 15-0. What an absolute dominating performance so far out of this FaZe clan.
It certainly was indeed. You can see right now our series MVPs here, just the accolades to go with that series, just unbelievable amounts of damage. The KD speaks for itself. But, you know, we talked about Trippy a little bit, and obviously I love what he can do on a map. I also do, by the way, love the patience that we saw before that overkill at Ness. You know, he knows he has camo. He can see everybody lined up, not getting ahead of himself, using his nades. He got everybody so weak in order to get that off. I mean, it's really difficult. You are literally 1v4 there. It's pretty hard to do that. So great stuff from Trippy. But Valkated, let's talk about this guy. I said before the series I was looking for Fel to be intentional with his kills. We know he's a really good slayer, but it was about how you kill somebody and what that does for your team. How does it change the game in your favor? And I think that is something that Fel has worked on, and it's clearly working.
Yeah, as much damage as Trippy was doing throughout the series, and it was on his point of view a lot, Valkated out-damaged him. And Valkated is one of those players that I said on Friday, this is by far his best team coming into year 4 of Halo Infinite. Like, this is his best team all of Halo Infinite. This is his opportunity to really show that we talk about Valkated like he can slay with the big dogs. We've seen him have great individual performances, but the placings haven't really been there behind Valkated's performances. This is finally a team for Valkated to now perform well at, and also get to reap the benefits of the accolades that come with that. So I'm stoked to see him playing at a high level next to a team that he's finally on that is also playing at that same level.
Well, they are on a fantastic path right now. FaZe, well deserved on the main stage, making a huge statement against Nemesis, the European powerhouses there. They will drop down to the elimination bracket, but it's not over for them. They still have a ways to go. Can they climb back up to the top? I think that's my biggest question right now. I don't think they were probably expecting a 3-0 sweep against FaZe. I think
hey, I got all the drops. Let's go.
If not
all drops
completed.
completed.
So I'm sure they're a little bit shocked right now.
Yeah, definitely. You know, playing so hot all weekend, running into a red-hot FaZe Clan, getting 3-0 swept is never a good feeling. But honestly, if I'm Nemesis, I'm still feeling good. The only teams that really would be scaring me is, even though you've already beaten Optic, I would be scared to play Optic in the elimination bracket.
Down there somewhere.
Yeah, and same with SSG, right? Whenever we see SSG and Shopify, one of those two teams, potentially we're gonna have to drop to the elimination bracket as well. So aside from that big four, if I'm Nemesis, I'm feeling confident against any roster, and even against the big four, you got to feel confident, right? So definitely an unfortunate series for Nemesis, but you're going up against a FaZe Clan team, and I wanted to say this as well. You know, the dynamics of everyone on this FaZe Clan team allows this roster to play at their full potential. You mentioned it with Falcated. I agree. I think this is by far his best team. Going into the opener of Year 4 of Halo Infinite, he's got to be feeling good. Penguin, Trippy. I haven't seen Trippy really play this comfortable in so long on the Optic Gaming roster. Obviously, they were a dynastic team, and they made history in their own right, but Trippy has been around the block for a long time, and in my perspective, he's always been like this dominating, like Slayer type of player, and we kind of saw him take a step back from that role in the previous couple of years, and now I feel like he's super comfortable along with everyone on this roster. They trust each other, and you got someone like Suppress, who's that X factor, so to say, and I just love the dynamic of this FaZe team.
Me too. I think that's just what happens sometimes. You kind of get in a system and you kind of put into a role or a situation where that's just how you have to adapt to make it work on a team, especially with maybe a couple of others who work in a certain way and it plays to their strengths. Well, now Trippy gets to play to his. He has that refresh, that new dynamic where he's one of the guys that you want to see start to do something and make moves on a map and cause chaos. And I love to see that. I think seeing a switch up like that is awesome, and Trippy coming into his own once again is something beautiful to watch unfold as well. Folks, we got to move on because we have plenty more Halo coming your way tonight. And up next, we do have winners round 2. And these two know each other pretty well. It's going to be Space Station Gaming going up against the powerhouses that are Shopify Rebellion. In the K-Stan event, things weren't looking too good for Space Station. Have they improved enough to give this one a really good go? We'll have to find out right after the break.
Might just be a profit.
Profit
it's
of
just-
what? Profit of
Halo.
mischievous.
Yeah, you're like.
Well, I got all the drops, so I can kind of flip between channels here now. I'm gonna watch some LVT while you're on break for Halo.
There it is. What was it again?
Recharge! You're like seeing the future with each punch in the face, like just flashes.
Guys, I've already told you where we're going for game 3.
I gotta correct something from you two.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Is that Eli in my ear? Wait, that was Allie?
Yeah, that's
Allie
me.
with the well
it's
actually.
me. It's me.
Well, actually.
The one thing I know more than you two is Spanish.
That's true.
And
I could argue that.
yeah, I just want to help you guys say it's not pelu, it's pelu. So more emphasis on the U. And it'll sound a lot better.
Pelu.
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 Yeah. There you go. It means hairy, like somebody that has a lot of hair on their head.
So he's the hairy god?
Yeah. Guess so.
I respect it.
Oh, well.
I don't know what he looks like, but now I want to know how hairy he is.
Let's go find out. Let's go find out. Winner semifinals, game number 3 for the 2v2s.
We go over there, it's just Bigfoot holding a controller. Shout out to Pelu god.
Thick follicles.
Pelu god.
An iron sight.
Isn't God Dios? Or
Dios.
why would he put an English word with a Spanish word?
Because it sounds cooler and shorter. I don't know. I guess Dios is
Dios de Pelu?
Dios.
Dios de
Dios
Pelu?
Pelu.
Oh, okay. I don't know. I'm trying.
Dios Pelu. I'll
Sorry,
go get a
John.
picture of them, okay?
Yeah, get a
Where
photo.
are they? I'll be right back, guys. I'm going to go reporting.
Well, for now, it's Dia de le Helu. Helu. Now I'm just going to be trying to get his name right the whole time.
The day of the hairy god?
Something like that. 4-1 here. SWAT Luminon continue their reverse sweep route to the finals here. Professor and Spar, they seem a little shell-shocked.
Yeah, they've really not looked like themselves since the beginning of game 2. Got a fastball kill. That's kind of rare. Love to see that.
That's where the
Don't miss a second. Subscribe.
BRB.
We are live from, well, I think you guessed it, Dallas, Texas, and we're here to bring you the fiercest Halo Infinite competition from all around the globe.
Will connect to the no shield APC. Oh! Yes, he can. Absolutely cook.
Hey y'all, it's Clutch here, and today we're excited to introduce S&D Extraction, the newest competitive mode coming to Halo Infinite later this year. S&D Extraction is Halo's version of the popular tactical shooter mode. Here's how it works. 2 teams of 4 compete on asymmetrical maps, with one team starting on offense and the other on defense. Your goal on offense is to plant an extraction device at either A or B sites, while the defense tries to stop you. Good news, you don't have to worry about carrying a bomb. Once you get to a site, you'll be prompted to initiate the extraction. Once planted, the defense will have 1 minute to convert the extraction to win the round. Teams will alternate playing offense and defense after every round, and the first team to 6 rounds wins the match. Everyone will start with the Bandit Evo, but at the beginning of each round, you'll have 30 seconds to purchase your loadout. Playing the objective and getting kills will reward you with credits to spend on weapons and equipment each round. We wanted to make sure that all Halo Infinite players felt at home in the new mode, so you've got your normal shields and movement abilities with you for every round. S&D Extraction is a one-life mode, which means once you die, you'll have to watch from the sidelines until the next round starts. That is unless you've got enough credits in the bank to buy back into the round to support your team. It's a big risk. Buying back in the round will have your wallet hurting for a while.
Round 1.
Today we're also excited to announce that we partnered with Forge Hub to host the official map contest for S&D Extraction. Both parties have contributed $10,000 to give this contest a whopping $20,000 prize pool, with the winning maps also being considered for matchmaking when S&D Extraction launches later this year. Head to forgehub.com to see the rules and map guidelines. Our playtests on S&D Extraction have been epic so far, and we can't wait for you to try it out yourself later this year. Best of luck to all the forgers in the contest, and we'll see you online.
We're back at the HCS Arlington Major, live from Texas, hosted, of course, by the one and only Optic Gaming. And it is showtime, baby, because we have an incredible matchup lined up for you on the main stage. I mean, when have we not, to be perfectly honest? Every single one of the teams that have come in this weekend have been playing lights out. A couple fallen short, a couple upsets, but we love a bit of drama up in here, especially on the first weekend of the season. Welcome back into the Esports Stadium Arlington, and welcome to your winners round 2. Shopify Rebellion versus Space Station Gaming. I've got Goofy and Tony on the desk with me. Gentlemen, we're in for a treat here. I'm excited. You know, I think on one hand, if I could talk about this matchup just overall, it would be, we have the running gunners, right? They have come straight out the gates, lights out, not a hitch, not a problem. Barely really been touched, okay? Apart from Optic Gaming, it has just been smooth sailing. What more could you ask for? On the other hand, Space Station Gaming, they've had to keep up. They've had to progress. They've had to work really, really hard to find their flow and hope for that, you know, that illustrious Halo click that we like to talk about. Has that click happened yet? I don't think it has, but I think it's getting there, Goofy. What about Space Station Gaming? is that you're really looking for in this series to really find out how much they've really progressed, especially when it comes down to Shopify Rebellion?
Yeah, we're talking about this Space Station Gaming roster, and like, they've been described as like a slow burn, right? People are saying, oh, this roster, they're going to only get better as time goes on. They're only going to get better as these events continue. In my opinion, they are here right now, right? Look at this roster. We have Eco, Stellar, Snakebite, and Lucid, 4 world champions. On paper, to me, this roster is... You can say this is the best roster on paper, right? I think the dynamics on this team, we talked about it with FaZe, similar to FaZe, Space Station has such a solid roster on all fronts. You have Eco, Stellar, Snakebite, Lucid, these big brain players. Stellar in any given game can be the best player in the game. I think in order to win this series against Shopify Rebellion, who has been that spotlighted team, they have the #1 seed coming into this event, winning all these online cups, winning the FaZe Kason Invitational. SSG's got something to say about that, though. The way they're playing so far at this event, at this tournament, it looks like they might finally be clicking on all cylinders, and I'm going to be looking for Stellar to really step up. In the scrims leading up to this tournament, when Stellar was popping off, this team was popping off, and he is that player. He is that slayer, so Stellar's going to be my X factor in this series.
100%. I think it's really nice to be able to have a player who's ripping faces to give you some wiggle room on a map. I mean, everybody needs a breather every once in a while, especially up against a really fast-paced, aggressive Shopify Rebellion, who are honestly able to dictate that pace very nicely as well. I will say, when it comes to Space Station, I can't help but notice certain statistics, especially going against Shopify Rebellion. I know we're going to go back to the Kason event. I know it's an invitational, but I can't help but feel like there are some personal things there as well. I think when you're looking like somebody like Snakebite, for example, the personal things that he has had with this, you know, his previous teammates, it must be hard to play against him. You have had 15 years playing with Royal 2, and now you're telling me that you have no problem playing against him? I don't think so. I think it's going to be difficult no matter what you say or no matter how much you kind of put your measures on business only. It's tough, right? And I think that's actually kind of been showing through his gameplay. He hasn't had the best showings so far against Shopify Rebellion, whether that's in scrims, whether that's in the Kason tournament, and I think it's time that we see Snakebite really step up and kind of shake off the kind of jitters of playing with old teammates and playing against them, and that personal thing, put it to the side. I think this is where we really see a big step up from him, Tony.
Yeah, I mean, oftentimes we talk about, you know, the twos game, the baiting and switching. Well, you know, Eco and Stellar have been very comfortable with each other, but it feels like Snakebite and Lucid are still trying to figure out how exactly do they fit into this winning roster, this winning role, and I feel like they're slowly starting to figure that out, and it must be really difficult to like separate from a duo and join this roster, be the underdogs one of the first times, but Shopify Rebellion, they're on screen, and we definitely got to talk about them too.
We certainly do indeed. I think something that they do so well, amongst many things, their hot starts, that really solid starting strat comes forward every single time, and it gives them so much room in that series. It makes the others doubt themselves and their competitors. So I love the hot starts that they seem to have. What do you make of them, Goofy, overall, and just the way that they play the game, because they've set precedents?
I love the way Shopify Rebellion plays Halo. In my opinion, they play Halo the perfect way, right? They are the type of team where they always press their advantages. They play so efficient, so effective. When you're on the way I describe it is when you're playing against Shopify Rebellion and you're in a vulnerable position on the map, you're like, I really hope they don't push. They will always push that play when you're hoping they don't. They're always on top of the efficiency, and the Shopify Rebellion team, really, you know, you have Frosty, who in my opinion, at this point in time, is the best player in the game. I think Frosty is the best player in the game coming into this tournament. He's been showing it so far this tournament, and then you have someone like the Last Shot and Cycle, right? These two up-and-coming players, they're established as two of the best players in the game, but Frosty and Royal 2, the world champions, they're never gonna go down without a fight, and if I'm, you know, SSG, you got a tall order.
Yeah, I've got to say, I have to agree that Frosty has found a whole new lease of life in Halo Infinite. I think coming on board with this team, he just looks so comfortable right from the beginning. And I often do think that is because when you put him on a roster with somebody like Renegade, they just clash a little bit too much. I know they did manage to get the job done in one of the years, but those two are such heavy hitters, it's almost like too difficult to share the toys. It's like having two kids who are just gunning for the same thing, and it's just almost impossible to share that love around and kind of work around that dynamic. I do think that Frosty being able to kind of lead things a little bit more, having Royal 2 lean on him as the commander, and then obviously having the young guns in Cycle and Last Shot, it's really produced just such a wonderful dynamic where they are all completely on the same page, Tony.
Yeah, I mean, I did a power ranking video, and I still had Stellar as like my #2 player in the game right now. But as far as #1 and #3, I had Last Shot leading into this tournament as my #1 player, and I had Frosty as #3. I've been so impressed with what Last Shot has done online, on land. The combination of accuracy and damage, the pressure he puts on the map is real, and it's felt by his opponents. And then Frosty, he's had an MVP tournament so far. Like, it's been that good. Kills outside the statues, the IGL, like the staying alive. I think he really has been the full package so far. So Shopify Rebellion are a dangerous team. They really look like the favorites right now.
They certainly are, and you know what? They certainly were. Even back at the Ksan event, they were the team that everybody wanted to beat. And looking right now at this score, when they did play Space Station Gaming, excuse me, it didn't look pretty. Although I will say, things did get awfully close at times, and there was definite signs of progress from Space Station Gaming when coming up against Shopify Rebellion. Sometimes the 3-0 doesn't always reflect what happened. However, it has been 3-0s across the board ever since. Scrims already very difficult for Space Station Gaming against Shopify Rebellion, and the same thing happened on LAN. You know, the progress is progressing, and we know Space Station Gaming is starting to find their flow. Is that flow enough, do you think, Goofy, right now in this series?
It can be, right? Looking at this graphic, when I see Eco and Snakebite, 0.61 KD for Snakebite, 0.77 for Eco, that's not what their standard is. That's not what they expect out of themselves. So yes, this graphic tells us it was a 3-0, and of course, Shopify Rebellion dominated the Ksan and won the event, right? The Invitational. But Eco and Snakebite, they're not going to be going 0.6 KD, 0.7 KD. So I'm expecting this to be a much closer series. In no way in hell is this going to be a 3-0. I think this is going the distance to a Game 5.
I love that from you, Goofy. We want a good series out of both of these two teams. Tony, how are you feeling about his prediction?
Oh, I agree 100%. I would bet that there's not going to be no 3-0 here. In fact, I would love to see a Game 5. I think it's very possible. I think Stellar's been fantastic. I think Lucid has really stepped it up and been this X factor. I've been just impressed with this SSG roster. And imagine a win against Shopify Rebellion. That would be impressive. That would be a statement. Why not do it here in the first event, the first major of the year?
That would be huge. Well, I'll tell you what, I think we're about to be seeing a brand new Space Station Gaming, feeling an awful lot more comfortable than we saw them on the last LAN. Folks, it's about that time. Let's get into the matchup. It's Space Station Gaming versus Shopify Rebellion. Let's meet your teams.
When it's semi-final time here in Arlington, and we've got two huge teams on our stage right now. Two teams with things to prove. Shopify Rebellion, who came through that epic series a little bit earlier against Optic Gaming. Well, now on the other side of the stage, you've got Space Station. And Space Station come into this event with so much to prove. Beating Shopify Rebellion here makes it very interesting.
It will be massive. Of course, you heard on the desk just how much this team has been talked about in the offseason and even also during the Ksan Invitational. People doubting them, right? Also, let's not forget, maybe in this exact matchup, for good reason, they found themselves falling to Space, says Shopify Rebellion, 3-0 back-to-back series. Not just the LM final, but their first series as well. And now the question is, what will they bring here? Very interesting set of games for this series, I must say. Assault Fortress, not Shopify's best bomb game type. Slayer Livefire, not their best Slayer. Also Stronghold Recharge, maybe a game that will go in their favor, but also Oddball Streets, not their best oddball map. So when you put all that together, plus Game 5, let's not forget, SSG has beaten Shopify before in that exact game type. This one could get interesting indeed. The question is, what work has SSG done over the past 2 weeks since facing Shopify on LAN for the first time? What reps have they put in? How will they get ready for this game number 1?
One interesting thing for me as well is this is a slightly different looking and feeling space station from what we saw at that K-Sun event. This is a space station that looks like they're ready to win series. They're ready to send these big series deep, and there's just a little bit more to them when they come into these series. There's a little bit more weight to how they are performing and working together, and the biggest test of all, it's going to be Shopify Rebellion. They are the bar at the moment in this year of Halo Infinite. We'll have to see where Space Station are if they can cause the upset here against Shopify.
All right, underway, of course, 2 teams that we expected to also see and hoped that we would see play, but playing even earlier than maybe, once again, some might have expected here based on the results so far. And right away, it's Lashot trying to get into his opponent's spiral, and it will be battles for the spiral all game long. 2 dead for Shopify off of the opening.
I mean, movement from Snake right there in that fight was absolutely phenomenal. Just made himself such a difficult kill. Stella now under the base already, a little bit of pressure onto the Shopify side, but Royal 2 set up on his tower with a sniper rifle and should have a pretty comfortable kill onto Eco here. 2 dead on the side of SSG. Shopify and Royal 2 fly forward, and I love this angle that Royal 2 is taking.
Just going to hold this down, and like you say, impossible for really anyone to challenge him. He's going to have a safe passage here from A1 up into the spiral, and now be able to take new angles as well. Takes down Eco easily, 3 dead for SSG.
Bodies another player as well. That bomb will be moving very soon, you would imagine. Stella off the respawn. Narrowly avoids the chunky missiles coming his way from the sniper rifle of Royal 2. But this is just such a nuisance position to try and flush out. Royal 2 has found this as one of his preferred positions on this map, and you can see exactly why. So many angles to play around and so many escape routes for him to play as well.
Yeah, it might only be flushed out purely because of running out of ammo in this case. He's going to stay alive still. It was 2 dead. And now 2 spawners on the elbow side once again. And there's a reason we call this the modern day hut. It feels a lot like Sanctuary, just holding down your opponent's hut and raining down damage at the spawners.
Oh, that one felt like it hurt for Snakebite. That was a close range sniper rifle bullet received unwillingly from the SSG. Man, Frosty helps Cycle stay alive. It's 2 dead again, and finally the bomb will go in towards the base. Shopify Rebellion with 3 members in the death screen from Space Station, and that will be 1-0. That is efficiency personified.
Wow, beautifully done. And also the first spawner also falls, which means it should be an overshield grab here for Lashot. Nate comes through. No, he hesitates, says not grab right away. Will it cost them? 2 dead for each side.
It was a momentary 3 dead for SSG, so you would imagine the access is still going to be there towards that overshield. Quicker off the respawn here for Shopify Rebellion. They should be at least able to fight for it. Players from SSG have snuck into ring 1 though. It's going to be interesting to see if it was burnt, or maybe if they get away with it. It's actually Lucid who gets away with it, moves that bomb straight in towards the arm zone.
Gets
and Frosty can't find an angle right now.
Melted by 2 players, had all of that overshield getting onto the porch, but you could tell that was a team shot. That overshield got ripped off so fast. It's a really nice piece of work from Shopify to stop the arm.
Snakebite under the base though, here at A1, just trying to see if he can find some angles and do some more damage and essentially pin Shopify Rebellion into their base. Cycle flies in, cycled a couple of uncycle-like shots, but finally does get the job done. But this is more like Cycle, staying alive, being a nuisance. Eco and Lucid trying to flush him out, and almost forgot about it for a second there.
Eventually taken down, as you said. Snakebite also with some good damage in that sequence. 2 dead here for Shopify.
Bomb is in the courtyard as well. Lucid went for a little touch on that, but it is going to be reset. So back to bottom middle, that bomb will go. The objective neutralized by Shopify Rebellion. Good defensive players on there, and just to make sure that pressure didn't turn into that bomb being advanced and potentially armed once more.
See what Snakebite can do here. Things slow down for just a moment to breathe here with just under 9 left. And SSG knows they've got a lot of time on the clock. However, things can go pretty quickly if you fail to grab the right bit of control on this game type.
These obnoxious corners that Shopify Rebellion are playing. Like, they know that they've got a sniper rifle going against them. They don't want to give any easy shots. They want to try and waste this ammo, just shoulder peek. Force Snakebite to make a play. Hit a big shot. As the overshield is popping in 3 seconds time. Snakebite is in the perfect place to get it, but he's going to have to deal with Cycle.
Oh, man.
And Cycle hits the body. And Frosty collects that overshield.
Wow. Oh, wait, back whack though. Stellar gets the back whack there. The Achilles heel will come through, which is big. It was 3 dead. They neutralized the overshield. Here comes Stellar.
Such a good play from Stellar. The timing on that from SSG, immaculate. 3 players have respawned, but one of them's back in the respawn screen already. Nade's going in towards that snipe side. I like what I'm seeing from SSG. It's a double kill here for Stellar. A killing spree for him, and they are trapping Shopify on that snipe side, but they just can't link these kills together. and get all of Shopify falling consecutively. It feels like a 2 and then fight another 2 and then another 2. They just can't get this clean 4 that they're looking for.
Interesting trade coming in there in the end with Melee. Instead, it will be now Cycle advancing the bomb. And as you said, they kept things chaotic. They also maintain a lead here as they start to bring the bomb all the way across. An important 1v1 bottom of the base. Both players will disengage and agree to fight later on. In the end, it's Snakebite who comes in and helps to clean up that Cycle kill A1, which of course was an ever important kill in that situation.
Frosty last alive momentarily for Shopify Rebellion at the top tower, just playing his life. Snakebite's looking to take him down. But Frosty, again, just being such a difficult kill. Somehow he gets out of that with a double kill there as he whips his reticle to the player who was just creeping around on the fences outside of the ring. 3 dead again for Shopify. And one thing we were discussing in the build-up to this game is if SSG want to have success, they have to win those individual fights they find themselves in. They have to match slay for slay what Shopify Rebellion are doing. And to be fair, doing quite a good job of it so far.
Yeah, so far so good. Snakebite gonna try to stay alive as the last alive. Gets some good damage, but it will be a staggered 4 dead for SSG, which means last shot will stay alive here in the spiral. But really, we need to look back to bottom mid once again. Overshield popping in just a few seconds.
1 dead on either side at the moment. It's a bit of a stalemate around bottom middle. That overshield is now up. Snakebite does some damage, but it's exchanged by Frosty, and there's a player who's pushing through somewhere behind enemy lines here. It's going to mean that Frosty can get the overshield. It means that now Shopify Rebellion can push forward, and even though Stella's just grabbed that sniper, he's already taken damage. He's under pressure, and Frosty will collect the SSG sniper now and can start to go to work.
Ooh. A few shots coming from the elbow, which he knows means he needs to turn about face. Actually getting challenged from 3 angles there, so really good prioritization from SSG of Frosty with the snipe, but Stellar as the last player alive because 3 were dead for SSG. Cycle's going to start the arm.
Cycle's got this difficult corner for SSG to deal with, but Lucid will come off the respawn on the armory side and manage to get that bomb once again back to a neutral position. Both teams playing fantastic defense so far. Yeah. Just that one opportunity that was taken by Shopify Rebellion. A lot of it off the heavy lifting that Royal 2 was doing on the armory side. Creating those opportunities, creating those numbers advantages. SSG have had that bomb inside of the arming zone of Shopify Rebellion a couple of times, but just not able to back those slays up and create that time needed to get that arm.
Yeah, unsurprisingly, the game type plays a lot like 3 dead once again for SSG, by the way. The game type is a lot like Sanctuary of old. It's really about control, then you poke, then you prod, and then based on the spawns and the damage, you decide if this is, okay, this is the time we go. Or do we need 1 to 2 more slays? And do we need to keep them at bay here? Do we need to force a split spawn? You're constantly making those types of decisions. And really, sometimes you might have to control the enemy base for 90 seconds before you actually decide to go.
I like what Shopify Rebellion actually did. I think it was Cycle who just brought the bomb out and threw it actually on the side that Frosty was watching, trying to make a space station member overextend to get eyes on that bomb and potentially train into the reticle of this man on your screen. It's going to be a triple kill and a killing spree here for Frosty. Last player alive is going to be Eco. He peeks and he gets his shields ripped off as well.
Wow, the amount of damage from Frosty here, and we'll revisit that in a moment because overshield popping bottom mid. This should once again be a Frosty grab, and it will be a clean one. He just dodges each of the pre-nades and instead will come away with the overshield after all of that damage as well. He's 17 and 10.
And it feels like at the moment the Shopify are prioritizing just keeping Space Station on their side of the map. They don't want to really progress that bomb unless they feel completely comfortable with doing it, and they've earned the right to do that due to the fact that they have that 1-0 lead in this game.
Good awareness from Frosty as well. Notice he kept checking ring 1 and Bond. He knows Snakebite's behind them. They're aware of that player there.
Well, mid-map's open at the moment. Stella finds one onto Frosty to clear him out the base. Shopify should manage to hold ring control for now, but the bomb is a problem for them because Space Station have got to clear this bomb out of their base. You see Cycle now looking to move towards it. A little touch on this and it turns the attention back towards their base instead of progressing the bomb out towards the Shopify base. So SSG once again having to play defense here.
Nice shot, stays alive as well, bottom base. That's going to be huge. That will also keep the bomb alive. Now that will also allow them to now make the move here. Let's go ahead and see if they can get the arm. They're going to go ahead and start this here.
Wonder if SSG have any lines of sight, to be honest with you. There's one player who looks like he's going to be able to maybe get the stop at the last second, but that fuse is lit, and now it's just about maybe finishing it off, but the toss comes in to get it out of the base, but it's 4 dead for SSG, and we know how sticky that arm is. Look how much progress is already here. Last shot moves in, and it will be armed. It will be 2-0 to Shopify Rebellion.
Sticky arm was the name of the game indeed. Last shot decides to just say, you know what, I'm going to go down with the ship. circles back, gets taken down, will respawn back at his base. But as you said, the sticky arm really being a factor there. You can't just toss the bomb out. You need to actually, if you really want to get out of your base, you need to hold it for a split second as well to start to disarm the bomb before just throwing it out. 2-0 with 2 minutes left.
Royal 2 is so at home. By the way, Royal 2 is 24-8. 24-9 as he gets taken down, but I had to double take on that. I was like, is that 24 kills, 9 assists? And then I was like, nope, it's 2 9s. He is such a nuisance on this map.
Lucid trying to make something happen, finds one, also knows the players on the BR, but getting challenged now from all 3 remaining players. Does very well to make sure to isolate those 2, and he knows where the last 2 are as well.
But where's that bomb? Where's that bomb progressing? It looks like SSG have got it in towards the armory. Frosty's down, it's 4 dead.
Wow.
It's 4 dead, and all of the players from Shopify have fallen consecutively. You would expect this to be a bomb arm here, and indeed it is. SSG have life in this game. It's now 2-1.
Not over just yet, and look at the clinical way in which they did it. By the way, Psycho spawned way out. They didn't even have to worry about him. He's still alive on the map, so they'll have to focus on him at bottom arches. However, as you say, 2-1. Still everything to play for in this game.
And it's off the back of the overshield pickup as well. That was what gave Lucid the opportunity to move forward. Royal 2 would much rather be in his opposition spiral than his own as he gets taken down by Lucid. And finally, it looks like Shopify have picked up enough slays here just to progress up the map. It was about 60 seconds of struggle for them. 1 minute 30 left in this game.
Was 3 dead here. Snakebite was your last player alive, and he has a big role here to make sure he continues dealing damage for his spawners.
Bomb is down in the courtyard of Space Station Gaming. 1 minute 20 left on that game clock. Eco does manage to move that bomb to a neutral position once more. Frosty at the moment is trying to decide, am I looking for damage? Am I looking to pin SSG, or am I just making sure that that bomb does not progress any further than where it is at the moment? Mid-map is fine for us, but if it starts to creep towards our courtyard, it becomes a problem.
Absolutely. Wants to stay alive here at all costs. You can just tell by the gameplay, disengages right away. Like, as you say, they only need to slay here for another 55, and shots like that will make the job even easier.
Well, it was 3 dead momentarily. Cycle will just even the numbers as Shopify do respawn on the map. And Cycle actually done a really good job of just not staying alive, but picking up some damage and some kills, which allows Royal 2 to move to bottom mid. Gets that next overshield, and that might be the thing that hurts Space Station the most in these final moments. Fighting against this lineup is tough, but when they've got the overshield and you have to advance that bomb, it's very tough. But Royal 2 is last alive.
He's last in the wrong base here. Let's see if he tries to rotate this back. This is interesting here. He finds himself way out. He had the overshield, but it's been taken off, and they're going to start to make something happen on the opposite side.
Lucid gets one inside of the other base. Royal 2 from downtown, cross map, has eyes on that bomb, but Space Station might just leave Royal 2 here. But Royal 2 is not going to leave Space Station. Across map with this barrel rifle causing so many problems.
Wow, for real, brilliantly played here. He knew he had to work with the spawners, but here comes down the push.
They do get a touch on it, but it's not going to be enough. And Royal 2 from that position actually might have saved the game for Shopify Rebellion to keep it at 2-1. 2 important kills on that player looking to arm the bomb, but when it is all said and done, 2-1 will be your final score here in map number 1. Shopify Rebellion will got one in the series.
You got to say, a lot of times when you look at that, if you have overshield in your opponent's cave as they're about to start arming, that is a dicey scenario. But when you have a player like Royal 2 who knew exactly how to angle himself away from Snakebite on the porch, then go flag, pick up 2 kills, obviously the comms would have been on point there to make sure they're prioritizing whoever was arming. As you say, not only that, but he goes 30-11 in game number 1 to make a statement. They take the game 2-1.
Not bad. Not bad from Royal 2. Looks so comfortable on that map. He's one of those players who's just...
Excuse me, 30-13.
30-13. But my point still stands here. 13. He's so comfortable when he has a map where there's spawn points which he can look at and he gets good LOSs on, right? He can always put himself in a good position to output damage. I always think back to Halo Reach Sanctuary. He was an absolute demon when he was playing the car bridges, when he was playing ring angles and shooting into the rocks, into the courtyard, wherever it might be with that snipe. And it looks very natural for him, the way that Fortress plays, and it kind of just fits into his natural play style.
It really does. And also, you just get the feeling that with these new game types, Shopify just has them dialed in. Not only in terms of the matchup against SSG, but also with the way that they approach each of the new game types in the suite, whether it was the case on Invitational or Scrims, or here in their first few series. Just playing, it feels like everyone, as we've said previously, on the same page. Really good game management throughout the entire game. I think SSG got very close, put up a great fight, and even in the end, looked like maybe they were going to get another bomb on the board, but Shopify just looking too strong.
Yeah, you just wonder about that last overshield. You know, Royal 2 gets away with it as last alive.
Yeah.
If they manage to neutralize that or even pick it up, SSG have control of the other side of the map. They have control of the Shopify base, and all eyes can look forward towards that bomb that's being armed. But unfortunately, it's ifs and buts, and you don't really get the opportunity to make those decisions and think about that if you don't secure the power-ups yourself. I mean, you're looking at the total power-up pickups. Shopify certainly dominated that.
Without a doubt. And I think also they specifically dominated the 15 seconds prior to each overshield, right? Royal 2 is able to get away with that overshield as last player alive because they had the full Slay rotation. And as you saw, he was nearly completely uncontested in Ring 1 with that grab. So he's then able to kind of weave away, even though he loses teammates. He puts himself in the right place, as you just saw. That will secure the game 2-1 on Fortress Bomb. And as we said, that is not even Shopify's best bomb. They'll now move into Slayer Live Fire, which at the Case on Invitational was only narrow wins. They were winning games about 50-47 on this game type. So an opportunity certainly for SSG to get right back in this.
And SSG, I feel like Live Fire is a little bit more natural for them. It feels like a map that they've done some work on. They feel somewhat comfortable in comparison to some of the early performances that we saw from them. And I think Lucid is going to be the man to watch. Gotta put that snipe to use. We say it a lot now, but it's in this game type in particular, that is what swings this game. That is the difference maker. If you can get it, usually the camo's coming up while you've still got some ammo in the weapon itself, and you can just lock down that lane, make it so difficult to contest that camo without taking damage. So first thing first, get it in his hands. Second thing, put it to work.
Without a doubt. And I think they're going to continue to look to goes without saying it's Royal 2 that goes more than double positive to close out that game number 1, and that is not easy for this SSG side to fight against.
So some stern looks on the faces of SSG. I think they...
That line for Renegade, nobody else on this team even in double digits. They don't need it though. And at this point, I think Infamous know this round is lost. They're gonna desperately go for the ball because that's all you can do in a moment like this. Imagine the comeback right here. Wait, is he dropping the ball?
Come out of it as the victors. It's going to be a couple of games that go against them due to the quality of the opposition that sat across on the stage from them. And I say BMAT looks very comfortable right now, very happy.
Yeah, look at that big smile on his face. Also, we didn't get to talk about it because that game was so non-stop. I didn't want to interrupt the action, but I got to talk to Frosty, the man on your screen, after the series that we casted earlier, and I said, man, it was so interesting hearing you say, in the listen-in live, let's stop team shooting. Let's stop firing together. You guys need to win your ones. He's like, when I came off the reason I said that is we take a look at the top slayers here between Royal 2 and Stellar. He said the reason I said that was because I kept seeing teammates spawn and look towards teammates instead of the direction they needed to be looking at. And guess what? That was a Game 5 Slayer call in the middle of the game. And it wins them the game because they focus on their own individual battles. And you could say that we saw that in game number 1 as well, right? That's an amazing ability to say, hey, I actually don't think we should help each other at all, and I expect you to win your 1v1s. That's the level that we're at in Halo Infinite, and that's the level that Shopify Rebellion is playing at.
We're going to have to see if Stella can match.
Yo, what up, Gizmo?
Royal 2 since he joined the Shopify Rebellion lineup. He has been
how's it going, bro?
It feels like Royal 2, a new sense of endeavor in his gameplay and the way that he's approaching these games and these series. And for Stella, he was the man of last year, I think, for a lot of people. He was the one who would match anyone when it came to the numbers at the end of a big game, at the end of a big series, and when it came to big moments as well. And I think for SSG, they're going to look towards him as well, alongside Lucid, to be that X factor in this series, and especially
Is the Halo good today? Facts, bro. Oh, look at that open bracket. Jeez.
Big moment here for SSG, you think, with the whole week, in terms of this entire weekend, to be able to tie this series 1-1, take a breath, and get ready for the depths of this series instead of finding themselves a 2-0 deficit heading into game number 3. You know, see Lucid on your screen, you know these players are going to be aware of just how much is on the line in this game number 2.
Well, we're almost ready to go here into game number 2. Shopify Rebellion with a 2-1 win on Fortress Bomb to put themselves up 1 in the series, but I've got a little bit of a feeling there might be a few extra games in this series than just the 3 that we've seen in some of our series earlier today. We'll have to find out if we're going to go at least to game 4 here, as SSG will look to answer back to Shopify.
I'm glad you're enjoying the weekend, Gizmo. Let's get it, bro. Me too, man. Me too. Lots of stuff to see, lots of content all around.
These teams we've seen, They
Big
like
facts,
at times
bro,
to
big
slow
facts.
games down, and they're very, very good at it. They understand the dynamics that you need to hit when you're striking, the balance between the two. As we get ready to get into
So
game
many
number
different
2 here.
POVs. Like if you missed one game, you can go back a different time and see another game. Like it's awesome, bro.
Off the rip here, and he's moving immediately towards that sniper rifle. So an opportunity for him to be the X factor. Body shot comes in. Lucid will get his second of the game, third of the game, I should say, as he will clean it up. It's a great start here for SSG. They're up 3-1, but most importantly, I think not just the lead. They have that sniper rifle in the hands of the man they want it in.
What happened on Lucid's POV to get 3 kills within the first 15 seconds of the game? We'll have to go ahead and find out later, but 4-2 is the lead. Frosty does get the camo in the end, though, even though they trail by 3 here. So this is a big opportunity to keep the game close for Frosty early on.
2 dead for Shopify, though, which means that Frosty's just going to have to buy some time. And the more time that he has to buy, the more time disappears from him being effective with this camo. Stellar also picked up another kill with that sniper rifle somewhere along the lines. And as Frosty jumps in to find one, Snakebite takes the disguise without repulse and makes him back down.
Well handled by Snakebite there. Not easy when you have a camo player jumping up, and oh my goodness, wins the battle against Frosty. Long-time teammate that really he shouldn't have won in that scenario. That keeps SSG's lead here by 2.
Using multi-twitch, not missing one game. Hell yeah, Gizmo.
Very deliberate, very tactical almost in the way that these teams are kind
That's what
of
you gotta do, bro. That's kind of true. Just like watch a bunch of different games at once.
But still the
I got
2-kill
you.
advantage here, making 3 kills as Eco picks up a beatdown. And everybody just knows their role, just knows how dangerous it is. I think everyone's just very aware of how dangerous it is on either side to go 2 or 3 dead here.
Exactly. They know they do not want to be just giving away any free kills or any free leads early on in this game, and that's why we're tied here essentially right at the 12-kill mark. But I couldn't agree more. I think with these two teams, you're not going to see them play this game type crazy fast unless a game gets blown wide open. It's going to be a tactical slayer, and speaking of tactical, it's a big 1v1 win against Lucid.
Oh, he just murdered Lucid in that individual fight. Royal 2 and Last Shot pick up another, and those moments are the ones that maybe send a few tremors through Space Station. If you don't see Lucid lose those. But this is Frosty, and this is just a Frosty that is the Frosty we have talked about for so many years.
2 dead here, needs to play this slowly with camo coming up, and has a little bit of help from Last Shot on scoreboard as he gets taken down. However, this should be a camo for SSG to try to bring this back.
Frosty's
and there he is.
Frosty kills him. It's 3 dead. For Space Station, they get the camo. It's 4 dead. For Space Station, as Frosty does not care if you get that power up. He sees you anyway.
And despite SSG leading really all the way until the 12-kill mark, it's now Shopify heating up in the game and the series. Let's get into a listen-in with Shopify Rebellion.
Damn, so Shopify versus FaZe, maybe, you know, a little potential there.
Up there, dice, you're not pushing. Dice first. He went time in, you're gonna do it. Spawning mud. Double back, Preston. They're gonna spawn right in front of you. Yo, man here, go back. Preston dummies, 2 on my beam, dummies. I see cuts. Watch on top. Up 5. Go bottom. They're hitting me. I see that. Yo, can you guys tell Keto to jail? Bottom mid running away. Why? It's a dummies. Can you go? Stop chasing. Pillars out. I'll be, brother. Push. Top tower typing. I got melee. One shot top tower. Absolute top tower.
They're fucking locked in, bro. Let me tell you something right now, bro. These guys are locked the fuck in.
Yo, cuts right now. Yo, top mid. Finesse. Top mid, dice. Yo, spawn. We're gonna just see my. He dropped. He went top mid already. And top tower. Top mid in vent. Going bottom mid weak. And top tower sniping. Yo, tires. One shot tires. Oh my god! Top tower sniping. Kill this guy. Top tower. Still top tower. Elbow. He's sniping. He's weak. One shot. Bottom was up. I needed your swatter care. Gonna plant. They just picked up swatter. Gonna be big, man. Nobody small. Hey, plant. I'm me. I'm jumping up. Yeah, one in jail. Could be out rat. Could be out. One jail. What's elbow me, guys?
Damn, bro.
Spawning A. Camo 12. Camo 12. Screen tower. Hold on. Yo, Wyatt, I'm following you. Camo 5, guys. Oh my god. No, one per day. He's going into yo. Let's stay plant. Camo's up. Hey, pot as well. Numbie's one shot, guys. One guy keto right now. One on me, guys. One cuts. One hit cuts going dummies. One guy was bottom middle. One's dummies, guys. He'll be behind you.
Well, you can hear the emotion in the comms from Shopify Rebellion. They're getting all sorts of fired up. There's been some big individual battles being won by members across the board from Shopify, and it leaves us at 42 to 35.
Gotta love the intensity and listening the entire time. Just to a lot of people who maybe haven't played or watched a lot of professional Halo, it might sound like chaos, but my goodness, is it ever organized chaos? A lot of stressing of the most important callouts. You heard specific players, like the players in Mud, like the players in Pillars. They're making sure they get these kills, and the team is really on the same page communication-wise.
The SSG were trapped to the back of tower here. A lot of damage has been done, but somehow they come out of that with a couple of kills to their name without being traded out. Royal 2's last alive here. And at 39 to 45, SSG are probably thinking that maybe, just maybe, they could do something, but Royal 2 with just one extra kill has made this within a win condition now. And within a few for Shopify to go up by 2.
A big kill indeed. Let's see, no combat involved with the sniper there. Instead, it's going to sit top middle. Thought they might try to blow that to A bags. As you say, 47-41, this should be pretty comfortable. They're going to look to slow the game down just a bit and find these last few kills. Last shot with QT as well is going to mean a free push.
Yeah, really good just to not get sucked into the situation there by Larshot. Goes back, takes a little moment to get the QT, and now he can be aggressive. Now he can push in, and Eco importantly hits the no-scope. Lucid will find one as well to keep this interesting, but Larshot using that QT keeps himself alive. Lucid is bottom middle, he'll be the last, but it's Royal 2 who beats him literally to the punch, and Shopify Rebellion find themselves up by 2.
50 to 42, your final score after a really strong start from SSG, but it felt like even when SSG was looking their best right around that 10 kill mark, Shopify Rebellion keeping the game close throughout all of it. Very good power up and control, and I'm so glad we got that extended listening as well to hear the Shopify side, not just to hear, I think, how tight the communication was, but also just to hear, I think, as we talked about, you and I talked about a lot before this tournament, this is a vibey, energetic squad, right? In the comms, you just heard it. Even when they have something like an 8+ kill lead, they're not only stressing the correct callouts, but you could just tell there's this intensity and excitement about finding that last kill. Let's rotate, let's collapse again. There's a hunger for it in the comms, and it's amazing to listen to. They take game number 2, 50 to 42.
That's that man.
Fucking agreed, bro. Facts. Holy shit.
Assist as well. The only player to break double digits on assist, the least deaths in the game, and apart from Lucid, the most kills in the game as well. It's the perfect Slayer stat line coming in from Bradley Bergstrom, and we mentioned if he goes off, if he puts up big numbers, they usually win games. Yeah. And that's exactly the case here. On the other side of things, a little bit of a slow one for Eco, 7-14 for him. But you mentioned the good start. I think there was one turning moment that, just a couple of moments in that game. The one that sticks out to me is the last shot played bottom middle.
Yep.
Eco comes round the corner, responds to the call out in the way that he should. Last shot's half shields, but somehow last shot not only trades in that situation, which Eco would be frustrated with, doesn't even trade.
Yeah.
Here's the repulse sticky, stays alive. And those kind of things, those swings, those kills are the ones that swings are made off the back of. And I think they're also the ones that hurt so much if you're on the receiving end of it. You go Rats on, you're like, I got a kill here, we're thinking about next. But before you know it, you're down numbers. Before you know it, he's still alive, he's fighting someone else. All of these things start to just snowball, and 50 to 42 is your final score, and we always say that's, at this level, between the best teams in the world, pretty convincing.
Yeah, not a close game in the end. Oddball Streets will be the battleground for number 3, and I agree. I think Shopify, one thing I just want to keep highlighting is they are winning their ones, right? And it's amazing how much they are relying on each other simply to win their ones, even as the last player alive, making sure, as you said, you trade or better. You get extra damage on a third player as well, and how the team responds to that. And that right now is one of the most difficult things about Shopify, and there's only 2 ways really that a team can handle that. They can try to send numbers a certain direction to outnumber that 1v1, or they can make sure they win their corresponding 1v1s, right? Both easier said than done, but I think both tonight and tomorrow, you're gonna need to see the only way that Shopify is gonna get taken down is that the Pivs are starting to be won by the opponents, or as we saw, for example, when Shopify lost their Origin Slayer, it was because C9 was sending multiple players to each angle at once and then isolating the corresponding player. So it's doable, but you have to find the right recipe to take down these Shopify players one by one.
Yeah, going back to the talk we had with Royal 2, is he was saying like, now that with the game of the state it is, the meta the state it is, the bandit the way it is, like winning individual fights now is such a big component of Halo Infinite, and it sounds very simple to say, but previously you would be able to team shot someone very, very quickly, but now you get those isolated 1v1 moments a lot more, and he's winning all of them. Like every time you see Royal 2 on your screen, it's like he just wins the Piv, and you can say that about so many, all of Shopify Rebellion. Like it's very rare that you see them lose one, and it's almost freakish when you see them in those situations. They have I hate to use the word, but the aura about them. When you're in that individual fight, if you're up against them and you know you miss a bullet, you know that's going to cost you your life.
Yep. It does feel like it when you're watching it from the opponent.
Yo, I'm actually hype as hell, bro. This is going to be fucking sick to watch. I got to rewatch the Optic series because I took a nap for a little bit before, but I'll go back and watch it tonight. It'll be pretty sweet.
The pressure is too much, and that is exactly what it has been for SSG so far this series as we get ready to head into game number 3 Oddball.
Well, Oddball has not been a great game type for SSG. We'll have to see if the work has been put in to make this one maybe the start of something special for them in this series. Stella looks extremely focused. All of SSG look extremely focused. They want to try and find the answers. It's not like they're rolling over here. Everybody just took a moment to step off stage as well. Maybe just have a conversation about how we approach these next 3 games. And you've got to look at it as a 3-game series now.
Yeah.
It's, you know, otherwise they are headed down to that elimination bracket, and we know who's waiting there.
Yeah. Some serious opponents.
Optic Gaming.
The intensity here from Elamite.
I love that from him. Get them fired up. I think they need that.
Exactly. And this is something you and I talked about is how is this team going to be intensity-wise, right? There are 4 collected and calm players. Stoic, you could even say. And do they have a player really that is their fire and their intensity? And you could say Elamite is that voice on the side. The question is, can he get the team back in this? For SSG fans, this is a big opportunity because let's not forget, we did see on Oddball Streets not the best performances from Shopify on LAN at the Kason Invitational. We saw them lose this game type to Optic, and maybe an opening, maybe an opportunity for SSG to get back in this series and send us into the later games.
I need to see more from SSG though. They haven't shown me enough in those first 2 games to convince me that this is going to be a different story. You're looking at the damage dealer here in Oddball, plus 93 damage per minute. That's not per game, that's per minute. Think about that.
It's a whole lot of damage.
That over a game of Oddball.
I'm extrapolating and I'm terrified.
Well, here we go then. We'll start off with the man who just outputs damage. The human turret, last shot, who has quickly made himself a household name here in the Halo Championship Series. Now we've got to remember that him and Cycle still don't have a major championship to their name. And off the rip here, Space Station do win the opening battle. So it's 3 dead for Shopify Rebellion. Snakebite's going to rotate that ball towards his teammates. And a little bit of positivity here off the break.
They do lose a player, though, all the way at tires, and there's also a red gun just beaming. So they're going to need to hope that they get the right spawns here. Let's see. They're going to have players on Commando as well as Driveway. And I think they're going to get the spawns they needed.
Oh, big kills. Big kills. That's not just the camo. That was the red gun down as well. Last shot on Cycle, though, putting pressure onto that Oddball. And that's synonymous for me as Lucy picks up 1 with how Shopify approach certain moments. They're shoulder to shoulder. 2 guns are better than 1 when you're facing a lane.
Without a doubt, now 2 dead each side. Let's see how this push goes. Snakebite, once again, just laning. Might get sandwiched here at pinch. You expect the assist to come in, and it does. Still 2 dead for SSG.
2 dead once more. Struggling to just get some numbers on the map here, SSG. And the last 2 players you can see just trapped in tires. The Oddball has reset. It's a 3-second advantage here for Oddball hold time for SSG, but I mean, it might as well be 0-0 as it will essentially be tied up in the next few moments. Shopify Rebellion do get their hands on that Oddball, but SSG are fighting here. They're being aggressive, and they look like they're just picking up the pace a bit here.
3 dead World 2, last player alive, man, on your screen. Might even get 1 here, and that's what I'm talking about. How often do we say it about players, how important it is to get that, at least that trade as the last player alive, and that essentially keeps them off the ball once again. You could just tell by the total game time time elapsed and the lack of time on the scoreboard. Once again, these teams are tactical teams. They want to get all the pieces right before they go for a hold. And already one of the lowest scoring balls we've seen in quite some time.
2v2 right now. The battle for the camo is going down. Frosty's going to win it, and not only that, somehow win a fight to get away with it. That's got to be frustrating for SSG. As Royal 2 puts damage alongside Frosty onto two members of SSG who are just trying to survive on the driveway. But the oddball, most importantly here, is in the hands of Shopify back towards the tower.
Finally gets rotated away. Love that from Frosty as well.
Big win.
Unfortunately there, the sidekick at that range is a little bit tricky to finish. And finally, as you said, a little bit of points on the board here, but SSG with some good pressure, they get 2 dead from Shopify, make it a staggered 3 dead.
Seems like notably for me that SSG are just trying to pick the pace up a little bit here, and they're trying to recognize their advantages a little bit quicker on the map. You see, as soon as they get a kill, as soon as they get some damage, it's multiple players who are starting to progress up the map to try and engage a little bit more.
Snakebite there, they've run the ball at them there. I'm not sure if they knew this bomb was going to come or if they wanted to bring this fight. You would think that maybe they want to rotate it back, and yes, indeed, they will. I think maybe they were anticipating a little bit of a different set of spawns. In the end, though, they will maintain control for now.
Enemy has the ball.
Lucid will clean up Royal 2 after the damage is done. Last shot, no shields.
Enemy has the ball.
What up, Badger?
He's got the window here to grab that oddball and rotate it away from that.
Is it Sunday for you right now, bro?
By Shopify Rebellion. Frosty
Bro, I guess it's Championship Monday when it happens, eh? Jeez. That's funny.
He's going to force a potential play ball. Yes, indeed.
You unlocked all the drops? Nice. Yeah, me too, bro. Me too. Actually, just recently, within like the last hour, I guess everyone who's been watching from the beginning has just started unlocking all of them. That's good, bro. That's good. I'm glad you got everything.
Oh my.
You're almost there, Gizmo. Yup. Everyone's probably right there, bro, for the drops. I got him about an hour ago. Multi-Twitch. Okay. Happy Easter, yo. Hell yeah, Badger.
Finding a little bit of that elusive rhythm that they talk about.
There you go, brother. There you go.
Should be a free camo here. Royal 2 probably won't get that stick. In the end, they'll keep him weak. Lucid will do a very nice job to safely pop that. He makes sure he doesn't pop that early just in case he had gotten stuck. And now he's going to have all the info and all the damage. Oh, there's a tram spawner that catches him out. So in the end, not as much as they would have wanted out of that camo, but still a decent amount of points on the board.
Also good to do, just at least keep the camo out of the hands of Shopify Rebellion. Last shot just destroys Stellar in the individual. And if you're wondering what we're talking about with these 1v1 battles, that's Stellar that last shot has just put on his back.
Saw him getting excited as well. If you were watching his player cam, he was proud of that one, and for good reason. As you say, it's not an easy 1v1 to win, but he has been doing it this series, to say the least. Here comes Royal 2 on the flank.
Shopify with the ball in their hands as well. And we essentially have a tie game, just 8 points the difference between the two squads. Royal 2 throwing all sorts of sticky bombs. He's going to repulse Snakebite back as well, but Snakebite will hold ground, and it will be Cycle as last alive, and he'll grab that oddball as well, passed off by his teammate. Spawns come in over on the tram side for Eco. That means that
looking pretty damn good for Shopify, that's for sure.
His teammates and Lucid, he's going to be the one furthest forward on the map for SSG here, looking to pick up kills, and he found one already on last shot.
Great rotation work from Snakebite there, doesn't waste any time. Take a look, already 53 points on the board, but right now, because of how low scoring and tactical this game has been, we only have 115 on the game clock. Stellar with a very nice pair of kills as well with the red gun. Make it 3.
Oh, he finds a triple kill. There's another player in front of him. He didn't see it.
Most Easter Sundays, I eat a lot of chocolate eggs. Well, at least when I was a kid. Or like the gummy worms or candy or whatever. Good times, yo.
The 1v1 against last shot has just said, hey, I'm not going to let that happen again.
What are you going to be eating,
So
Badger?
fast, he's accidentally G-sliding past the overkill, which is a good sign for them. 66-33 with just
I do? Yeah, yo, me too, Gizmo. What are you going to eat today, Badger? You going to eat some like,
that means Royal 2 is the only one alive, and Eco
some good food?
has the oddball in his hands, and Stellar has a camo in his
You've got snacks to take over there? Hell yeah, bro. You enjoy time with the family, bro.
They can force Shopify to come to them.
Absolutely.
Hell yeah, good to hear, bro. Good to hear, good to hear, good to hear. Grandma's house tomorrow. Let's go, Gizmo. Get that good food in you, homie.
Somehow,
I love it, man. Happy Easter, guys.
Gonna die about 3 or 4 times in that situation. Frosty slides in to try and get
I actually just had cereal too. What? Yo, we're twinning out here, Badger.
That keeps the numbers in the favor of Shopify Rebellion.
Yo, I had this new cereal, Oreo cereal, bro. Kind of cool. It's like Oreo with marshmallows.
Stays alive long enough for all
Reminds
of his
me of Lucky
teammates to
Charms a
spawn,
bit,
which is part
but you
one.
know, like
Loses the
Oreo.
first to fall, but that's a big 1v1
She was
win.
fire. Let's get it, bro.
As they're now going to have an opportunity to collapse on B. 2v2 on the map.
And then Ichu Cycle's going to run this ball away. Cycle's out of there, B gets cut down. And it's Stellar again with another important kill.
Wow.
A vital kill here for SSG. 8 seconds, but Royal 2. He's got that ball in his hands, but it's desperate times now for Shopify in this round.
Here they come. Shopify going to have split spawners. These two players need to hold off. Oh, no! Somehow the ends of the perfect insta. And 2 dead. 1 second left on the clock. A beautiful finish to the round. What a collapse from Space Station Gaming.
Okay, okay.
As you say in the series, they'll take round number 1 of
All right,
game 3.
all right,
If you wanna
SSG.
beat Shopify, you have to match them in kills. You have to beat them in kills. Look at the stats on the side of SSG right now. Snakebite, 16 and 8 for him with 43 seconds of ball time. Stellar, 20 and 12. Both having incredible performances in that first round and just not allowing Shopify to get the numbers they're so dangerous with. It's been brilliant. This reset from SSG.
That's what I love about the matchups this season. Just when you think this series might be over, SSG comes out with a round 1 like that. Like you said, look at these stats. To see Snakebite 17 and 9, Stellar 20 and 12. An amazing first round, and really taking advantage of their prowess in this game. Type psychological.
Yeah, it might just be a seeding thing though, Badger. I'm not too sure why like the colors are like that, but you know, is what it is, I guess.
Off to a nice early lead
At least we know.
And they're back in this series in a big way. Can they do it again?
Well, 2 grenades going to be exchanged. Frosty and Eco both stuck each other then. Cycle, no idea. Does get the beat down though, and that can be frustrating here for Lucid as he's taken down. 2v2 on the map for now, but losing out on that Stalker and the Camo in that situation where you feel like you got a guaranteed kill in front of you isn't the most efficient way to get through those moments of the game. 37 points on the board though for SSG, and Shopify kind of chasing their tails a little bit here.
Yeah, this is a bit transitional here. They need to make sure that if they're going to get taken down, they get taken down. It's finally 3 dead. It was a bit of a delayed hold there. Snakebite's able to stay alive at PD for a very long time though, so they're able
Yeah,
to
Shopify are up
lead, but that is being
to
cut down
nothing
now.
right
How
now
does he go play
in the
this?
series.
He's playing this so well because I think he's going to get spawns on Cafe for them as well, but now have seen that, recognize that. Look how quickly Shopify are out there.
But in the game,
and they immediately rotate away.
Oh, good damage here already coming.
SSG are winning.
3v3
you know?
on the map. As SSG has a minor hold here and an opportunity to break. I think they're going to get this. Well, let's get into a listen-in now with the SSG side.
He's one shot. He's one shot on ball. Going front trash. Front trash. Kill this guy. He's going top trash. Top trash. Top trash. He's still trash. Still trash. He's on it. He's on it. Behind me, guys. Okay, PJ has camo. I'm trying to look at you, PJ. I'm trying to look at you.
Yeah, right now, Space Station, they're the blue team, and they're leading the game, but they're losing the series. You know what I mean?
Tommy, get ready to bring it back, okay?
Yep, still be real. Still be real.
Going trash.
Trash, stuck me, Frosty is Red Gun, Stalker.
One of you pillars.
It's one shot driveway. One shot driveway. Bottom driveway.
2 shot maybe.
He has stuff.
Spot me pillars. That guy going.
I think he's tires.
Yeah, he's plants. He's plants to front. He's sitting behind plants.
I hear that.
Going B pillars. Do B steps.
You're good.
B steps to P1. B steps to P1.
Top 5 weak.
No, B steps to P1. Look P1.
Should be weak.
Shot, one shot, benches,
Hear that.
That's a good call out, bro. P1, like, because I know purple there's so much to it, but you know, bottom or top is a smart call out.
I'm on hit, Kevin. I'm on hit.
I'm walking through.
Hey, we should be on fast.
Balls have. I think they're both here.
Yes.
Coming, guys. I'm coming.
See back maybe?
Yo, Frosty's hiding.
Frosty there.
Last guy's P probably.
Yo, laundry and P1, I think. Laundry P1.
Laundry's weak.
Yo, laundry's heavy.
P1 killed me, guys. C stairs. I take last shot. Yeah, he's last shot. Pink.
He's a bullet on spikes.
2 spikes.
2 on spikes.
Yeah, I'm gonna die.
Yo, go.
I'm sub on me.
Yo, already trash. Already there.
Jump it up. He has a shot. It's arcade, Frosty.
Look this up.
B stairs as well. B stairs and then Frosty.
B steps the ball. Ball guy's really weak.
Ice cream.
He's P1.
Going arcade.
Spikes on you, Tommy. Spikes on you. One spike.
Backed out.
120.
Yo, arcade and top. I'm one shot, guys. I'm one shot, Brandon.
I'm on benches, guys. Be going to tires.
Yeah, I'd be weak. There's 2 there.
2 1 shots on me.
Too weak. Pushing. I'm here.
Back.
There's 2 1 shots top Ivy. 2 1 shots top Ivy.
Ammo now. I traded these pillars.
Let's go.
Bro, Snakebite's going off this game, bro. Nice.
And then ball guy.
Guys spawn B, guys spawn B.
You should get to Mando.
Guys, most ball time, like least deaths, just fucking doing it everything. A lot of kills, good shit. Decent assists.
So fascinating to compare the two styles of communication for both teams.
Yeah, it really is there. You heard from SSG, and I think it's what a lot of people are expecting. It's so calm, and I think there's huge pros and cons to that. I think you have to wonder, are they stressing the call-outs they need to, right? Are things too calm? We'll have to see throughout the rest of the event, but in the end, throughout the entirety of the listening, they do forfeit the lead. Now they trail by 10.
2 dead hit for SSG. Oddball is down. Last shot with a nice double kill.
Yeah, for sure. Snakebite's nasty, for sure.
That Oddball himself. 3 dead for SSG. Eco last alive, and you can see where he is positioned on the observer mode as well. He is a long way away, and Cycle has already chopped him down. So the hunt begins for Shopify Rebellion to find these respawners as Royal 2 just stands in and watches his teammates go to work, and go to work they are.
They do get 2 dead here. SSG's trying to make this push happen. Snake by trying to stay alive on these stairs. Gonna try to fly through, but cannot. Get stuck by Royal 2. Big damage. Last shot. Just pop, pop, pop with a red gun.
Yeah, it's not over, man. Shopify are still in this, man.
He's got help as well.
So confident in his shot. It's going to be 3 dead though for Shopify Rebellion. 4 dead momentarily for Shopify Rebellion as the break will come in. Royal 2, a little bit of a fortunate
I'm going to say, how is he
on the red room at the arcade side, immediately keeping pressure on.
4 players fall, and all of a sudden Royal 2's just...
Yeah, I'm live on Kick, and Twitch if you guys want to tune into the multi-stream. No ads over there.
SSG does hold the base 4 now, and the game is still within 20.
Big kill from Snakebite though. Red gun is still in the hands of SSG, I believe, as well. Last shot finds one. But the damage has been done, and the ball is still in the hands of Stellar here. Look at that score at the bottom of your screen. It's creeping up for SSG here, and Shopify Rebellion, it feels like for the first time in this series, are feeling the pressure a little bit.
Yeah, they're going to have to make this happen here. All 8 players up on the map. Watch the damage. Watch this first pick.
Look at the flank coming in. Somehow they break through. I'm not sure if it was a breakdown in communication or something there from SSG, but that felt too easy.
I think somebody pizza jumped. And it was a good play indeed, and they get behind him on commando, and Stellar gets taken down as well. 99-100. Shopify will tie the game with a very, very impressive round, and we are going to a game-deciding and potentially series-deciding round number 3.
I need to watch the end of that game back, because it felt like Space Station had numbers, and they had some semblance of at least a transitional setup in Tram. And like you say, a pizza jump happens, someone maybe takes damage, has to back down, but then just walk through so comfortably to get that break. And I think that Space Station might be a little bit frustrated with the way that that round actually ended for them.
SSG definitely needs to find, just ice up, focus on exactly how they played that first round so well. And by the way, 4 dead. It's 2 players alive here. Should be in a grab of the ball and probably a rotate back A based on the spawns we're seeing. And they will have early time on the board. It was a great opening. As we take a look at the numbers, Stellar is still 33-24 here, leading the game by far, and they're going to look to close it out, of course, in this round, not just to win the game, but also to stay alive.
Well, Frosty's going to get this camo. Everyone else from his team had pushed past the camo to create some space for him. Now he's going to find multiple members. Lucid, he's got a Stalker rifle. He's going to back up smartly, knowing that this takes time off that camo once more. But look at SSG. They're trying to hunt at the moment. They're trying to play some corners. They're trying to be obnoxious. They're trying to hunt down this camo. Eco finds one.
Oh my.
Frosty somehow or other manages to get the beat down, even with the repulse coming in there from Lucid. And SSG find themselves 2 dead. And Frosty's still alive with his camo and now starting to backstab.
Yeah, this is devastating here. Still alive and still going to help top A. 3 dead. Lucid is your last player alive. He's all the way at driveway. Separate, by the way, from Stellar, who's top C stairs. So this is going to be a staggered push. And Eco's going to have to try to make something happen on B solo.
Frosty with the 1v1 win again. Takes the 1v1, wins the 1v1. Royal 2 just being a nuisance once more. It somehow gets a stick. It's 3 dead for SSG. But they do, most importantly, even though the kills aren't going their way, still have a slender lead.
Amazing shots from last shot. Not easy to fly up the L and challenge someone in Cafe who has also the option to back down. Of course, with the cover of the Cafe pillars. In the end, he'll win that battle. And still an early lead for Space Station, but it has dwindled now to just 10 points.
It's a really scrappy start to this 3rd round. On both sides, 2 dead here for SSG. Camo was picked up, but it's not going to be taken down. The flank from Frosty not only kills 2 members of SSG, but takes the power up away from them as well.
Just going to take his time here now. Even though they still trail by a few, they can play this slow. And just going to get info. You're going to see pings from Frosty here, and he's waiting for help. Help is on the way, and here they go.
Eco finds the first pick though. Lucid finds another, and now they're going to give the position away from Frosty. So SSG do a good job of actually focusing on everyone else but Frosty. And even if they do finally turn their attention to him, they now learn that Frosty can still pick up double kills. 27-17 the score still, but Shopify just look like they've stolen that ball away, preventing those kills turning into time here for SSG.
You can tell Shopify not worried about the score right now. They've been slaying out for like the past, feels like 2 minutes.
This is a really good nap.
Enemy has the ball.
But as you say, it might cost them here. Now they have to push up. They do get the first pick, however. Here comes the push and the break.
So it's a really smart play from SSG there, actually. They saw they had numbers, and they were like, you know, we don't need to kill these players. We just move the odd ball away. We run away. We've done a little bit of damage. He's not going to challenge two of us. Instead, he's going to challenge one and get a trade. It's 2 dead on either side. 3 dead, excuse me, for Space Station. And finally, Shopify will break enough to get the odd ball back in their hands.
Snakebite knew he had to wait. He does get eco spawning music, though. Thank goodness the pre-nade does not hit him in PD, and now they can make this push happen from B side, but they're a little bit split here. They need to be careful. They still have players over at Tram, and last shot's going to actually fly into Tram to be an absolute destroyer of dreams. 4 dead for Space Station. Look at the aggression from last shot, identifying the split spawns, identifying the players are all the way at caution, which means he had a free push into C. That's going to buy them even more time. It's a big lead change. Shopify now leading by more than 10.
Look how much is controlled by Shopify as well. They are so far up on the map on the spawns. It's going to be 2 dead. Camo's up as well. That's just been dealt with. It's down bottom middle. Last shot's going to get away with it. And with 54 points on the board and the odd ball in their hands, he actually leaves it from Frosty, or maybe just didn't quite realize it was there. Frosty recognizes staying alive with the camo here, the most important thing to do.
How about also from the heavens, the Shroud just comes out of nowhere to shroud the camo grab. They've got every single piece of the puzzle just clicking, 60-33.
Frosty trying to wait to that camo to come back every time he challenges. So smart from him. Royal 2 with another stick. I want to see how many sticky kills he's got in this game. And that's 3 dead for SSG. It's 67 points on the board. SSG need to find some steal here, otherwise this series is done.
And wild to see Stellar still leading the game in kills, however trailing now and maybe moments away from losing this game in a little mini reverse sweep here in Oddball. 79 points on the board, only 20 to go for Shopify.
Frosty's behind enemy lines once more. Just walked into Tram, but he's last alive. He gets taken down, and Stella's got that odd ball in his hands. SSG do show us some life. SSG do show us that they can match them in these kill fights, and now Shopify Rebellion have got to break themselves.
Last shot with the red room spawn is going to help.
Bro, SSG were looking so good, bro. What happened, bro?
Picks up the first one, and now, even though we see more ball time here, it's 3v3 on the map. These next kills will determine where the game goes.
Stella gets 2, and he has that odd ball in his hands, by the way. Stella 39 and 33 with 104 seconds of ball time as well, and he gets the ball into Tram. Stella is trying to drag Space Station Gaming into a game 4 here. Snakebite gets taken down by Royal 2, and now you can see Frosty flying forward.
Let's see how this plays out. 2 dead. This should be an easy collapse now for Shopify.
Stella, oh my god, those shots from Royal 2. Crispy as you like. And Cycle will bring that ball back in towards the safe embrace of Royal 2. He flies forward to find another one. A trade here, and you get the feeling it might be done here. No stick this time around, as Lucian will get the kill, but he's last alive.
Last alive, and now he's traded out. Eco's the last player alive. 91 points on the board. It's only Eco with the driveway push. 5 to go.
Gonna have to be a miracle push here from Space Station, but last shot will get the first kill, and it won't happen. It will be Shopify Rebellion who sweep SSG aside. Space Station will be down in that elimination bracket, and Shopify Rebellion will continue their run in the winners.
And what felt like...
Yeah, so it's going to be Shopify versus FaZe, right? GG's, bro. Wow. That'll be pretty sweaty, but I think Shopify looking strong, man. Bro, now it's all, you know, I'm thinking Shopify are winning the tournament, all right? Whatever, I'm jumping to conclusions, whatever. We got to see where Optic places, bro. The God Squad. Where are they going to play? Who's going to beat the God Squad and losers? They already lost to Shopify and winners, right? Who's going to take down? It might be FaZe, bro. I'm thinking FaZe might lose to Shopify in winners finals. All right, hear me out. And then they're going to get knocked to losers finals. Optic are going to make it to losers finals and then lose to FaZe, bro. I don't know why I feel that. And then FaZe are, oh man, it's going to be crazy. They might get third first tournament, bro. But we'll see, bro. They got a long uphill battle to go. That's just my prediction so far with how things are going and how like teams are looking. FaZe is looking strong. They've only lost like 1 game all day. Or they haven't lost any games all day, actually. They just swept everyone, so. We'll see how they play up against
They look like they're here to win a championship.
Shopify.
From that game as well.
I think that'll be
Fantastic
tomorrow.
Game number 3 that went all the way down to the wire, and undoubtedly the closest game in the series.
Damn.
9-0 map count. Shopify Rebellion versus SSG in 2025. This is now their third 3-0 after the Kason Invitational back-to-back 3-0s.
Wow.
In terms of this matchup, they've got every piece of the puzzle. One thing I noticed in this game, it felt like, especially as we were in the SSG listen and as they started to let that second round go, it felt like there was just a little bit of a timing gap. Here's Stellar just flying past the over, but it felt like Stellar would fly into Tram. We saw it happen. He would get 2 players weak, and Lucid would be, for example, just 1 second behind. And not necessarily Lucid's fault, it's just an overall timing picture on the team. What I mean is, each moment it felt like they had the items and the ingredients that they needed, but maybe just not the exact timing that they needed, and it feels like that sums up the series.
Yeah, I agree with you. It's just something is going to click, you feel, with SSG at some point, and they will be very, very dangerous, whether it's tomorrow, whether it's later today, whether it's a couple of events down the line. You can see everything is there for success. You can see what they can do, but there's still these moments where it just starts to unravel in front of you and something isn't quite connecting. But for Shopify Rebellion, we really should be giving them the plaudits. You see how gassed they were, how hyped up they were in the just the listenings, the reactions.
Yeah, exactly.
They want this more than anyone. You can feel it in this Shopify team.
Yeah, you really can. I'm so glad we got to have those listen-ins with the team because, like we said, these guys are hype in-game.
That's funny, Badger.
It's such a contrast between what you heard on the SSG side, even when SSG was winning the oddball game. It's such a different communication style. Both can work, but it's clear that in this series, it was Shopify that did the work.
So Shopify Rebellion with the win, with a 3-0 win, I should say, in our winners semi-final. They will move on to our winners final, and I believe the Blaze is on the stage right now with Royal 2, and I'm sure it's Royal 2 because I've not only been told in my ear, I can see him.
Back-to-back interviews with Royal 2. Show some love to Shopify Rebellion, everybody. They move on to the winners finals. Royal 2, I know you're extremely happy to be going back to that winners finals, but to do that, you had to take down the Space Station Gaming team. You had to go up against old teammates. What was the game plan against them, and how you feel coming out with this win?
You know, we had a good winners round 1 versus Optic, and I think we just had to keep the momentum going, just do what we do online, on land and scrims, and yeah, I think it just kind of translated and it showed.
It definitely did show, and it's been showing in all y'all matches, okay? We've seen you guys have some close objective game types, but other than that, you're closing them out, and you guys look confident. It's showing in the placings. It's showing as you guys are moving forward in this tournament, but your next task is going to be FaZe Clan, all right? Now, were you expecting to see FaZe Clan on that side in the winners finals, and if so, what's going to be the game plan tomorrow to go up against those boys?
I mean, I didn't expect Optic winners round 1, so I didn't really know what the other side of the bracket looked like, but I know we're going to go to War versus FaZe, especially that's like my ex-org/team, so yeah, it should be a good one, though.
It definitely is going to be a good one. Shopify versus FaZe. Make sure you guys put that in your calendars for tomorrow for our winners finals. Now, lastly, you know, you guys about to go back, get ready. Any shout-outs you want to give to the fans that's in this venue or the fans that's at home watching?
I just want to shout out to all the SR fans in the crowd. I know there's a lot of Optic fans, but I just appreciate everyone. Also, everyone online, Moist Critical. I know the chat, all the watch parties. And also give a shout out to my mom. It's her birthday, so shout out to Alina, my mom.
Shout out to Alina, Mama Royal 2. Show us some love, everybody in the chat and in the venue. That's going to do it for me and Royal 2 on the stage. Lottie, take us away.
Oh, that's wholesome as fuck.
Thank you so much, Blaze. Well, Mom Lena must be named the queen, right? Royal 1.
Moist Critical getting a shout out. Hold on, I have to see his reaction.
And what a birthday present that is. A delivery of a 3-0 on the main stage against Space Station Gaming. I've got to say, Shopify Rebellion just looking...
This guy's the #1 Halo team, bro.
Winners finals tomorrow. I don't know what time yet.
Separates
I
them from the
need
other
to get the
teams
time.
Is their comms.
This guy Moist Critical has a Halo team, bro. That's so fucking sick. And Ludwig, I think it's him and Ludwig. Surprised Ludwig's not watching. Maybe he is on maybe he is on YouTube. But yeah, man, cool to have these guys have eyes on Halo, bro. Love it. Like, look at this. A big content creator, this guy, bro. Big content creator, owns esports teams, and he's watching Halo right now. Fucking awesome, bro. Fucking awesome.
Which honestly, Goofy is
this guy's the homie.
Yeah, you said the key word, Lottie, the energy. I love those type of comms. I've always been known to have have, you know, those hype
Shout out to
comms well
Moist.
back when I competed, and is going into those listen-ins with Shopify Rebellion, that environment that they create for themselves, the confidence, the energy, it just breathes life into this team, and you're just seeing them win these pivs. We saw like Lucid and Stellar get like embarrassed in some fights, and you don't see that, right? You don't see that from players like Lucid, players like Stellar, and you hear Shopify Rebellion's comms, like they're just getting hyped up, they're hyping each other up, and what a dominating performance. I really didn't expect this to be a 3-0, but Shopify Rebellion are just looking different.
The one thing specifically I loved about the comms is that it was almost like an organized chaos, like, because you heard a lot of small talking and play calling within those comms. I remember specifically on one collapse over toward the A side, you heard, Matt, go big door, I'm coming over toward bottom mid and beat your rat tunnel. You heard also, Last Shot, talking to Psycho saying, hey, don't push elbow, double back here, they're gonna spawn on dummies. So like it's not just like them like being chaotic, there's an organized chaos. There's a method to the madness.
Well said.
There certainly is method indeed. And I got to say, that final oddball, I mean, Space Station started to really keep up with Slays. They were really applying pressure, a lot of aggression. You could even hear Brav and Onset kind of mention they are trying to match that pace. They're trying to apply the pressure like Shopify would in those situations. But Shopify managing to always steal that away. It was impressive to say the least. What is it about Rebellion's gameplay for you, Goofy, that just has them, you know, in a league of their own in certain situations, always managing to close out close ones?
If I had to pick one thing to really focus on in this series that Shopify did much better than Space Station, it would be the power up and power weapon control, right? I think every single camo, it seemed like in that game 3 Frosty had, he had all the shroud screens. In game 2 they had all the QT control, they had the sniper controls in game 1 and game 2. That's really what makes the difference in this high-level Halo competition, is you have to control the power-ups, you have to control the power weapons, especially when you're playing against people like Royal 2 and Frosty that are just hitting these World Star 180 no-scopes, and they thrive off of those type of plays, right? So I think that's the biggest difference making in this series, was the power weapon and power-up control.
100%. I will say you could say something for every single player on Shopify of what they did incredibly well. I will say Frosty, just based on that kind of camo control conversation we were on, his use of that, the way that he plays that camo, I mean, he had it 3 times in a row. It was just stunning. He's over A side, he's on tower, he's just bobbing and weaving, ducking down before even anybody gets a reticle on him, just controlling that entire PD side with that camo, and being able to play his life so well, allow that camo to come back up so that he's just disguised once again and consistently moving and rotating around tower. Stunning. Just stunning gameplay from Frosty, and it has been all weekend long. He is just on a different level at the moment. Just absolutely amazing. I just wanted to give the flowers where it was due, because it was just stunning. Picture perfect Halo for sure. On the side of Space Station Gaming, I think there is progress there. I think it was closer than it has been ever before against Shopify Rebellion. I thought for a split second they might be taking that oddball map. Tony, what did you make of their gameplay and maybe some of the things that they can pick up on as they progress through the elimination bracket?
You know, it's really unfortunate when you look at the side of SSG specifically within that oddball game, because you saw Stellar and Snakebite slaying and getting the ball time at the same time, doing it all. Then on the other side of things, Eco and Lucid, decent amount of kills, decent amount of assists. And then we talked about the comms of Shopify Rebellion. Let's talk about those comms from Space Station Gaming. I feel like one of their weaknesses in the past was when they're 2 down or 3 down, allowing a final player to get behind them and create this chaos and really throw them off balance. Their comms were very specific. Where is this player? This player's over here. I think Frosty's hiding nest. Don't worry, I already got him. I love that. I feel like I've heard improvement with that. So it's unfortunate. I think SSG played well in that oddball, but Shopify Rebellion simply played better.
They certainly did indeed. Great matchup, great results there for Shopify Rebellion. Go on to the winners side of things, and just they're sitting pretty right now. They're just waiting to see who else that they can just clobber on that main stage. We'll have to find out who it will be. Coming up next though, folks, I'm so excited about this one. It's take 2. It's gonna be Optic versus Nemesis on the main stage. This time the lights will remain on, I'm telling you right now. A big rematch, elimination round. Who's gonna go hard, who's gonna go home? We'll find out right after the break.
Ash, get it!
forced their will, or at least been able to play the possession game of moving that bomb into Gen G.
Another new follow on Twitch.
We need to see some
Appreciate it. Welcome to the channel, homie.
From Gen G, and
love to
I'd
see
like
it, man. Love to
King
see
Nick
it.
be the one that stirs that. He's getting lots of kills. Can he help facilitate the next push?
I think it's really important for King Nick to be that guy. I mean, he's obviously feeling himself in this game. He's got that 15 kills like you just mentioned. Where's his position, though? Like you said, there's just a lot of defensive sand here by Gen G, and that's not the position you want to be in. It's not a confident position. If you're playing defense the entire game, it almost seems like you're too scared to push up, but finally they get 4 down.
And this is a must-have opportunity. Not only do they get 4 down as Overshield's coming up. Bombs moving forward. Like, this is a do-or-die moment. And seeing a little technique from Brady. He's punching, then dropping that bomb. Gives it a little bit more height.
Oh, he's going to unfortunately lose his entire OS trying to move that bomb in. It's 3 down for Gen G, but that OS not being there and not having enough pressure will make sure that that bomb gets reset. And now it's, of course, going to be a play snipe. Wait a minute.
Oh, the drop back clamber to come back. At the Boo Boo. If I was in Boo Boo's spot, I would have left. I would have thought he was off the map.
That sniper, I believe, still goes off the map at the end of the day, but still great job by King Nick to delay as long as possible there once again. Great shots go in from top center, the top of tower. Beautiful job by Boo. He'll take out a couple.
2 down. Sav being that only player on the respawn. Cloud9 have plenty of players to move up on this map, and it looks like armory control is going to be the priority. Manny's been loving that back staircase. He's been a real presence in the back, and although he doesn't have a lot of kills, he's certainly making his impact known. And I love this. Pass the ball up. Manny's already waiting there. As long as they find these next rotation of kills, this should be an arm.
And he just keeps playing like a snake in the grass at the base of Gen G. He's been in their base so long and so often in this game, but unfortunately not able to really cover some angles, gets sniped from across the map, and it's going to be 3 down for Cloud9.
Those are maybe bomb-saving snipes from Common at the moment. He got 2 massive kills for his team, and that will be a reset bomb because of those plays. Common coming up big with the sniper rifle when it's needed.
I believe he still does have it. I hear a couple shots being ringed out, but Sab's going to go in for a very aggressive play. Common still with the sniper, making it work. It's 2 bullets left, but he goes down.
Cursed him just a little bit. That nade might have been perfect, but the second overshield now for Gen G, and Ryan Noob is going to tank it. He is just going right through the middle. You can at least have a little bit of caution.
Yeah, you can't really do that type of thing on this map. You saw Luce try to do it in the game earlier. You can't really push forward that aggressively when you have overshield. There's just spawns on the left, spawns on the right, but wait a minute, Gen G, they get the bomb arm and they get the first point of the game.
Common played that really well. He flanked into the players that were looking back towards the bomb. Was essentially able to get 2 free kills, and that was enough for the arm. And although Cloud9 has been the team on the offensive most of the game, Gen G the only one with a score on the board.
Nades are good. Ryan chucks 2, gets the cleanup kill onto Booba. And with that one bomb score, I think it's obviously a very big weight off their shoulders. Will they continue, though, to play that defense, or will they just make sure to play time? Again, you know how divisive holding bomb at the bottom of base is. People do it very often to kill that time. You hold that bomb, no one knows who you are.
It's the snake in the grass idea, right? It's if you're not playing towards the objective, there's really no good way for someone to guess where you are. It's just a great way to get lost, but I think maybe a bit early for Gen G to think about that. At the moment, they need to clear out their base and maybe just try to keep that bomb on the other side of the map.
There it is, Septify. Couple good shots. Now that aid works. 5 more bullets in the snipe of King Nick. He'll get a shot on the Manny. That's 3 down for Cloud9.
King Nick's been continuing with his trend of just finding slays. He's finally taking that mantle at the top, 24 to his name, surpassing Septify for the first time this game. We have a new main slayer.
Sniper, he can do much more. Great shot.
That's 4 down, and that's at a dangerous time. This is the first overshield we've seen for Cloud9 in just quite some time. Boo Boo immediately tries to put it to work. It's melted, but it was enough to get that bomb up into scoring position.
It's Slays, though. Where are they? That's trades. Not really what you want, especially with how horrible these Slays are, or these spawns are, I should say, in terms of trying to plant a bomb. Very difficult to do.
Aggressive re-challenge from Ryan Noob. Septify gets that easy kill and tried to stay alive. Breaking Shots nade will come out just in time. And oh no, this is bad. They're trapped. King Nick is trying to hold off the storm, but Boo Boo Dubu comes in for both. They just need to get the touch in the next couple seconds, but
reset.
Cloud9 not able to get there in time. That would have been premium scoring opportunity.
Yeah, they put themselves in a position to try and get that, but Gen G were off a spawn and continues. 1-0 is the lead still in this game, and again,
that only happens with LBT stream, bro. I swear on everything. It's crazy.
They need to do it quickly.
I wonder why.
Great shots from Septify at the top, but like I said, 60 seconds is a lot of time. It's also one of those cases where you don't get those extra time if you're just holding the bomb. You must be in the arming zone as well. So a ton of work ahead of Cloud9 and Gen G. You're going to see them really simplify their play style. It's just going to be an advanced game of Slayer. If they're not up on the map, there's nothing they can do to plant.
King Nick.
Flame out for a minute now.
Here, it's a kill and a trade. Bomb gets reset once again, so you can basically eliminate 10 seconds off that timer, which leaves you 30 seconds left now at this point.
30 seconds, it feels like nothing in this moment. Yeah, snipers come up in 5 seconds. That could be something to start moving that bomb, but Common is just waiting for someone to step out of line, and he'll come in and spring to action.
Gen G trying to secure this overshield. That kill might be a little bit of enough. Well, still more damage to be done. Trades back and forth, 5 seconds. They'll get the OS, but no time to bring that bomb to the bomb plant spot. So this will be a 1-0 lead here for Gen G.
1-0 lead is enough to get the job done in the bomb, and well, we will see a very different Cloud9 and Gen G, I think, this series. This series really is determining so much about how far these players are ready to go into tournaments. I feel like this is going to set the momentum. This is going to set the totem pole as to who we're going to expect to see in top 6 matches trying to compete for Championship Sunday all year long. Gen G, probably a little overperforming for what a lot of people thought they were going to do. Cloud9 kind of need to show themselves to be where they expect to be.
100% agree. I like this Cloud9 roster. Again, when you have slays like that for Septify and you're not really able to capitalize on them, I question why. You know, there's a lot of slays on the board that are just not being utilized, and it's tough on this map.
Especially in that early game. I mean, they were dominating in that early game. Now, you got to remember that they were, what, half a second, if that, milliseconds away, really, from getting that first bomb arm. And we could be talking about a completely different series if that had gone through.
Well, next up we go to Origin at Slayer, and this is where things get a bit interesting, right? A lot of teams are either proficient on this map or they struggle on this map. And I think when it comes to Cloud9, you can expect some efficiency and, you know, a lot of practice on the old Coliseum as well. So interested to see how this Gen G roster kind of fights up against Cloud9 on this map.
We talked about it multiple times today, but Cloud9, one of the better Slayer teams in the HCS. They have players that seem to come alive in these big moments. And let's take a look at the stats of Cloud9 and what they've been doing here today. And in particular, I think their MVP thus far has to be Septify, a 1.19. But what really I like to see is that damage dealt.
Yo, Boo Boo's face, bro, don't kill me.
Very high damage dealt per life, and I mean, again, a lot of it for me is when it comes to Septify is that Slayer that we talked about. That's been a factor I remember since last year, very beginning of last year. We were saying the same thing. The guy's just good at Slayers, and you know, it's kind of crazy that he continues to be that.
Hey, look at Boo Boo, a 1.0 KD, but his KAD a 1.74, which is just 0.03 below Septify, and his damage dealt per life is about equal.
Yeah, it's interesting.
Boo Boo Doo that's a man doing some dirty work here today.
Yeah, again, a lot of that stuff does not show up on the stat sheet. You see it right here. You see his stats. You see a 1.0 KD, but you don't really realize how much he actually does on the map. And A lot of that stuff, you just have to watch the game and really understand. Watch a little bit of VOD and really see what they do in terms of making people weak, staying alive, pushing up on the map, dying, whatever it is. And some deaths are necessary.
Yeah, and then on the other side, right, Gen G, they haven't really been having those star performances. It's been a survival test for them, really. Only one player on the team positive and at a 1.04 thus far today. And look how much their damage dealt per life is significantly lower than Cloud9 throughout this tournament.
Yeah, it's very interesting, the efficiency difference here. I think like doing damage per life is so important, but you have, I think, very aggressive players on this end. Even Ryadoob is a player that likes to get in the base or the enemy base. And when you're in the enemy base, you can do that type of damage. When you're the front line like Breaking Shot, I don't think you can really do that. I think his objective is just to get that very first kill. So maybe that's why his is a bit lower. There's some trends being seen here out of these stats. And interesting to see how that kind of pans out throughout this rest of the series. Of course, the Septify on your screen, the Team Slayer legend that everyone keeps talking about.
Septify, he's quickly becoming, I think, one of my favorite players to watch. And I feel like this tournament, he's figured out something new. As I feel like we're seeing a player hitting their next level.
It's been so long, too. He's been around for so long, and it's that's what consistency does, right? Regardless of how long you've been around, that next level comes with consistency. And we're seeing consistency out of Septify. Time and time again.
All right, bro. Sounds good.
See what he's able to do here. It is King Nick, though, that does get those rockets, and that's going to really turn things around if he can find where these players are routing towards. Get that very first kill. He has 2 in the chamber, though, so we can get 2.
I see you holding down the kick chat, brother. Big homie.
Yeah, sometimes you get caught by surprise. You're like, let me just set
Love when this guy J Money shows up, bro.
I'm gonna take my life, but I'll take yours.
Let's get it, bro. Hope you're having a good night.
Trade out, but right now every kill from Gen G has come from Breaking Shot or King Nick. They combined for 9 as they've been all of the offensive input.
Tied up at 10 now. Septify's gonna play real slow on this snipe side. They've got this snipe side pretty much locked down, but does he know that Ryadoob is below him with the rockets?
I don't think they do.
There
we go.
He knows now.
Shot out in the open. Septify, unfortunately.
Oh, so nerdy. Did you see that?
Okay.
Well, yeah. Sab's like, no, I'm nerdier.
Where did that nade even come
from? No idea.
That's what Sab was on the other side of the map.
That's crazy too. Ryadoob makes such a good play by jumping back there to avoid those shots from bottom center. Regardless, Cloud9 take that 2-kill lead now, and it's again slow play out of Common. This is very interesting on this map. I've never seen this map played this slow, in my opinion. So
yeah, honestly, it's shocking at how the pacing that we've seen thus far. And I expect it to increase at some point. I think that increase will directly relate to the slays of Cloud9. They just got a 4 or potentially a 4 down if King Nick joins them, and he will.
Wow.
Gen G not only are going into that respawn, but they're going to be scattered and split onto a cycle here. This is a dangerous situation.
And he wants to try and get that first initial kill, and he hears the call out of damage, but a bit aggressive there. And again, you do that 1-for-1 trade, but I wouldn't really be comfortable with that with the score this close.
Yeah, but with the Rockets coming up, they've been able to get them away, so definitely a position in which they're still feeling very strong, especially with the presence that they have across the map. They're trying to distract from both sides. Oh, Breaking Shot just got great timing. He got down, got in the face of Rockets, and essentially forced out a trade. Gen G opportunity arises as Ryadoob gets the double kill, and they're starting to hunt down the weak players of Cloud9.
Timing is everything in this game. Goodness me. Hunt down the players of Cloud9 is right. Common's already up. Already got a kill. That lead has shrunk to only 2. Oh, the team nade. Yeah.
It was a 5-kill game just moments ago, and suddenly we're looking at a 1-kill differential. It just shows you how quick things can turn in the HCS.
I knew. Can he turn some heads with his snipe is my question. Got the 5, watch yourself. There it is. A couple shots there. Gonna miss a couple. That's gonna be the snipe out of ammo now, but he'll get a double kill for his trouble, and that's exactly what they're looking for, especially because they just got the lead by 2.
Look, Cloud9 has stopped finding answers. There have been a plethora of untraded kills. Gen G not only came back into this game, but they've roared back. just completely changing the momentum.
Oh, pyramid's so annoying. You just stay alive so many different locations on that pyramid, but Rhinoob does that. He'll live and continue to hold snipe side control. This is directly what you need if you're Gen G and you've already taken the lead. Still by 2 now. This is a big slay, but he gets double teamed.
Sav was very aware there. He pre-nated Rhinoob's position and worked with the teammate to take him down. Rhinoob thought he was in a sneaky position, but obviously called out by Cloud9, and they were perfect on their execution there. Sav, oh, don't, oh.
That would have been sick. Yeah. One more shot, it would have happened.
Look at how weak Rhinoob is. That is an absolute player that got away.
4-kill lead now, though, for Gen G, though. This is where they can really sail away with the wind on this one. It's gonna be tough to come back from. I feel like they're really hitting their stride. They're hitting lanes together. They're watching angles together as well. Rockets are up. They've had power weapons. Oh, that's not a good. That's actually real bad for them, though. Septify gets that trade. He'll have rocket control potentially. Sap's gonna have to live and potentially help him in this situation. Where did Septify go? Oh, we died. Okay.
It's usually a question a lot of opponents ask, though.
Yeah.
Whenever they're playing against Septify, at that time the answer was easy. Rockets up for grabs, and you see Cloud9 having the favorable spawn. Septify going to be able to help secure this. And oh my, so just completely caught him off guard, and he is hammering the players of Gen G. Free rockets for Septify as Rhinoob's the only player alive, and the pings are coming out. Rockets are coming to a corner where there's 3 players standing on top of each other.
Yeah, this is where I thought things would really turn, is these rockets right here. I love that pre-fire rocket. Pre-fired another one as well. It's beautiful. Prediction rockets here out of Septify, tied up at 41 now.
Prediction rocket, both of the prediction rockets. Fantastic from Septify as he's hit 13. Him and Boo Boo combining for 26 of their kills thus far. Gen G in danger at this back base with the spawners that split. We're finally able to get into action, and they swing in at just the right time. They're able to find multiple kills, and with Sav's position being known and him being last alive, how does he trade?
I mean, it's just insane. You got to trade those kills, and we all know how important that is in Slayer, especially when it's a 1-kill game, and it's still now tied up 46-46.
Cloud9, 2 players over on that snipe side. They're going to reinforce when Boo Boo didn't getting that first kill. Watch Cloud9 spring into action.
And he's going to be the first one forward. He's got a teammate behind him, though. Boo Boo does go down. Man, he's got Sav inside the cave, but there's no one here to be found.
You gotta be careful breaking shot. You're stuck over on the snipe side. If you get spotted, it could be disaster.
48 all. Players no shields. I love the
Yo, no way. This is pretty big, bro.
Got another one on the base.
Teams are so evenly matched.
Shot, you kill him. That's 49. It is, of course, Cloud9 looking for one more at this point in time.
They're all 3 wide. They're overall. They're coming in. They spotted Ryanoob. The push should be coming soon from Cloud9. They could opt to send someone to Rockets.
Oh, they're gonna go towards the backup.
And there it is. They caught him.
Right there, Cloud9 tied the series.
Or common at least.
Staying icy
GG.
as well in those Slayers. One of the best teams at executing and finishing the fight. One thing to note, Boo Boo Doo Boo, although his KD hasn't been fantastic here today, he ends that game with 17 kills to his name, coming up big in that spot. We also saw the common theme, Septify once again being a top performer for his team, following close behind with 13 kills of his own.
We knew we were gonna have a series here, but now we go to Recharge Oddball where things get even more crazy. This is gonna be one of those things where one of these series where I think we go to a game 5 with these 2 teams.
Oh, I would love
very
that.
Evenly matched. You saw Ryan picking up that snipe, doing work. Couple shots go in, gets the double, then comes around. Cleaning house at this point. This is what you like to see out of the old gun.
Yeah, Ryanoob is a player that I think is his gameplay, his style. Out of all the players in the HCS, from year 1 to what we're seeing here today, when we're talking strictly about play style change, I think Ryanoob's play style has changed the most. He's turned from a player that oftentimes was seen as slow, deliberate setup based into this hyper aggressive, always push, always condense the map, be on those perimeters, fast, go style player. And honestly, I'm all for it. The Ryanoob gameplay loop is so entertaining to me.
It's actually so important to point that out because adaptability is not everyone's strength, right? And this game has changed drastically over the years, and especially with the Bandit change, everything has changed. Everything's kind of shifted in a way where very aggressive teams are the ones that come out on top. We saw it with SSG today. You know, not necessarily a very aggressive team, and it really hurt them in a lot of moments. It's good to see a player like Ryanoob who's been successful in multiple titles. You see why. It's the adaptability.
I'm a big fan of Mr. Noob. I'm also a big fan of the player he brought back, the player he teamed with before in King Nick. We didn't really see him in year 3, and it's a bit of a shame because he has a fantastic Bandit to work with, as we see 2 of the veterans for both these teams. I think you would say, like, these are the captains between these 2, and we're seeing how they've been stacking up here today.
Yeah, 0.92 out of Ryanoob in the KD world.
That damage taken from Dude,
that's insane, yeah.
That's insane. 390 per life?
And he's a 1.0 KD. That's kind of crazy. So he's just being a very big impact on the map, essentially, and living at the same
Staying
time.
alive. Dude, yeah. That's like almost 4 kills worth of damage that he's tanking per life. I love to see how close, how similar these players are in ability as well. We see their stats very similar from top to bottom.
Well, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. This is, of course, the elimination quarterfinals, and it's going to be Optic Gaming versus Nemesis. Nemesis is a team we've been watching for a very long time, and throughout this weekend, and we've been very impressed with their performance this weekend. I, for one, have been very impressed at Wootim. I think he's had the best weekend I've seen out of him thus far. But is it enough to deal with an Optic Gaming roster who are pretty hot, you know, coming off that infamous series?
Well, remember, Optic Gaming at Arlington have had a storied history playing against European teams on Saturday to end the day. That's I don't think they like to go down that memory road.
It is an interesting thing. You know, this is the exact venue where Wootim got that 6th place. Right now, he secured that. But now he wants more. He wants to make history once again, but you have to get through Optic Gaming first if you want that to happen. And it's going to be very difficult. This match already did happen. This is why Optic is actually in that lower bracket. Nemesis brought them down in a 3-1 fashion in that winner's side. And we didn't expect to see it, but there's 4 down for Nemesis.
That flag's already on its way. That flag was almost halfway there by the time they're getting 4 down. So that's going to be one of the easiest flag caps you'll ever see. And Optic Gaming are going to be well set up to drive for the next. And Legend just sniped the player working on the OE. Renegade's got it on the other side. Get your stopwatches out. We might be seeing a speed run.
Yeah, this is not good, and Optic are upset. You know, I was talking to,
you saw him move up. He's like,
Yeah.
What can he do? Or, sorry, what can you do?
Yeah, that's pretty good. That's pretty good. This will be second cap, though. Oh! This is where things get checked. This is where players get checked. This is not good, Tools.
That action was so unnecessary. What can you do? Like, why did he have to say it in French, bro? Look, I get it, but that's funny.
Well, Snipe's trying to make the most of it. He's
fucking guy.
This flag. What should have
This
been a 2-0
fucking
is
guy.
turning into a tied game.
Wait a minute. This is where players get
Hold
checked.
up.
Wait
a
it's only
minute.
one flag cap, but I'm telling you right now, they are not happy about that. Legend falls off the map with Sniper. They don't get the flag in. They choke it, and the counter cap comes in.
If he didn't have 3/4 of overshield, he very likely dies on that. By the way. I think all 4 players shot him at once.
Oh, yeah. But that one cap gives them so much confidence going into this game, and honestly, you need that against an Optic Gaming roster. It's a little bit of belief now injected into the mind of Nemesis. Will they take that and run?
That's only 2 players alive for Optic, but Renegade has no fear, just standing in that front line. And I think Cyptro was almost caught by surprise that there was a player so aggressive challenging him when they were down so many numbers.
Sometimes you just got to show that confidence, you know? It's just kind of chow everything. Do it.
Well, that challenge is directly relating to this flag grab that could potentially come home. Once they got that first kill, Optic Gaming lacked any firepower to stop this. And
insane. What? Do you see what I'm saying? Do you see what I'm saying? It is a Czech team now. It is a Czech team. It is now 2-0 Wait, they gotta return. They gotta return that flag first.
Oh boy. What do you call it? Uno reversal?
Yeah,
You've
it's not
activated my
good.
trap card. Well,
This is
you did
not
it once
good.
to us. We get our lick
man.
back, and it might be the same exact situation. Optic Gaming now have a flag on the run. Formal able to get it just to the halfway point, but no one else there to quite keep that thing going. So Nemesis is going to get the return as Legend gets taken down in the base, but you are seeing that nothing is quite guaranteed on Fortress.
Oh boy. All right, so I'm pretty sure it's the second teammate we've seen on Renegade today that
the first, I don't think the first one is very consequential.
It killed him in the Slayer game, 49 to 50.
That wasn't a big deal, right? It was just the game. Yes.
I hate you. Oh man, Overshield had the glories once again, and we'll see what he's going to be able to do with this. But I don't like the patience here. That Overshield is just getting chipped away. Now they have your location. I don't know. He's pro, I'm not, but there you, I mean, it makes it happen. Yeah, it's
nice shots.
2 kills though. Optic are 2 dead.
Legend was very patient with that sniper. He knew that something was lurking around the way, and even then, he still knows they don't have control.
I love the respect they're showing right now. It's awesome.
Such a weird standoff. There's like 2 players from each team on the opposite side base, and it looks like Nemesis will be the first to get some action. Legend, perfect timing to catch him out. You saw him using that flag icon to line up his reticle as well. That's pretty neat.
Yeah, they're forcing flags right now. I don't mind it. They've got 2 dead. Can they continue to run? Okay, this might be good. Spots on the back base are going to come through. Renegade's going to get the kill onto the Glories. We cannot force this flag anymore, though. We got to get the Slays first. There's 2 dead. Utum's going to push forward, understands the objective. Sniper Drone cannot get flag through, and he's going to die with Sniper as well. This is very scrappy out of Nemesis. I don't really like it.
It's scrappy for Nemesis, but they're going to spawn so much closer to this flag that I don't think it's a concern. I think Optic needed to send someone earlier to find the cutoff.
I like that right there. The patience, wait for the grenades, then use the thrust. Now they're alive. No counter cap potential, 2-1 lead.
Not only alive, they win the first slay as well. Snipe Drone's going to give them the chance to work out of their base. Renegade gets caught going for the overshield, and Glory still has 3 sniper shots to work with. Optic Gaming, this is dangerous.
See what Glories can do. Yeah, gets the assist there. It's 1 dead. Renegade. That's a big chow right there. That's a big chow by Renegade, and he wins it out.
It felt like he had no worries in the world that he wasn't going to get it, but wow, he's taking this fight. I mean, this flag's almost home. This is game winning.
This is it. This is the game right here. Formal's in the place, though. Oh, my goodness gracious. Formal gets there. How does he get there? How?
I thought those nades were good, but just fast enough. Formal's
They got a freaking rematch Nemesis, eh?
We
Crazy.
have a flag standoff. SLG, Sniper Drone, the only players alive to try to stop.
Great trade. Like you said, they spawn closer. It's 2 dead, 3 dead. Wait, dead. Wait.
No.
This is not going. Touch it.
Wait, did it off go off? No, it's still
it's
up.
still there. I thought it was off the map. I'm not gonna lie to you. Okay. Well, that's unfortunate. You know what? It's lessons learned, Tools. At the end of the day, it's all it is, right? Lessons learned.
Udom, Snipe Drone, only one's alive. At
Udom.
least they have the sniper to work with, but with Udom going down, Optic Gaming, it could be okay, well, never mind. Snipe Drone has a thrust, and Snipe Drone is hitting some critical shots.
Yeah, good body shot right there. Takes out Formal. 5 more bullets to work with and a thrust as well. This is important here. What do they do with the snipe in their hands? Where's the other sniper? I believe is off the map, correct?
I don't think it's in play right now, but you know, sometimes we'll see a rogue sniper in the kill feed. We'll get an idea.
Wait, run, no, watch him. Oh, that's a trade, okay. Beautiful shot, the nice patience on the flick there. Understands the player in this base as well. This is really smart by Snipe Drone.
That's the only player alive is Legend. Once he gets that shot, Nemesis now knows that Optic Gaming, all their players are coming off respawn in the base.
Oh, 2 snipers, there they are. They both have them. They have both of them. Glories and Snipe Drone have a snipe. NOS is up as well, so this is big. What can they do?
Just keep an eye on that overshield.
Oh, he's gonna get it. The timing's not there. That's unfortunate. That's so unfortunate.
Bro, I hate that, bro.
Right idea.
For
Unfortunately,
real.
the window is Closed right in front of him. Bound used the most of it. Sniped on the only one alive. And what's so impressive about Optic is how they continually pull flags as they're getting the kills. They already have this thing more than halfway as the
Yo, surely Optic don't finish top fucking 6 or some shit, right?
Don't worry, Jeff. It's not a zombie. That's Formal.
That would be like after Formal getting second, and then he tries to get first, he gets 6. Oh, man.
A lot of damage was output.
No way.
Look at Glory. He's in the back.
That's really good. That's a really good kill by Glories. I don't like the push on the second player, though. He should have... I don't like...
Oh, never mind. Hey, you keep challenging. You keep challenging. Do what you want to do. Bound able to find that kill. It's him and Renegade that are working together.
Oh, no. It's the cap. It's tied up at 2. There it is. I'd expect that. I wanted Glories to sit back after that first kill on the pillar and just be...
Yeah, the rematch is here, Badger. I'm telling you, man.
I'm not a pro player. I'm not trying to tell him how to play or anything.
Imagine Optic finish top 6, bro. Holy.
40 seconds left.
That would be crazy.
Good shots. Optic Gaming has sprung to life. They've got another speed to
Never
them.
know.
You're starting to witness it. Oh, no, Renegade.
Good nades, though. Oh, they didn't kill. Renegade gets it out.
Did that slow him down too much, though?
I mean, he's going to push back. I mean, I love this. It's such good intelligence, right? You have to create space. As a player on that Nest side, once you get a kill or so, that player, you can either run the flag or that player on Nest can run the flag. There's the first kill. Killing spree for Renegade.
He's so weak and surprising that Nemesis wasn't even checking for him. Now, I think they have to pull the flag. I mean,
yeah, it's 2 seconds. Wow, Renegade?
That was, I think, a miscalculation from his part. I think he thought that flag was still out and was going to be touched by a teammate.
That's what I think, yeah.
And that just didn't happen. So now we go back and we got another 5 minutes on the clock, but that felt like maybe a game-losing opportunity.
Yeah, you know what's really rough, too? He was explaining himself after the game. So, like, they obviously said, what are you doing or something, you know? When you have to explain yourself like that, it's like, you know, I don't know. I just feel like there's a little mental stuff there.
Man. What do you want me?
Yeah, no, there's little mental stuff there. I feel like it's impactful. You know, we'll see how it affects him, though. It might not at all.
Renegade. Oh, my. That player just got obliterated by those nades, but with Renegade having this high ground sniper,
oh my gosh.
You see Nemesis playing very slow.
Yeah, the OS is up top center, though. It's Bound that got it. Okay. Yeah, they said Wutum sniped the first OS player, but Bound picked it up and scooped it up after. Wutum still got the snipe, but that OS will be gone, and Wutum's just got to play his life at this point.
That's heads up. Came right down, knew exactly where to aim, and Wutum's been trying to weather this storm, but it is brutal. Hurricane Piper's here, and he's laying down the hurt.
For now, he ends up going down. Wow, Formal 10 and 23. I just realized that. Having a rough game. 11 and 22 out of SLG on the other side. It's pretty much even, I guess. You know, you have 2 players that are just doing the dirty work, you know, putting the damage in. Dying maybe a little bit too much, overextending a little bit too much, but I mean, it's a very even match, and again, we're in overtime.
4 down, and look at this. Optic Gaming's right in turn. Gonna be able to pull. They're going to opt to go down towards the hut. Plenty of players there to block it. Just a couple feet away from wrapping this corner.
Okay, I don't mind that at all. Wow, that's insane.
That's so smart.
That's game winning.
Because he jumps over the pre-aimed reticles. People are expecting a slide. What you do, you subvert all expectations. You go over the pre-aim.
Switch to Wutum right now. He's got the long-range shots. Like, we got to switch. Like, Wutum's the one that's just pelting from across the map right now. This is insane. And the kills come out. It's 3 down for Optic Gaming.
There's an overshield up. If Glory gets this, it feels like he could just guarantee the game right here and now.
Wutum's running the flag already. He's already past the halfway point. Now it's just about Glory's putting damage in with OS. This should be a cap here. There it is. That's the cap. In and done. Nemesis take game 1.
Moving back over to Cloud9 and Gen G. They're in the middle of game 3. We're tied up 1 apiece.
Gen G, they've looked really good. I mean, I truly like this roster. Again, you have Ryan Noob, the vet. You've got Common, who's been popping off. This guy's been around since Halo 3, still doing his thing with Camo here. Gonna drop ball to Ryan Noob. He'll continue to put shots on the spawners. Wait, the spawners come out on the top of glass there.
Yeah, I don't think they were expecting that at all. Ryan Noob's probably gonna be forced into a preemptive play as he knows that pressure's coming, and you know they wanted probably a little bit more than 10 seconds there. They felt that they had a great setup, but Spawn's just not working out in their favor.
I like this. Get it towards back of Seeds. Already play back Hydro. It's Manny. They're gonna rotate this and see that like a second of ball time before they play again. They didn't even get a second. It's still a 10.
That was a lot of rotating that ball for there not to be a second put on the board. I mean, we're talking about maybe like 5 seconds of oddball being held for no time.
Nice double kill by Septify. Clean and crisp. He gets both, and he'll have the shock rifle to utilize as well. Nice nade. It might not land though. Yeah, I think it's Rynoob that ends up staying alive in that scenario. He's still in the corner, by the way. Rynoob's waiting on that corner from the peak. Capitalizes on the pre-fires as well. Gosh, this kid is so good, man. It's insane.
Sab is just running at them. He has 6 kills, and that assist, he basically did 90% of the work on that one. He has been monstrous for Gen G to deal with in this game so far.
Now they get that ball towards A, but it's about getting these couple of slays. There's the first one. Breaking shots there for the second one.
Strong wins throughout the venue. Ignore that one. It's not pretty, but it got the job done. Gen G scoring once again, and Cloud9, although they have Boo Boo Doo with the camouflage, feels like he has a lot on his plate to deal with.
Oh, they don't know he's there. That's going to be a nice assassination. You don't see the play ball happen, which is very confident out of Boo Boo. He might think obviously there's 2 dead. He's got players coming to his aid, and he can hold ball with Camo for a little while here.
Vintage Boo Boo Doo, right? Using that camouflage to get behind the enemy that's least suspecting it. And because he got behind the furthest player back, he essentially flipped the map for his team. They got 22 seconds essentially out of that deal. 14, but insane that Boo Boo Doo was able to extract that much value from a 1v3 essentially.
Boo Boo ends up going down, the ball ends up getting played, and there's a massive 1v1 from King Nick. He ends up losing it there, but the ball ends up back towards back Hydro again. And it's Septify once again at the front lines, doing tons of damage. 2 players down, and that other player down to pretty weak shields as well.
That was an aggressive re-challenge from Septify as well. Thought he had the great timing, but all is forgiven when you get your shields back.
Oh man, come on.
Someone take him, just don't let him live.
He's so good. Like that flick towards the top, like the guy's head's behind the door, like it's really solid. You have 1 frame, 1 shot to do it, and you did it. It's little clean shots like that that really change things.
Breaking Shot was the last player alive for Gen G. He had the chance to rotate that ball out for a play, but he decided to try to slay instead.
Hey, Vortex, thanks for the follow, bro. Welcome to the Twitch channel, bro.
Played the ball for him, but
welcome.
Decisions being made with aggressive decisions being made in these last alive situations for both teams.
You said Sab's being aggressive. He's 11-6, so the aggression's working. And it's going to continue to work, and I'm excited to see what Cloud9 do with that, right?
Oh, no.
Oh, that's a bit aggressive by King Nick, though.
What do they always teach you growing up? When you cross the street, what do?
I just look forward.
You're alive at 38 years old? That's insane. You got to look both ways, brother.
Yes, sir. Yeah, that's a little bit of a cheeky spot, too, because, yeah, you really
I mean, like, there's no value standing in that particular spot most of the time.
You have to look 100% in that direction. But the ball is now held by Boo Boo Doo Boo, and because of that, it will be a big time.
Cloud9 getting ball time, 30 seconds and counting at the moment. And it's a couple players from Cloud9 that are trying to do their best. Just 23 kills combined between Septify and Sab.
Septify's gonna do some damage here, and he'll end up staying alive once again. It's 63 points of ball time for the side of Cloud9. You love to see that, and it'll be more damage for Septify, but a little bit too aggressive now.
Ryan trying to get damage into Sab, and that's going to be enough to get that ball and pull it away towards Cloud9 and towards those spawners, and they've got great space.
It's going to be more time once again for Ryan Noob. This is good. Stay towards the back of Hydro, right? He doesn't have any teammates. I feel like this extension's too wide. It's already King Deck that goes out and extends. He's gonna go down. And then once again, they're gonna push and go down. It's just, I feel like it's too overextended. On the other end of things, we've got Nemesis against Optic Gaming. Nemesis had that very first game, which is insane. And you love to see that, right? It's a repeat of what we saw previous, and I honestly didn't think they would do this again.
Into this series, we'll keep you guys updated on the Gen G, but I think everyone's eye is trying to move towards this game and seeing.
Fucking full day of Halo here, ladies and gentlemen. You gotta love it, man. You gotta love it.
They're 4-0 against Optic Gaming.
Full ass day of Halo, bruh.
Camo. That's kind of crazy.
Yeah, man.
4-0 against an Optic Gaming who has gotten.
Optic might murder SLG one day.
They just hate this guy, bro. He's like the Optic killer, bro.
There
No
you go.
cap.
4-1. Against
never mind.
Yep, 4-1.
Our bad.
17-12. Optic Gaming are not good at Slayers. You know what that means, Tools? This could be a 2-0.
Maybe Nemesis is just real good at the Slayers.
Well, yeah, but I'm just saying. I'm going off of what Optic said. They said they're weak in the Slayer game. Yeah, I'm not trying to. Trust me, we're in their venue. I don't want to, you know.
Yeah, you're trying to fist fight every fan out the door.
I'm a big Optic fan and what they do for
That's
Halo.
funny, bro.
That's without a doubt. 20-13 so far. The spawns come out from Optic.
Are they watching this one too?
Can do so
Yep.
much damage so quickly. He gets taken
I'll keep
down
on
with
this
a
one
big
because I want to
kill
take a
and
little
an opportunity
BRB,
to
but
create some space for Legend
LVT
there
stream
before
always
he gets traded
crashes,
out.
so I'll BRB. 2 more subs to hit the goal, ladies and gentlemen, and to keep the streak alive and hit the 3 streaks. Ladies and gentlemen, we are almost at the 3 streaks. Just 2 more subs today, bro. Just 2 more subs, either on Twitch, Kick, or YouTube. I'll be right back.
Big kill by Renegade just to create some space and take over the elevator there. Now just a 4-kill game, and you could tell Nemesis in a very similar situation where Optic once were moments ago, stuck in long haul. How do they get out of it without going down and cutting into this deficit for Optic Gaming? They get a couple of players in pipes, but both those players receive a ton of damage, and Legend and Formal working together flawlessly, able to get that kill. Legend is going to get traded out. Camo is up, and Renegade's going to have his shot with the camouflage, but you know Nemesis are looking for him. He's going to play this slow, get his shield back, and now how does Renegade successfully move up these stairs without being seen? Because he's being hunted right now. A teammate is with him. Unfortunately, Bound is going to go down, and he turns the corner into multiple Nemesis players. Phenomenal job by Nemesis to group up there.
Yeah, I mean, it's actually a bit concerning here if you're an Optic fan, the fact that Optic has gotten 3 out of the last 3 camos, and they're still down by 6, so you have to wonder what's going to happen if and when Nemesis gets their hands on one of those power-ups.
And it's one of those power-ups, Camo is, that doesn't necessarily transition into advantages all the time, similar to that. Overshoot almost guarantees you just being able to soak some damage that you're going to get some kills. Not so fast with Camo. Still just a 3-kill game. Optic still slowly coming back in this game. A massive kill from Wutum, you being able to shoot the nades there. That was awesome to see the flick on the nades. Wutum at 14-1-7 has given Nemesis everything they need to have this 3-kill lead.
Yeah, 3-kill lead, but when there wasn't camo on the board, maybe it's just showing that Optic saying, hey, we have to win this neutral game straight up, and they're able to close that gap. No longer is it a 6-kill lead, it's now only a 2-kill lead here for Nemesis.
Gory trying to find that pesky Bound player that was down here in the pipes, but Bound got out of dodge here. Now, Gory, although he hunted him for a while, is going to find that kill onto Bound. Bound didn't expect anybody to be chasing them, and I like this by Glory. So much information being given by Glory here that, hey, Optic White is clear, so they got to be at elevator.
So much ground here taken up by Nemesis. Right now they have to know, all right, is Needler or Pipes unsafe? If not, Nemesis have a choice. They could actually collapse here towards elevator if they feel like they have the ground. Udom, unfortunately, dying over there in pipes. I know he's had a lot of good numbers here, but knowing that there's nobody near control anywhere else, that's the only spot people are going to be fighting right now.
100%. Cytron actually going to be able to pick up the first camo for Nemesis. Formal couldn't go for it because he was no shield, and now Cytron trying to stay alive with this camouflage. Actually does get to stay alive, and
We'll see how Optic try to spot him out, and how much success is Snipedrone able to have. Can he teach us what a good camo play is based off the poor performances we've seen, and all of a sudden he gets caught by Bound.
But during that time where Bound is stressing out the camo call out, all other members of Optic are dying. All 4 go down. So you know Bound is yelling out that call, and they're saying, I don't care about camo over at Needler right now.
Two guys
There's
in my
somebody
face.
meleeing me over at top elevator.
2 of them hit pipes in the meantime. That's a successful way to use camo, even if you just took Bound out of the play, because Lord knows he wanted to make an impact on his teammates' fights. It's a 6-kill lead now for Nemesis, and all of a sudden Optics Gaming's opportunity to climb back, to make this deficit shorter and shorter, and actually try to win this game too. All the win conditions are starting to dwindle with their inability to trade successfully.
Yep, and we talked about trades not being really a big deal earlier when it was the early 20s when SLG and the Nemesis squad were 20 kills. Here's the exact opposite. Every single trade here that Nemesis gets brings them closer to victory. They will happily hide around corners, do a few shots in melee, and trade out for the rest of this game.
41-35, still up 6, so a good job to get those 2 kills before you lose 2 others. Wutum trying to catch somebody, or SLG, I'm sorry, trying to catch someone off guard, bottom middle. 2 players of Optic are no shield right now, and they're both able to stay alive for the moment until Bound finally gets taken down by Snipedrone. And 42-37, a 5-kill lead. Dave, this is the moment where Optic Gaming have to step up and find ways to get kills that are unanswered.
This camo is going to be the opportunity. Both teams will have some eyes on it. Can you use that as bait? Secure a kill. I don't think anyone's just going to be able to sneak away with that camo without some blood being shed first.
Bound flies out of elevator, finds the angle on the long haul. Great teamwork out of Optic across the map, maybe. They're able to have teamwork, but Glory responds with a massive double kill. Not only that, but able to get damage on the Legend, and camo could be Glory's and all the glory to him, as this camouflage is something Optic desperately wanted to have. Renegade hunting Glory down, but doesn't suspect him. It's going to be a free kill on the Renegade, you'd have to think. A trade, can anybody from Optic see where Glory is? No. He does jump onto the bridge, and gets naded to lose his life, but that kill on the Renegade pushes it to 46-42. Now all you need is 1 team win.
Still, they know Snipedrone's over towards blue tunnel. Gets taken out. Now only a 3-kill lead. Still substantial at this point in the game. But at any point, if Optic get 1 or 2 picks, they're going to go flying to try to roll that lead. They do get a pick on SLG. Do they go flying right here? Bound, weak at triple stacks.
Bounce caught out bottom middle, 1 shot. Is he able to stay alive? Glory tries to go after him, but Formal's got his back. Now it's just a 1-kill game. An overextension, a mistake. After a pick, do you decide to try and fly? Only 1 member of Nemesis goes, and because of it, Optic able to isolate those 2 and find the 2 kills unanswered. Exactly what the doctor ordered, but now it's Wutum with the shock rifle. And wow, what a massive moment for this young kid right now. Renegade finding a kill to make it an even game, and Wutum can't hit the first couple of shots.
And they're putting the pressure on. They don't want him to get settled at elevator.
Oh, wow.
Renegade gets the grenade,
3
gets
dead
the
for
pick.
Optic,
It's
49-48. 49-48, Legend stuck in the back of blue. All of Optic should be spawning back here. Nemesis across the map. They will have Optic trapped in white and blue. Glory goes towards the elevator, clears it out, says they have to be white and blue. How do Optic Gaming play this situation? They will get trapped, and eventually they will have to make the play.
Was there any ammo left in that shock rifle? I know when we saw Woodham get taken out there, I don't know if it was the last bullet, but Optic.
Oh my god.
Oh my god. The cojones on this guy. A 49-48 game. Goes for it immediately.
But nobody from Optic's watching it. There's a camo player now. Everyone's got to be paranoid for Optic. SLG doing some sick jumps in the top white. The stairs. Formal's got to be no shield on the back of the stairs. Formal gets double naded. SLG! The jump! The double nade clutch! And Nemesis rip away the hopes of Optic Gaming, tying this series up for now and take the lead 2-0.
That play by SLG, let's review that for a second.
That
if he just
hard.
gets picked off right away from someone at C plat or triple stacks, we just look at him and we say, you just blew the game for your team.
Yeah.
You just blew the 1-kill lead you had. Instead, he realizes how Optic are going to play this. Optic are not going to go straight for that camo. They're not going to fall for the bait. They're going to try to set up a different defense. He grabs the camo and does the perfect route. He knows that top controls can be watched, but no one's watching the front jump to top control.
Yeah, and even if you do, you're not gonna 5 him before he throws those nades and can drop out the front to safety either. A perfect play from SLG. That was unbelievable. And you got to question Optic's game plan there. Camo is coming up, and you're basically saying screw it. We'll just give them camo?
You know, I don't hate it if they were focused on pushing another direction. Let's say you force a little action towards long haul, or force an action towards top catwalk or something. Try to catch someone else off guard on the perimeter of camo, and then you collapse on it. I think that's acceptable. But they didn't do either of those. They just hold up, they turtled up and says, hopefully one of us makes a good play.
A recipe for disaster, a strategy that will send you home on Saturday night. If you can't figure it out, in a reverse sweep fashion, it's going to be live fire strongholds. And in all honesty, Dave, this is a game type that I think Optic Gaming love to see coming into game 3. A bread and butter for players like Legend and Bound. And you need to find some momentum in this series. It feels like the clutch moments have gone to Nemesis so far. That's got to stop. You can't lose close games and expect to win the series, is a saying I used to have. And it's rearing its ugly head here. Optic Gaming have had every opportunity to have a 2-0 lead, and unfortunately it has been Nemesis that have clutched up in back-to-back games to gain this advantage here in elimination bracket round 3.
Yeah, you can't let off the gas here in the 2025 HCS circuit. These players are just too good, and if you make one slight mistake, you're gonna lose games just in that fashion. You just barely missed that flag cap. You just missed that one kill in the Slayer. Those guys are pumped up, though.
Man, the adrenaline going on. I don't care how long today's been for these guys. That adrenaline, that's going to keep them up for at least 3 more games. I promise you that. They are feeling it, and just the decisions that's being thrown at their faces in these clutch moments, in these hectic, chaotic, close games. And the fact that we're seeing a team like Nemesis, they're not world champs. The world champs are on the other side of the stage. These guys are the ones making the better decisions, clutching up in the moments where the game is being decided. And that has got to tell you about the potential caliber of what we're looking at coming overseas from Europe and competing against the world's best in Optic Gaming.
You know, Legend right now, he's scratching his head right now. He has what they want to build as the God Squad here coming in the season.
You got your pick.
Got their pick, and he's fighting against his countrymen across seas over in Europe, and finds himself down 0-2. Gonna have to dig deep here in the rest of the series. This is far from over.
Oh, far from over.
We've seen how close those games are. We've seen how Renegade was playing earlier today on Livefire. This could bring them right back in the series, get that momentum shift. But if you had to choose a spot to be in, I'm choosing Nemesis seat every single day of the week.
I'll take the 2-0 lead. You know what? That being said, I want to bring this back to Optic Gaming. When you look at this team, it's shooters, 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 gunners, 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 all-star, 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 all-star. But in a moment where you're down 2-0, Dave, someone's got to be that emotional leader. Someone's got to create some kind of motivation. Got to either through play or through vocalization or through just pure mentality, you got to figure out a way to uplift the entire team and get you to at least a game 5 to where you know you have an opportunity to win this series still. Who are you looking at on Optic Gaming to turn this ship around and to be that captain?
I mean, on any of those previous rosters, we're highlighting so many members on that squad. We're saying that has to be Legend, that has to be Bound, that has to be Renegade. Here, you got all 3 of those options on this choice. Same with Formal. People are always highlighting Formal as being that person that can pick it up and carry that squad. So they have 4 options. But like you said, who is going to that player? And I think they're all waiting on the comp saying, all right, one of you give us this motivational speech. Just say, stay alive, I'll take care of the rest.
Yeah, and as much as I love Lunchbox, sometimes I think things have to come from one of the players. Is someone going to set an example, set a tone with their play here in game 3 for Optic Gaming? We'll have to find out, and it's a beautiful Nathan Formal that'll give his team numbers advantage here early on. And we're hopping on board with Legend. And let's see what he can do. He's had a quiet series so far. Renegade with the snipe, however, is somebody I really want to see make a play.
Yeah, Renegade has the snipe ammo, but can't do much about Green being captured. Now A and B under control for Nemesis. Gets a nice stop on that cam before it's grabbed. Luckily, also that cam's still on top of the silo. So Sniper's gonna have to jump up if he wants to grab it. And it looks like Renegade says, all right, I'll take over this game if you have to choose someone.
It's my turn, Renegade says. Starting 3-0, camo snipe in the hill. Multiple members of Nemesis coming off respawn. They're all spawning green, and Renegade has his eyes on the prize, sights on the enemy, and he finds the first pick. Now Nemesis with a player down. One tries to jump in A, he gets double teamed. Renegade on a killing spree in the first minute of game 3. Is Renegade gonna be the guy that sets the tone for the rest of this series for Optic Gaming?
He's hunting everyone down, knows that Woodham's there. He's got to be on what, 6 spree, making 7. Hits the no scope, eventually taken down, but all 4 members down for Nemesis. Renegade has 7 kills, Nemesis has 6 kills combined.
Renegade starting off this game 3 on a perfect note to give Optic Gaming the exact amount of energy they need to try to gain some motivation here, to try and get the ball spinning in their favor. Legend has a lot of responsibility here by himself on an island back green, trying to back down Snipe Drone. As SLG got taken down, Snipe Drone gets removed from the map as well. Great shots by Legend will allow Optic Gaming to keep B. You see Optic Gaming is going to be pushing C. Nemesis respawners, it's just SLG and A, and Legend has his eyes trying to set on this triple cap. Can't quite get there in time, but will get the kill. And they start to cap A as well.
Yeah, and they're keeping full control of this map right now. Looks like C's finally being flipped. Not a bad position for Nemesis to be in. Not an ideal one either. But they've at least stopped the bleeding without getting any more kills somehow. So Woodham finally putting a kill on the board, taking out Renegade, which if you had to choose one player to eliminate from the Optic roster, it's got to be him right now.
Got to be him, but Legend's starting to heat up himself. Ever since we've switched to his point of view, he's picked up 4 straight kills, been able to rotate all the way across the map, and he's not going down without taking SLG with him. A reset onto A will keep Optic scoring. Now 90-20. The second camouflage does go into the hands of Snipe Drone, but the hands of Snipe Drone go back into the death cam as Renegade able to get that kill, make sure that camo doesn't translate to anything. Multiple players of Nemesis now spawning green. The collapse comes through. Respawners getting fluctuated once again for Nemesis, and Optic Gaming are showing you why they believe Live Fire Stronghold is a game type that they can come back in this series.
Yeah, Snipe Drone almost taking out 3 members there, trying to get his team back in this game, but it's got to be just a game of kills at this point for Nemesis. Yes, you have to stop the bleeding. Yes, you need to control the majority of the strongholds, but at some point, you need the kills to give yourself some breathing room to do so.
Big push into A to get the reset. Not only does it take the kill on the SLG, the reset onto A will keep Optic Gaming scoring and will flip and stagger the respawners even more from Nemesis. Nemesis in a blender right now. Glory with the snipe, however, can in that blender turn it off maybe and find some footing for Nemesis. So far, they have been on the ropes and have been on the ropes for about 3 minutes now as the score climbs from 122 to 22.
And as the kill count keeps going up, it's always Renegade on pace with the entire team of Nemesis. 14 kills for Renegade, now 15 kills for Nemesis.
This is an angry Optic Gaming starting to wake up and find flow. When they have map control and they stagger your respawns, they are the scariest team in the game. Continuing to do so. A and C going to be the vision. Renegade can't quite get C. A big kill from Wutum. Can Wutum win the one-on-one to bound? No, but he does get the reset on the C. So it will be Nemesis scoring with the B-A capture as Optic Gaming try to get back into C, transfer it over. They're not going to have a trip cap to work with, Nemesis is, but they are going to have some space.
This Legend helping collapse on B. Like I said, they got the dub cap, but the kills just still going so heavily in Nemesis's favor. And I don't really have a good recipe or formula for this sometimes, because Stronghold games go too quick. At some point, you can't just say, hey, we need to slow it down a ton. The game just spirals out of control and points go too far away. It really does rely on a lot of great individual efforts on just getting kills, putting out more damage before you die, and hoping your teammates pick up the rest.
Yeah, fortunately, you're not in a trip cap if you're Nemesis, but you can't even get on the ground, it feels like. You spend more time in the respawn screen than you have on the actual map itself. A and B hold for Optic Gaming. Legend wins a big one-on-one in the tunnels. It's perfect shots as Legend starts to heat up once again.
And here's your daily reminder that Renegade has 20 kills and all of Nemesis has 20 kills. Keeping on pace with the entire team this entire game.
We'll come back for another stat update here in about 30 seconds. Formal, continuing the pressure on the tower. You see the recipe from Optic. They do not want you to cap the stronghold you spawn at. They are going to pressure you off your spawn, and perfect shots from everyone now on Optic Gaming. Bound has found himself the camo. When it rains, it pours, and it's raining terror on Livefire.
Somehow, despite all these kills, you're seeing 2 strongholds flip on over towards Nemesis as soon as they get a couple kills on the board. They found this camo in the form of Bound. And Bound trades it out with the stick onto Snipe Drone. So
I asked who it was going to be that stepped up from Optic Gaming. So far, every single player is making plays. This is the green wall that needs to show up if they plan to reverse sweep this Nemesis team. It's only game 3. We got a lot of game to go. It's not even over yet, but signs from Optic in their individual fights have got to be the best feeling you have had as a fan throughout this series so far.
This point in time. They'll rotate to B2.
Kind of enjoy the LVT homies, bro. I'm not gonna lie. This feels like family over here, bro. I do like the mainstream too, though. But I've switched back and forth a bit, you know.
Players, which it was just really simple for Optic just to stand still. I mean, no one even tried to contest them at B.
Now they're getting C. Renegade is on top tower though. Formal's gonna have the snipe to utilize. Renegade 20-8 still. I mean, it's a massive game out of him. 19-8 out of Legend. And it's just continuous slays now out of Formal as well. 12 assists for Formal. Look at Formal, by the way. 7, 13, and 5.
Yeah, Formal played that really well. And I loved his use of the quantum translocator to help him in a situation there. But most importantly, they were just catching Nemesis one at a time. And that aggression that they were trying to get, they're almost trying to force a fire, right? Like to strike something. They're just going to run at Optic Gaming until some of those kills start to go their favor.
Things have really slowed down here for Nemesis. Let's see if they do exactly what you're saying. Oh.
Yeah, there they go. All of them are going to spring out at once, and I think Renegade and the rest of Optic Gaming are going to be more than ready for it. SLG, the only player alive after all these engagements, and he's immediately hunted down, and there's just really not much else Nemesis can do. They're swinging 4 wide. They're trying to play as a team, but Optic Gaming have just been ready every step of the way.
Positioning's better, and their angles are better.
Enemy team
C captured. Optic Gaming continuing scoring here. They're going to go for a big door push.
I love this from Legend. He's just getting that info. He trusts his teammates to get the job done at A. He's going to be patient. And I wouldn't be surprised if he waits till this is like 99% to go in and try to catch this player off guard.
Oh, that's not a good idea, though.
That's a mouse and keyboard player.
Yeah,
yeah. Unfortunately, he only had 1 bullet, too.
That's not a good idea. Wootum! A now being capped by Wootum. It's going to push from the outside. I believe it's Formal who decides to go back through cuts. Wootum just checking every angle at the moment. It's 2 down for the side of Nemesis. Good shots by Wootum, though. Decides to back off. Wants to come back out, I think, though. It's a good play. I don't know. Still damage being output, but they're getting B now. Optic is.
Enemy team
Optic is. The 2 players of Optic, Legend and Renegade, have just as many kills combined as all of Nemesis. Cannot understate how impactful these 2 have been. And what's even more impressive is the bounce back, right? They had a horrendous game, too, where they just could not get it done. They bounced back. They provided the spark that Optic Gaming needed at their most critical point in time.
This happened last time. Optic got 1. This happened last time.
Well, actually, last time we had lights that went out. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, no, I meant
like... It was
like,
actually in Nemesis' favor.
I meant like the next day, like today, earlier today. This happened, and we'll see if, I don't know, we'll see if that kind of changes things a little bit.
That is a man on a mission, by the way. The way he's staring at his monitor, he said, yeah, I know what I need to get done. And they're getting themselves in position. They're getting themselves ready for this fight.
What are you thinking, Eli?
I mean, I think that Nemesis need to not be shaken by that. Obviously, that was a pretty impressive.
Bro, imagine how Legend feels like crazy, bro. Like you can't pass up an opportunity to compete in NA, but
you know when you're really on fire in Halo, you just feel a little bit different.
to
Like
have the EU guys show up and be like, you could have stayed here and still dominated, like type shit. Like, you know, we could have won the whole thing here. I don't know, man.
And just like the energy of their
who knows,
reticle,
bro?
it
Who
even makes
knows?
sense. Like the way their reticle is moving, so precise and confident. Like this fight was insane from Legends. The perfect kill. I think Formal gets a perfect kill over on the other side. Yeah, this was another perfect kill. Like it was just so many perfects back to back. Here's the Formal one. Oh, doesn't the reticle just look like, oh, I'm just destroying right
Of course, yeah. It's when you start to see that and you start to notice that, I like to call it the flow state, right?
I know you do.
and when they're in that, when you have Renegade in a flow state, run away. That's the way I think of it. Like there's nothing you can do. Renegade is if you had every single player in the HCS in a flow state, Renegade is the best player in the game, period. I don't know if anyone would agree with me. That's what I believe. So yeah, when you have Renegade in the flow and then you have Legend as well, 2 players that can take over games like that, and then you have Formal playing his role with the assist. It's incredible to see. But now you go to Assault Aquarius, and I don't know how Optic fare on Assault.
I'll give you some stats right now.
I love this. Dude. Eli comes prepared. He not only tracks the tournament stats, he also tracks their scrim stats on the maps, which I think is a big indicator, a big help for us.
Optic is currently 23-5 on Aquarius Bomb. It ranks about halfway. It's like right in the middle of their player strength or their game type strengths. And then you look at Nemesis. Right now they are 15-9, which is also kind of in the middle. So this is like, for them specifically within their little confines, it's like halfway down as far as their game type list goes. But I think Optic's ceiling in this game mode might be higher.
Okay. I'll have to see how it pans out.
It does feel like Nemesis is kind of a little diffy today, though.
Yeah.
You know, and maybe these stats don't totally give credence to how well they're playing.
Yeah, I like to always make that note in my head, but at the same time, it's
also. Interestingly, Nemesis has beat Shopify in Aquarius Bomb.
And that's like their best
And that's
game
like
type.
one of their best game
yeah.
types. So.
Okay, so interesting. Very interesting.
Everything is flown out the door, you know. Once you get
nothing
into
matters at this point. And you know what? At this point in the game, I think the question is Renegade an Energizer running today? Did he charge his batteries enough? Because that's what, in my eyes, that's what it's going to take. It's going to take him really having a game like last game. If Legend and Renegade didn't have those games last game, or didn't have that game last game, I think that would have been very different, in my opinion. So
you're exactly right. Well, here we go, guys. Go ahead and take it away. Aquarius Bomb, game number 4. Who's going to come out on top?
Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. It's already a double kill, starting off for Renegade, 2-0. No one on Nemesis has a kill just yet. Now Renegade has the camo.
I mean, honestly, I'm a bit surprised at how free that was. No one from Nemesis was really looking at stopping him, and Optic Gaming, they're going to get a lot of space because of it. And he's catching everyone. Renegade has unlocked. He's 4-0 to start this game. Snipe Drone, the only player alive.
Yeah, this is my question: is can he continue what he was doing last game? And the answer is yes. The answer is yes.
When he's playing like this, he's the best player in the world when he plays like this. Nothing can stop him. Nemesis, they're punting this away. They're going to hit an overextension, trying to set themselves up to potentially maybe find a counter opportunity if they find the slays in the base. Look at how far up Snipe Drone and Woodham are on the map. They're completely on the other side.
Are we looking at a killing frenzy here, you think? What do the
I mean, if they're going to run away from the man, yeah. No one's even trying to challenge him. They're letting him just this is his domain. He has turned the base of Nemesis into his own.
Yeah, I wouldn't challenge him either.
Oh, look, but Optic Gaming, they're moving the bomb nonetheless. Renegade, he just comes in, distracts everyone, says, yeah, you guys get the bomb on the move, I'm going to get out.
Yeah, I like this by Renegade. Play for your stats right now. That's what you need to do. You get that dopamine, man. Get it.
So is he going to die this entire game?
No, and he's playing like he doesn't want to die, which is so cool. You can see him. It's not statting in a sense, but it kind of is. But when he starts to do this, like,
oh my God! The knowledge. He stays alive. He stays alive. The nade wasn't enough. He's still alive. How is he doing this?
3 go down, and this is another opportunity for Optic Gaming to potentially play perfect Halo once again and get a second arm early on. And Renegade cycling the first and second camo with the same life.
That's what I'm saying, Badger. That'd actually be kind of crazy, bro.
Great job controlling these this entire time. But looks like they did get touch on the bomb and bring it in. But at this point, when it's on that jet bridge, they're going to be able to toss it off. More importantly, who's getting these slays? If Optic get these slays, they're in perfect position to arm the second bomb. There's going to be one of the first picks, but this pressure over from Pink.
But it's looking like it might go to a game 5, you know what I mean? So we'll see, my brother.
Multiple members of Nemesis are stuck their back bridge. Legend's able to find an assist onto one and also stay alive. That bomb's still at Nemesis' base. So each kill that goes down at Nemesis' side makes it even more of a high pressure situation for the rest of the team that's alive. They get a touch on the bomb so it doesn't reset. The last player for Optic Gaming that's in the util finally flushed out, and Nemesis maybe can breathe for the first time this game.
Honestly, even moving that bomb a little bit towards the Optic base, so they might have their first shot at it, but it is going to rely on these kills to start it off.
Big kill on the Formal clears out all of Optic's base. They're going to force the pink spawns. This is exactly the strategy you want, but however, you see Legend's going to be all the way across the map, still flanking around the utility. Bound somehow doing God's work in the closet, and it's not even Easter Sunday yet.
I don't know how. First off, he got that kill. Great melee and great finish off there by Bound. But secondly, a little bit of, I guess, questioning strategy there from Nemesis. A lot of times you want them spawning over towards Fridge. Sure, you want to finish off the kills when they're weak, but you almost want a player to spawn there even if they're full shield.
100%. I would never have pushed that, I don't think. And Nemesis probably regretting that decision, especially after Bound put you on a highlight reel right there. The camouflage is going to be coming up here in a second. And it does look like Nemesis finally have an opportunity for some map control here. Formal's going to be competing for bottom middle right now. I don't know if anyone from Nemesis is even near that camo, but they are going to have a numbers advantage as Renegade goes down. Multiple members of Optics spotted by Snipe Drone, taken down a no shield by Snipe Drone, and that should be Nemesis being able to approach the map. Yes, it's SLG with the camouflage.
Camo, what's he going to do with it? Seems like he's just going to get spotted out right away. Needs to take up some more ground. But all these members of Nemesis, look at their positions. They're all low on the ground besides someone up high at their base. They need to use this to get some higher position. Get over towards top pink, get towards top car, and there it is. We now have top car and top center in control for Nemesis.
3 dead and Renegade was spotted pink 1. Are they able to flush out Renegade? Renegade goes back to the base. First one spotted going up the pink stairs. You should know, based off the name of that player that you saw, that that was Renegade. The bomb guy is going to get naded before it can go in. Optic members are trying to slide to get that bomb out. Three Optic members go down. Last player alive is on the fight, but SLG, trying to fight up the back stairs, takes the route that allows Optic to throw that bomb out. So that bomb arm should have happened, but grenades thrown from the heavens have taken him down, and because they get that kill on the bomb carrier, they buy enough time to get that bomb thrown out, and what should have been an arm for Nemesis keeps this game a 1-0 lead for Optic.
That was great defense by Optic, and like you said, this should be a tie game at this point based on those positions, how many people they had weak there. Bound, they don't have control of the base, so he's just going for whatever kills, whatever control he can get right now. Misses the melee and gets taken out by SLG.
3 dead for Optic, Formal, last player alive on the map. Bomb, not too much to worry about right now. Still just in your courtyard, not in your base, so you will have an opportunity to respawn. SLG is actually going to block pink corner. This is important. All members of Optic will be stuck in their base. Can Nemesis find a way to successfully get these kills without trading out?
Well, they know nobody's pushed out pink side, so anyone over on that car side right now is playing very cautiously. They're not trying to force in because they know they're likely walking into an outnumbered position.
The first kill comes through, but it is traded out. Renegade able to try and create some space. His teammates able to find some kills car side of the map.
That grenade from courtyard towards the front pillars of the base.
I don't have that in my artillery yet.
That one, I haven't unlocked that skill just yet.
I'm kind of just whipping it off the ceiling, praying. Formal was able to get the camo, but it's negated immediately. A good job, however. I mean, we talked about the stressful situation Optic were just in. They decided to push out car side. Renegade might have died, but the damage he dealt on car side of the map allowed his teammates to follow up and create space, which was so much needed. That denied a real opportunity for Nemesis to get the bomb in the base. Good defense by Optic, keeps them with the lead. 5.5 minutes on the clock could be important here as we continue on.
Gosh, Renegade's speed at which he plays the game is so incredible. The fact that he's able to run away when he's supposed to, turn around, retarget switch, finish off that player he originally weakened, is just such a work of art to watch.
Gory behind enemy lines. They're going to know he's here based off of death cam, you'd have to think. And a lot of Optic Gaming's progressed on the map right now. There's one respawning that's going to probably try and look for Glory, but Glory trying to come all the way back is eventually flanked by that respawner, and because of it, he's caught off guard. He does get a melee onto him, but a good job to get Glory out of your base to stop blocking those spawns. It's now Snipe Drone's job to try and block some of those spawns, but somehow Bound got to car 2 being unseen, and with that kill, it denies any timing Nemesis would have had with the numbers advantage they just had.
Yeah, you gotta wonder when you get those long flanks, it has to pay out in the end. And you start to see him kind of push a little too fast. Or if you're taking those quick routes, I feel like you should be taking those quick routes through lower gen or through car 2 if you know somebody's already there or they're weak. But it felt like he was kind of panicking, trying to rush and help his teammates as fast as possible without all the correct info.
Renegade getting some space on the map here. Bomb is going to be on his side, but with multiple members of Nemesis coming off respawn, Renegade's just trying to apply some pressure. He knows the time is on his side. A win condition for Optic. A double kill opens up what is potentially a game-changing arm. To make this a 2-0 lead would be massive for Optic Gaming. Wutum has snuck away with the camo, made it into the util, however. And And Optic Gaming, 3-man car side, just light woots him up like a firework, and he goes down. Camo gets burned. This bomb gets moved just barely before it gets taken down. 3 dead, 4 dead, and Optic Gaming are gonna force ping spawns. The first player is up, it's Wootum, but what can he do about this arm?
Wootum somehow takes out Renegade, but this bomb is arming, and I don't know if anyone's from Nemesis.
Oh my God, they jumped in the window.
2 members down, can they get the one more trade? They do get the trade. That is huge for Nemesis. In fact, they almost made their last mistake last time, just tossed in the courtyard. My guess is they're gonna leave it in the back of their base and try and play some defense. But that could be disastrous right there.
Yeah,
Renegade trying to push in and get a touch.
No chance we're letting this, we're waiting for this bomb to
reset.
return.
They've already committed? No?
They threw it to the stairs, but that's not out the window, and Optic are picking up kills. We didn't get that bomb out of our base. Are you kidding me? 3 down for Nemesis. Last player alive, I believe, is still top the base. Now he's trying to throw it out, but oh my God, he goes down. The players are starting to spawn pink again, and Optic Gaming have a realistic chance of trying to get another arm.
That was a weird half commit to me. I felt like the bomb in the back of the base with only 10 seconds left. You can play some defense, stop one more touch, and let it reset in the center of the map. But it felt like they kind of half committed. After there's some pressure from Renegade, they tried to toss it down the stairs towards the shroom stairs.
They're playing with fire, and right now they are getting burned. Bomb still on their side of the map. 2 minutes and 40 seconds on the clock. Bound, still in your face, still jiggling, still wiggling. Eventually he's gonna need beat every single nade from the respawners, and he gets taken down, but the bomb is not progressing at all. Nemesis are having such a hard time not only dealing with the slays, the pressure from Optic, but also juggling the objective anywhere away from their base to where they're not in an all-time threat at every single moment of the game.
Yeah, a few times that we have seen Nemesis moving across the neutral part of the map, they're getting picked off and paying with their lives. It's such a disaster when you try to move that bomb across and you get for that first free death.
3 down for Optic. Nemesis is gonna have 3 on the map. Bomb is bottom middle currently. Legend behind enemy lines once again. I love this play by him. We've seen this so often throughout this weekend where Legend gets into the enemy util, CTF, assault, whatever it may be, and he wreaks havoc in these moments. What can he get for us? As he jumps out of the car, he goes unnoticed, goes unspotted. Wootum or SLG not gonna expect him here, and that ruins everything Nemesis tried to play.
Also just the repositioning. Legend isn't a static target. He's not just gonna sit over in the gen. He pushes out towards the front, hides over towards one of the jump ups. Just playing so difficult that entire time. So if they send anyone to go look for him, they're wasting time. They're sometimes not finding that target. Sometimes Legend shooting one of the other teammates.
Damned if you do, damned if you don't. If you have the right timing, Legend still creating chaos throughout this game. Knows that you don't need the arm. The arm would be great though. 3 go down. Wootum last player alive. He's in the back flag. Teammates starting to fight him. He's gonna get some solid damage. To not try and arm this. They're gonna deal with Wootum first. Respawners are gonna be coming pink side. One maybe doing the front jump. Legend trying to get to another player behind the pillar in their base. And that arm, I mean, there's a minute remaining. You're not worried about this bomb. You are slaying from here on out if you're Optic.
Love that play by Optic. They don't overcommit. They don't get themselves in a position where there's 3 down. Instead, they bait the bomb. They realize Nemesis can't afford to lose another arm, but at the same time, just buying time, getting slay after slay.
A bit of a ninja there, Renegade. Getting that kill, but mostly that's not a trade for Glory, and because of it, I mean, look at this. Nemesis can't get off their spawn. You saw Wootum trying to juggle the bomb across the map, but with 30 seconds left, you gotta figure something out.
We're going to a game 5, baby. 3 dead.
Nowhere is safe. Nemesis' only chance right now is to forego their
game
base,
5, bro.
Bomb,
Yeah, dead ass.
Charge, but you have to get that bomb in the circle these next 10 seconds. I think we're looking at game 5 Street Slayer, Wes.
I feel like we've been looking at a game 5 for the last 10 minutes. Maybe even since game 3. Optic Gaming on the back of Renegade and Bound, both with a 30 bomb in game 4. Will put this team 1 game away from a championship Sunday, and now all of a sudden, Nemesis is 2-0 lead in this series. Washed, removed, irrelevant. It's 2-2. We're going to a game.
Oh, they're taking a break. They're taking a break, Ski.
We said that anyone from that roster.
Game 5, and they're taking a break, Ski.
Raising their hands and saying, "I'll do it."
I feel like it's been just about everybody on this team. Every
Oh my goodness, they're ready.
Somebody is making a play. Everybody I don't know what clicked in between games 1 and 2 and game 3, but everybody is winning their pivs. Everyone is getting the job done from their point of view, handling the situations they are given. I mean, but 30-13 is downright disgusting. Renegade has got to be the most positive player in this series. Those stats are absolutely bonkers, and he has found his flow. And then to have someone like Bound join you along the way as your duo, 31, 20, and 12. I mean, these kids are special. They're getting hot at the right time. They're getting hot at the last chance they have to get a championship Sunday underway for them tomorrow, and they are 50 kills away from doing so.
50 kills separating one team from bed and one team from Sunday dreams.
Jeez! Deadass, bro. 50 kills, bro. Love it, love it, love it, love it, love it, love it, love it.
For sure.
Oh yeah, of course, I'm calling that too, Badger. I'd fucking put money on that shit, bro. For sure, brother.
Yeah, even from
we'll see though.
Yesterday or this morning, like there's individual fights that are just being dominated on the side of
They
Optic.
better start the game off hot, no cap.
A ton of missed shots or anything. It's just Optic Gaming are making plays. The
Let's see
are
what
perfect,
happens.
The movement is perfect. Everything just feels right. Their positioning. Optic Gaming have found their flow here in this series, and you wondered if they were going to show up. Well, they showed up big time the last two games. 250 to 80 live fire strongholds. Aquarius Assault might have been 1-0, but it was an absolute dominant.
Yeah, I agree with that statement. I agree with that, bro. But we'll see, man. We'll see.
Kills instead. And with that,
we gonna find
we
out.
transition over to Street Slayer for Game 5, Dave. And I think something we called out early in this series, it felt like the power-ups were really going towards Nemesis, and a lot of the success since then.
The homie Jake saving the sub streak. Almost. What up, bro? What's good? What's poppin', bro? All right, we had 2 out of 3 subs for the day. Comment, yo, Jake, appreciate you, bro. The cup is back in action, homie. Back in action.
That goes better here in this game 5 is when I look at games 3 and 4, I saw Renegade.
There it is. We are on a 2-day streak with the daily sub goal today. 2 out of 3. We got 1 more sub to go. I can't believe we were at 16 fucking like a couple weeks ago, and I kind of choked. I had like a short stream and I wasn't really feeling it, and I got off. But bro, no fucking way, bro. An anonymous gifter, bro. Yo, there it is. There it is, ladies and gentlemen. Absolute homies. What's good, Jake? How you doing, bro? What you up to today? You enjoying the tournament this weekend or what, bro? No fucking way. I gotta update all these numbers. Damn. Officially a whoa, I look like a demon.
Do you believe that Optic has what it takes to cook?
Yo, that's scary, bro.
The situation we've really seen was at the very end of that recharge game. And I couldn't be
Yo, my green screen is fucking turning me to a demon.
Tried to pursue.
Oh, and then it goes away. Damn, bro, that was kind of cool.
I do not want to see
that was like the perfect color.
Decision making in a similar situation.
Yo.
Here on Streets.
I mean, I think you have to figure out something in between.
I look like an android.
And just going all out and charging and forcing action.
Yeah.
When I saw a lot of this action being created during those last couple games.
Demons are red. Okay. Game 5, ladies and gentlemen. We got Nemesis, the #1 EU team versus Optic, the #2 arguably team in NA. Who's gonna get knocked out and get top 6 this weekend? That is the question.
Instead, I saw Renegade and crew doing a lot of information gathering, making smart choices.
Yo, wait, yo, holy shit! I've never had a golden hype train, bro. I thought it. Yo, hold on, let me pause this, bro. In my entire streaming career of 10 years, I've seen people get golden hype trains up the ass, bro. And I literally thought it might be because of where I live. It might be because of something, bro. Dead ass. I've never seen this. I thought it was a myth, bro. I thought it was a myth because I thought it was like a Canadian thing or a US thing. And like, I can't unlock the golden hype train, bro. I've never in my life seen the golden hype train. If you guys want a chance to win the golden hype train, bro, we need someone in here to clutch up in the next like 2 minutes, bro. I'm not even gonna lie. In the next 2 minutes, someone has to clutch up, bro. I've never seen a golden hype train in the 10 years of streaming. I literally have never seen it. Like, sometimes there's hype. Yo, bro. Tell me that did it, bro. Why did that? Wait, why didn't that do it? Yo, thank you for the 100 bits, but why didn't that do it? Hold on. Let me figure something out. Golden Kappa train, bro. There's no way. Why didn't that do it? Hold on. Gift, sub, or cheer to help start, bro. What? There's no way. Yo, if there's anyone in there. Normally, I wouldn't be like asking, but like, yo, I've never seen a golden hype train, bro, in my life, bro. The 15 bits from Lumpy Touch. Appreciate it, bro. Or from DG. Bro, there's a minute and 40 seconds. If someone wants to clutch up and unlock you'll get the golden cap. Wait, we will all as a community unlock the golden Kappa emote. And I've never seen this done, bro. There's no way, man. It's all good, Jake. I'm just, yo, if there's anyone in there that wants to see the golden hype train, I've never seen it, bro. In the 10 years I've streamed, I've literally... Yo, bro, there's no way. I've seen a bunch of people like get this, and I thought it was just because it was like a location thing, and because I've had a bunch of hype trains. I even had a hype train like yesterday. I got like a bunch of people coming in, gifting in subs and stuff. I had a hype train, but I've never seen the golden one. I thought it was impossible in my channel, literally. And there's a minute left, bro. There's no way. Oh, okay, appreciate that. Yo, this. Shit, bro. Let's fucking go! The golden hype train, bro. My first. Yo, hold on. We gotta get this going, bro. Like, I'm about to. Hold on. I gotta clip this. Print screen. Yo. Guys, if we can get this going, I'm about to tweet this out. I'm about to put this on Instagram everywhere I can, bro. Let's see, that's the wrong one. Great, of course it's the wrong one. This is the one I need. Alright. No way we're getting hype going in the chat for the golden hype train. No way, bro. This guy said he did all I can. There he goes, cheering more. I appreciate you, bro. No way. The homie saved the golden hype train. Are you fucking serious? Hold on, I got a bad picture. No. Oh my gosh. Okay. Print screen. Yo, if there's anyone in there that wants the golden Kappa emote, you will unlock that by just supporting the stream right now with the golden hype train. This is amazing, bro. I've never had a golden hype train. I have to tweet this, bro. Like this is such a moment, bro. Holy shit. Save. This is my. I didn't even think it was possible, bro. Golden Kappa train, first one, bro. I'm like literally like, this is insane, bro. I've never seen this in my life. This is so cool, bro. Thank you for the bets, yo. Fill that jar, baby. Let's go. Oh, this is so sick. Hold on, I'm gonna tweet it out quickly, bro. Yo, guys, keep the hype going at least to level 2, man. Let's get it, bro. I'm about to post out and see if there's more people that come in for if anyone wants the golden hype train. First ever golden hype train in my stream right now. Thank you for the support this weekend during HCS Arlington. Twitch.tv/stress. Posted, bro. Everyone go retweet this, bro. Oh shit. Thank you for the hype, boys. Wait, are we on level 2? Did it level up? Oh my gosh, it's 8, yo, bro. Thank you guys for the hype, man. We are at 86% to get to level 2, bro. Thank you for the support. We also have a jar on screen. If you guys want to fill the jar, that's lit. But yo, thank you for DG. This guy DGTL Funk, bro. You saved the day, bro. I want you to know that, bro. Bro, this is so crazy. Jake started off with some hype, a tier 2, I believe it was. Bro, thank you guys for the support, man. I'm at 72 Twitch subs right now. There's a minute left for the golden hype train, guys. I feel like we gotta get it to level 2, man. We gotta get it to level 2, man. Yo, guys. I don't even know. I think we literally might. Yo, I don't even know. We might actually have to get it, or else it might fail. I don't know how the hype train works. If we have to complete level 1 or not. But if you guys want the golden kappa, man, that would be so lit, bro. Is it possible? Yo, yes, no, don't tell me it stays at 99, bro. Don't tell me it stays at 99, bro. Are you serious? Does anyone have like 2 bits to go to the stream to get the golden kappa train, bro? It will literally die out at like 10 seconds left. Okay, thank God, bro. Thank God, because some people wait too long and they're like, okay, let's wait until 5 seconds left, and the hype train ends, and they're like, dude, I was gonna donate, bro, and it's like they waited too long. Yo, this guy Funk, bro, Funk. I want you to know you're literally like, bro. Thank you so much for saving the day, bro. This is so sick, bro. I've never seen a golden hype train, and you're like carrying the fucking golden hype train right now. You like ignited it and you're pushing it, bro. Appreciate you so much, Funk. Holy shit, man. Oh, I didn't think it was possible, bro. Thank you so much, man. Thank you so much, bro.
Both sides, great individual plays.
Holy shit, I gotta fucking, dude, this is amazing.
Sometimes in Optic's voice, when they're pinned at Tram, they're saying there's gotta be someone in Red Room. Yes, there was before, but feels like they're relying on each other so much, saying you need to watch this, you need to watch this. Whereas I feel like the times that they've been playing their best is when you let those players unchained. You let someone like Bound and Renegade go out and do what they do best.
Yeah, the emotion says that this is a very nervous moment for them right now. You do not want to be in Game 5 with Nemesis, as this game still 3 kills separate the 2, and this red gun's continued to do damage as you see multiple players getting taken down now for Nemesis. Red gun removed, and Renegade busts down the door of Nemesis here, and they're set up towards Tram as he finds a double kill. He's able to find the red gun. Can he stay alive with this? Is it dangerous fight to try and take their shield down?
Dude, that is an amazing thing. All good, bro. Glad to help you out, and you're genuinely saving us what it's all about. Bro, I'm dead ass, bro. I've never seen a golden hype train, so the fact that, like, you're helping it get going, bro, that's amazing, man. Thank you. This is so sick, bro. We're all going to get the goal. If you participated, like me, Funk, and the homie Trying, we're all going to get the golden kappa right now.
But 3 members holding formal.
I'm gonna put this on my highlight, bro. That's crazy.
Gets out of there with his life, knocked to completely no shield. They do take down Bound, so they create a little bit of space. Formal still with camo in the heavens, trying to knock down a couple players' shields. Eventually, his camo does run out, but this red gun's starting to do a lot of damage. Where's the cleanup? It's here. It's in the hands of Renegade. He finds a double in the kill feed. And
oh, this is amazing. Thank you for the bits, yo. Thank you for the bits and the support, guys.
41 to 31.
Oh man, I'm less than 200 followers away from 40,000 on Twitch as well, so like this is awesome. Oh, this is so sick. Seeing a golden kappa train is just so lit, bro. We got it to level 2, a level 2 golden kappa train. Oh man, 1% in, you know, 99% to go, but we're vibing. I'm just glad we got it to this far, bro, and the fact that we at least conquered the golden hype train. We saw it, we hit it, ignited it, fucking made it go. I appreciate that support so much, man. Seriously. And how many new subs is that? That's another new sub. So we got 4 for the day. We're overkilling the sub count. There it is. GG's.
Separating Optic from Championship Sunday, and Legend and crew are tripping for good reasons.
There it is.
They pull up the reverse sweep, and
there it is.
Punch their ticket to Sunday.
As it should be. Wow. Let's see Nemesis now. Let's see Nemesis now on Twitter. Let's see Nemesis on Twitter. Champ Sunday, bro. Champ Sunday. Yeah, that would have been bad if they got eliminated. Holy shit.
Here today, Nemesis gave them everything they could.
Holy shit.
But Optic Gaming woke up in the middle of
We're a minute left in the hype train. If you're just tuning in and want to participate in the Golden Hype Train, this is the first ever Golden Hype Train of the stream. Yeah, you can participate and unlock the new Kappa emote for 24 hours, I believe it is. So that'll be pretty hype for Champ Sunday, man. Get your Golden Hype Train, get your Golden Kappa emotes here. Spam them tomorrow in the chat.
Good about what I heard. I'm hearing a little bit of panic, a little bit of like hesitancy, a little bit of worry. But something clicked. There was one moment. They push into Tram. They get unanswered
we
kills.
finally see smiles from Optic. I saw Legend smile, and all the other wins I saw earlier, there were not many smiles.
Well, this one means a little something to him.
You didn't see that around Infamous. You saw it tonight, though.
This is a personal one with him, of course, leaving a couple of players, and obviously the Europeans' best is something that he considers himself, not the team he's playing against. So this one was a little personal, especially when you lose to him earlier in the day.
Wow, bro.
Revenge, especially on the side of.
Yo, what does Nemesis have to say on Twitter now, bro? It's pretty late. That's crazy.
That again, I think is going through his head.
No way, bro.
Game 5. Everybody doing their part. Bound leading the way, 15, 10, and 5. That triple kill at the end, just a punctuation on this is over. I'm done with you guys. Go home. I've got plenty of sleep I need to get for tomorrow. We have big expectations if you didn't know. The fans are all chanting for us. We can't lose this game.
Putting themselves as deep in the elimination bracket as they possibly can, and
like
series by series, game by game, clawing their way out.
It's like a Disney movie. You just replace one of them with Air Bud. Air Bud goes to the losers bracket. They come all the way through, and I mean, Nemesis, hats off to them, the tournament that they've had, going up against what we consider to be a God squad, one of the best teams in North America, one of the best teams in the world, world championships, everybody on the roster. You gave them everything that they could handle. And you come up short, yeah, especially kicking yourself with the 2-0 lead, but no reason to hang your head because you showed the world that you can play with the best of the best.
Yeah, if anyone was overlooking Nemesis before, I guarantee that will not be the case for the second tournament of the HCS circuit.
Yeah, you do not want them in your pool.
Commiserations to Nemesis, they played so well, and as you look at those scores, not reflective of how close that entire series was. But you don't gotta take it from me. Blaze, will you take it away? I know you're talking with Optic on the floor.
So much Walshy and West. Everybody make some noise for Optic Gaming. Brick by brick, they climbed their way out that series, and I got Renegade with me on the stage, and man, you done played them twice today. And you know, throughout, what was it, 6 maps, they had y'all number 5-1. But here in this series is where it made the difference. You guys are down 2-0. Talk to me about where did this
Yo, the golden. Yo, thanks for the more bits, bro. This guy keeps throwing me biddies. Thank you, homie. The fat golden hype train.
It's fucking gross. Like, wow. Holy shit.
A tough team indeed, okay?
Shout out to those guys. But I don't know, we just got our footing. We knew that, like, as long as we got our kills, got the weapons, did the, basic Halo Infinite shit, that we can get the job done.
You guys definitely did, man. They were playing out of their minds, okay? You guys were sweating over there, but managed to make it to a championship Sunday yet again. How important is that for you to be able to do that here in Texas in front of the home crowd, get back to Sunday?
Yeah, that's super important. I'm glad we made it to Sunday. It would have sucked to have been out Saturday, but, eyes forward to tomorrow.
Yes, sir, okay? And, I don't know if they heard it in the chat at home, but this whole crowd chanted MVP for you in this series, being able to ice up the way that you did. Talk to me about how you feel about your own performance here today.
I feel like I'm playing pretty good, but,
tournament.
I want to win this tournament. If I'm not winning, then it's not really worth it.
There you go. I agree, okay? You're a winner at heart. All you want to do is get this dub. Now, lastly, what do you want to tell these people in the audience at home? I know you got your family here as well. It's been a tough day for you, but you got it done.
Shout out all you guys, especially my family and all you guys in the crowd in the green wall. I hear you guys, and thank you.
There you go. That's a thank you for Renegade and Optic Gaming here on the stage. That's going to do it for us. Lot, take us away.
Thank you so much, Blaze. Some choice words on that main stage from Renegade, that young man over there. But I've got to say, he's right as well. He is dead on with it. They are gross. Nemesis, we say goodbye to them. But lasting memories they have made on that main stage, and I got to say, should be incredibly proud of everything that they've managed to accomplish this weekend. It kind of sucks because of all the hard work and the brilliance coming across our screens. To say goodbye to them before Sunday almost feels wrong to do that, but GG's, and I really do hope that they continue forward with this roster because it was amazing to witness. Well, one side of things though, Optic Gaming, they are bouncing back. That looked very shaky for a minute. 2-0 down once again, but turned things around this time. Goofy, what are your thoughts midway through that series? Seeing them down 2-0, did you see a little bit of life left in them? Was there a sign for you that was like, you know what, a reverse sweep could be on the cards here?
Definitely. You know, game one, they lost, like, barely losing game one, barely losing game two. I just had a gut feeling that Optic was going to come back and do something special, and that's exactly what we saw. Big shout out to Renegade. Look at that KD,
wow.
1.96. That might be the highest we've seen so far today on the main stage. Absolutely dominating performance out of him. If you're an Optic Gaming fan, you were on the edge of your seat because your tournament was on the line each of those games, 3, 4, and 5. And even in game 5, it was neck and neck, like more than halfway through before Optic pulled away. So what an outstanding performance by the Green Wall, making it to Championship Sunday. And remember, they dropped to the elimination round 1, right? Going all the way to that grueling losers bracket.
Almost always the same teams in the final day. Yeah, man, these guys are just, they know how to play good Halo, man.
I gotta say,
that's true.
That KD is awfully nice there, but the damage coming in from his partner Bound as well in the 30Ks, what was it, 32K there on the stat sheet, Tony. I mean, Bound partnering that up with him, it was a recipe for a dub coming forward. Every single team member just started to spark to light. It was beautiful to watch. And Nemesis, they were just getting caught up in their own kind of fantasy that they had for that first 2 games of this series. Optic, they just had a new lease of life.
Yeah, I mean, I talked about it right in the beginning of the day. I talked about it even after that Shopify Rebellion series and even before this series. What is their winning formula?
I think I'm going to rewatch the Optic versus Shopify first series that they played because I didn't get to see that. I was like, I took a nap, turned off the stream and hosted Eli earlier today, and then I turned my stream back on in the evening just now. Well, not just now, but, you know, a few hours ago. But I didn't get to see the Optic versus Shopify, so I'll probably rewatch that.
Potential to get back in the game, and this was lights out as
Eat
well.
some ice
That
cream.
map 3 was incredible from Optic Gaming. What is standing out to you right now, Goofy, that you want to see this roster take forward into tomorrow? Because they're going to have to take charge of some of these teams they're facing.
Yeah, really, Optic Gaming definitely is going to learn a lot from this series, from this whole day. Going into tomorrow, now the competition gets really stiff, right? We're gonna wait to see between Space Station Gaming and Cloud9 who's gonna be that fourth team. But you have FaZe Clan and Shopify Rebellion. FaZe hasn't dropped a map all weekend long, and Shopify are those expected favorites coming into this tournament. So Optic, you got a tall order ahead of you, but right now you must be feeling good.
They would be feeling ever so good indeed, especially with a player like Renegade on your team. So Optic have them. I think, honestly, FaZe have a couple of different gods on their team as well. We are seeing right now just some stats as well from the previous series. 1.86 in that first map, which is interesting to see, just considering they didn't manage to get the win across the board. And we kind of talked about this, right? How much you can obviously outslay in certain areas, but if you don't get things done, then it doesn't matter. And that's kind of also sentiments Renegade shared about overall this weekend, right? If, you know, it's great he's playing so well. As you can see, look at it, just stunning. But if he doesn't get that win, none of it matters, Tony.
It really doesn't. I mean, we said it. You got to find a way to activate Renegade. And when he's playing like this, and they're ultimately playing around that, again, that damage, that unselfishness, like, this is a very dangerous Optic roster. It's been a long journey to get to where they are right now, but they look like they're ready to win.
Yeah, they certainly do indeed. I just want to know from you guys on the desk as we're wrapping things up, you know, the arena's pretty much just dry now. There's nobody in here, just us having a little old chat on the desk. You know, what's been your favorite part about today, Goofy? Because there has been so much that's been going on. It's just action upon action and upset potential, and we say goodbye to Europe's powerhouse. You know, what has been that pinpoint moment for you?
Really, I mean, all the matches have just been so exciting, so fun to watch. But really, I mean, the story of Nemesis, right? What a story for this team, coming out and really proving people wrong and really proving a lot of people right. You know, people like Tony who picked Nemesis as their wild card, they came and they showed out this weekend. They got to be feeling good about themselves, and now they have DreamHack Dallas ahead to look at. But really, Wootum, really the mouse and keyboard player, this whole Nemesis roster really did a good job this weekend.
My favorite part about this weekend was the craziest thing that happened. Literally, Nemesis are up 2-0 in the series. Optic are down 0-2. And my buddy Billy comes up to me, hands me this chain,
Oh boy.
and says, Optic in 5. Literally insane. Like, he literally willed this. I guess I'm wearing this for the rest of the tournament. That was my. I guess I got Optic winning.
He can't even get it over the headset. Can't even get it over the headset. We need more chain, folks. We need more chain. You said his name was Billy?
Yeah, his gamer tag is Billy Bob, and literally hands this to me down 0-2 and says Optic in 5. It's absolutely ridiculous.
That's
What
crazy.
did you say, Tony? You said SLG, APG,
SLG,
CLG.
APG, LFG, Optic in 5.
That's actually insane. There were just no telltale signs that was going to happen at all. Billy Bob knows what's up. That's
Shout out
crazy.
Billy Bob.
That's the green wall for you. Doesn't matter what's happening. Doesn't matter the scoreline. They will just stay true every single time.
Gotta
They will cheer
believe.
you on. They're the 5th man. They are the 5th man. Well, the 6th man, because if you're including the coach.
Shout out Lunchbox.
Shout out Lunchbox. We love having him back on the main stage, actually. It's so nice to have Lunch here in Arlington with us as well, coaching once again. He's probably thinking to himself, what on earth was that? How are we doing this again? How is this happening? Luckily, we pull it out the bag. But, you know, big time for them as well is weapons in their hands. I think that's also another thing that was a huge difference maker. Having the toys to go to town with and, you know, being able to open maps up. It's so important for this Optic team. But speaking of, we're going to red zone a little bit. I did say it was the last matchup of the night, but we do have a match going on right now. It's Cloud9 versus Space Station. Space Station up 1-0 in the series. As you can see on the winner's side of things here as well, we have quite a journey, but we're going to forget about that. We're going to go back to the red zone. Don't worry about that. We're going to bin it. We're 10-6.
Yo, Lottie's flipping back and forth, bro. That was good.
Recharge.
She was like talking about the game, and they put something on. She's like, yeah, but this, and then took off. She's like, yeah, but forget about that. This. That was sick.
Fellas, we're going to red zone a little bit and do a bit of a tri-cast. I will kind of take a backseat on this, I'm not going to lie.
Let's do it. Let's hop right into it. Game number 2 of the last series of Saturday here. The winner of this will be the 4th team going into Championship Sunday. Space Station with a 1-0 series lead and up 12-10 right now in this Game 2 Slayer, Tony.
Down by just a kill with active camouflage coming up. You're seeing Septify move into position, but SSG quickly using it as bait. Septify gonna have to reposition, get his shields back. They fighting for this active camo.
Septify making his way over to Boo Boo Doo Boo, trying to find some teamwork. You see the player from Space Station Gaming making a push. Lucid steps up, takes down Septify with a nice melee, and now you have Boo Boo Doo Boo by himself. Snakebite gonna choose to smartly back down, put some damage down on Manny. See if he can stay alive here.
Boo Boo Doo Boo getting aggressive, no Snakebite. It's one shot. Snakebite somehow still able to get the trade in that one. And we see more fights going down as Sab fears nothing, clears out the gold side. Cloud9 holding on to a 2-kill advantage.
Going down 2-0 would be a really tough thing to come back from if you're C9. So this is a big game, and it's really close. Essentially, all tied up. They're up by only 2 kills right now. Space Station wants to try to get this lead and maybe go for a clean sweep.
But it's starting to feel like SSG kind of trapped over toward the seaside. Was it a trap, or were they baiting Cloud9 into a false sense of security? Because that's a quick 3 down. SSG make their presence known immediately off the spawn.
Snakebite almost winning that unwinnable battle. It does a lot of good damage. And now, here we go. We got Lucid on your screen. And when he's got a sniper rifle, you better hide.
Trying to get his shields back, though, down to half shields, and everybody from Cloud9 knowing exactly where he's at, somehow able to dodge the insta-splode, but shields up, weapons are hot, and now he's grappling into some danger. Septify almost losing his head. Lucid continues to get aggressive here. Off-screen, Sab able to get a double kill. Lucid somehow survives, and now we're just rotating around this map with active camouflage coming up. It's gonna draw in both of these teams towards the mid-map.
Yeah, Lucid in a perfect position here to take advantage of that grapple. Gets the camo down by 5, so he's gonna be a really pivotal player in this series of events.
Camo and Shock is a dangerous combination, and Lucid is a dangerous player to give it to. 7-4 so far to start off this game, but still down by 4 kills. This right here has to be the
Bro,
win
Cloud9 are
condition
so good
for
at Slayers. I swear they always win these
Boo
Slayers.
Boo ends up
I gotta see
going
some like
down.
statistics on that.
Shields are coming right back up. Lucid.
Yo, Zanny, thanks for the kick
toward
follow.
The final 8 side players don't know how Septify was able to get that stick, but still Lucid gets his and a killing spree.
Killing spree for Lucid, 9-4, having a really good game 2 so far. Trying to will his team to victory and going up 2-0 in this series. Again, so much is on the line here, Tony. Win or go home. Win and make it to Championship Sunday. Boo Boo Doo goes down. Stellar continuing his spree right now. I think he might be getting close to that killing frenzy here soon.
Sab baiting out that corner. Will Lucid find out? And oh my gosh, the moment Lucid's able to figure it out, Sab hits an amazing stick. But Snakebite goes right at Septify. Softening up Boo Boo Doo is forced to go over toward the low ground. Not gonna chase him. He wants this gold side control.
Still down by 5 kills. Seems like any player we go to on SSG is making plays, but Cloud9 continuing to get their kills and keep this lead.
36-32, Cloud9 still holding on. Lucid, he's gonna try to work with Snakebite over toward the A side. I know that Sab is over on that back A side corner here, and now the squad spawns are starting to come in. You see Manny, you see Septify. Cloud9 want to break out of that spawn. They're not challenging gold here. They want to wrap toward the C side. They want to grab a hold of this active camouflage. Stellar aggressive on the mid map, maybe a bit too aggressive because Manny makes him pay.
Here we go, Manny with the camo. Gonna play his life really carefully here, not gonna engage in any unnecessary battles, trying to find some advantageous positions, puts out some good shots on Eco, gets the assist, Eco goes down, Snakebite is compromised as well, throws a good grenade, Stellar goes down, that's 3 members fall for Space Station. Only 9 kills left to go for Cloud9 to tie up this series.
41-36, Cloud9. They're moving into position real quick. Manny goes right after Lucid. There is a one-shot Stellar who refuses to go down easily, but Boo Boo Doo has other plans. And now Manny just wrapping around the map. No Snakebite is around. Eco with a clutch double. Not gonna matter though. Manny getting up close and personal.
I love the way Manny played his entire life with that camo, really put it to use and helped his team extend the lead. Eco goes down. 5 kills left to go for Cloud9.
Green gun out. Just a distraction though. Tried to find the exit route, but Stellar hunting him down. Back to a 5-kill lead, but Sab with the shock. He's dangerous. Almost gets the double on Eco.
Down by 4. What a big kill for Septify.
That looked like such a bloodshot, but I don't know.
C9, but now
The 180 no scope.
Just barely misses the head of Stellar. Ultimately shot that they lead. Stellar makes his way toward that gold side. I think I saw a flanking player though over towards Long Haul. Gotta be careful. Don't want to give that up here. And yes, it is. It's Lucid. He flanks through Long Haul, makes his way toward the C side, gets himself a double kill. More importantly, taking down the shock rifle player. Not only down by 3, but notice Boo Boo Doo was able to take down Eco. Septify gets his. The flank was beautiful, but Cloud9 just need one more kill, and there it is.
Wow, that flank by Lucid was so perfectly timed, but that's the thing in this game that I've seen out of Cloud9. Every time you think that Space Station Gaming is about to make a play, about to close the gap and maybe gain the lead, Cloud9's off somewhere else in the map, getting the kills and extending the lead, so big plays out of them to tie up the series.
Certainly was. They got trapped way too many times in their Space Station. They got themselves into sticky situations. Yes, they came out of things a couple of times with a few trades, but unfortunately it was twofers, you know? They're just not able to get a grasp of that scoreline. The other thing that I think they struggled with a touch there was the fact that they weren't sure where people were spawning. We saw one time Kevin picks up the shock rifle, he's happily gunning for C, and boom, 3 spawners come through. You know, just having to pick things up like that, maybe miscommunications, not blocking a spawn in time. Yeah, a little bit chaotic there, I think, towards the end. So, yeah, Cloud9 ran away with that one for sure. Curious to know what's coming up next in the series layout. I have no idea what we are actually in for map number 3, but again, 1-1 right now, a big swing. Any thoughts coming out of that one from you two?
Yeah, just to piggyback off what you said, Lottie, definitely small mistakes having big impacts for Space Station Gaming. To your point at the end there, Eco getting the kill on the shock rifle player, pushing towards control. That could have been the swing moment for the game, and SSG could have stole that game too. But to your point, maybe some miscommunication, not knowing where the players were spawning. He goes down, loses the shock rifle, and then we see Cloud9 take the win.
I think there was one very disciplined play by Cloud9. I remember Snakebite and Stellar, they're kind of baiting that gold door, waiting for them to come to A towards gold, and it's very advantageous, or I guess very baiting to try to push that angle and try to clear out gold, but no, Cloud9 spawned up over towards bottom A elevator and then rotated through tower, rotated towards C, got a camouflage because of it, and then eventually attacked gold, but attacked it from the strong side, the long haul side. I think a lot of players like me, probably would have pushed straight over towards Whirlpool, tried to fight that gold, and it's just so hard fighting towards that gold door. It's need heaven.
It certainly is, indeed. Next up, actually, my wonderful producer, Corey, let me know, it is Live Fire Strongholds, which I think should be a really, really good game. One that is going to be fought very hard on the map. I think both, honestly, would play that pretty well, if I remember correctly. I don't think that's a weak spot for either of these teams, so should be tightly matched. How are you feeling about Strongholds coming up, Goof?
We'll have to see. I mean, on Live Fire, you got to control power weapons, you got to control the power-ups, right? That's been the story for me in the Space Station Gaming roster. Can they flip that switch and start controlling the map, start controlling the power? You have 4 world champions on your team. Give yourself the advantage by getting the weapons. So I'm excited to see if they can pull that off.
I gotta say, I've also seen Cloud9 start really popping off with some of those power weapons. They can hit shots. I think a lot of people forget, you know, when you're going up against the likes of Stellar, who is basically Mr. S7 and has had that, you know, name from last year. He was just unstoppable with the S7 in his hand. You forget that Sab can do this. You forget that all sorts of players are capable of this if they can pick it up. So the key is going to be for C9, do not let that in the hands of your opponent. You need to be using that weapon to your advantage and press those advantages as well. If you're Space Station Gaming, obviously you're just trying to find a way to build a little bit more momentum here. You just had a hard stop in that Slayer. You had a significant lead at the beginning, a really hot start, and suddenly let it get away from you. But we do also have Assault Aquarius, which is a strange one for folks at home. I know you've nicknamed it Bomb as well, but Assault Aquarius also is going to be a really highly competitive Assault map too. And then if it does go the distance, Slayer on Streets. Tony, how are you feeling about this series layout?
I think the Strongholds is going to be really tough for Cloud9. I think when Cloud9 gets their double cap and they're able to really set up, they're going to be very comfortable, and I like that for them. What my problem is with SSG and their versatility, like when they get a triple cap, they're able to identify spawners extremely well, and they're able to really hold on to those trip caps because of that. So if Cloud9 get an early double cap, they can run away with it. But what happens when SSG have the double and they have to break? Are they going to take too long to try to move players in the right positions to attack? I like SSG and Strongholds a lot.
Yeah, I gotta say I agree with you. I do like them in Strongholds too. It's about whether or not they can dig deep here. It is late, obviously in Arlington. We are approaching, what, 11 p.m.? Is it already 11 p.m.?
Is it?
Wow. Ooh.
Oh, it's 11:11, guys. Make a wish. I know what mine's going to be. Nothing to do with this series at all. Nothing whatsoever. No personal ties at all. Don't tell us what your wishes are, but make sure you get your wishes in. Maybe something to do with Championship Sunday tomorrow and your favorite teams. But with that being said, I'm excited to see where we go from here. I know that they're just having a quick break, as you do after the second map in a series, and we're just blabbing on up here as we get into the evening. You enjoying Arlington so far? It has been a long one, but it's been pretty exciting. Goofy, it's your first time back.
Yeah.
Wow, so much has happened for you with your one-year return.
I know, it feels great. I feel like Halo events are like my home. You know, I've been going to events since I was, what, 13, 14 years old.
Wow.
I've just made so many friends, so many networks, so many ties in the community. So it feels amazing to be back at a Halo major with the, you know, talented crew that we have here. So I'm stoked.
I love that, Goofy. And obviously, we've had you on the desk analyzing everything. Now you're getting to cast and red zone a little bit too, which is amazing. So we're just chucking everything in the kitchen sink in for you, Goofy, because why not when you're coming back for the first time in a year? We do have the championship bracket for folks at home who are still tuning in and watching. We love you. Thank you so much for being here. And as you can see, it's been pretty business as usual for Shopify Rebellion. Nothing crazy going on from them. Just progressing ever so nicely, finding themselves in that winners final. I'm curious to see what FaZe Clan can do though. They've had a very clean run so far. Some may say or argue they've had a little bit of an easier road than most, but now they're going to meet Shopify Rebellion. I think the big question right now, Tony, that is on my mind, I'll be going to sleep thinking about this, is have they been tested enough to go up against Shopify Rebellion? Are they ready for the smoke of the Rebellion?
Well, I mean, I guess the question, if you ask the question, have they been tested enough compared to a Shopify Rebellion? I mean, Shopify Rebellion had to go through an Optic and an SSG in round 1, round 2. That is probably the hardest journey to get to the winners finals. But I feel like if you're FaZe, I feel like you have to know that you can beat anybody in this tournament, and that includes the likes of a Shopify Rebellion. They are ready to upset. They know that they have it in them, but it ain't gonna be easy.
It's not gonna be easy. I know that they had hit a flow state with their game against Nemesis. I need to see that and maybe even more. I think that's what it's going to take down Shopify Rebellion and really start hitting hard. I also think a very strong start is in order. That's key against Rebellion. They have strong starts and just feed off that momentum and that vibe and energy. They are such an energetic team. You can see it in their gameplay. You can certainly hear it in their comms. So FaZe Clan, they have quite something cut out for them, but they can do it. They're more than capable. Every single one of their members on that roster is capable of doing it.
Yeah, I'm becoming more and more of a believer and a fan of FaZe Clan. Like, the more I'm looking at their roster, the more looking at the dynamics of this team, and really Trippy specifically stands out for me in this roster. He's becoming so comfortable in his role, really kind of that do-it-all player. And again, I'm going to reiterate, they haven't dropped a map yet. I know we talked about their road to get to the winners bracket finals has been maybe a little bit not as difficult as a Shopify Rebellion, but hey, they beat whoever was put in front of them, right? And now it's going to be Shopify, so we'll see if they can take down the juggernauts of this event.
And I'm going to sound a little crazy with this as well, but I'm going to throw it out there. Hey, what I've been saying is real. If you'll be listening, it's been real. It's been coming true. I feel like if I'm FaZe, and again, I'm talking about play style and stylistically, you know, no, this is nothing against Optic Gaming whatsoever. It is not me saying Optic versus Shopify. I'm just saying stylistically, I'd rather play against Optic Gaming than Shopify Rebellion. I think Shopify Rebellion can like really slow the game down, speed it up, and whatnot. Well, I think FaZe would love to play against a team like Optic Gaming that like to get super aggressive and maybe try to bait them into like certain scenarios and catch them off guard. I think Shopify Rebellion slightly are able to stabilize a little bit more and not able to fall into those traps and fall into those cycles.
100%. Do you know what that actually really reminds me of Pure from last year? They used to be so good at baiting and trapping you and feeding into your playstyle and using it against you. They were so good at that, and that's really why they were such a disruption to pretty much all of our top teams last year as well. So, no, I love that. I completely agree with that fully. I do think stylistically there are a couple of teams that match up so much better against one another and often don't find themselves going up against each other. But that's just how the cookie crumbles, folks. We're getting into map number 3, it's Live Fire Strongholds. And so far, Space Station are about to cap C and B and hopefully get a big hold here.
Here we go, starting things off with Boo Boo Doo Boo picks up the sniper rifle, and the Repulse takes down 3 members go down actually for Cloud9, leaving Boo Boo all by himself with the sniper rifle. I'm curious if he's going to try to maybe waste some ammo or get to a position on the map where he could throw it off, but no, it looks like he's going to take this challenge and does some good damage on Stellar, takes him out.
Despite being 3 down, he's somehow able to come out with that no-scope on the camouflage player, buy enough time for Sab to come off his spawn, get that cleanup, and Boo Boo Doo Boo still lives right now. That's a huge play.
Yeah, big play. 3 members go down. Your last one alive, a sniper staying alive, doing damage, and now he's running havoc, running around 36-0 right now as Space Station, though, still has control.
Cloud9 stealing away Charlie. C and B belong to them, and a huge trade goes down over toward the big door side, but a trade that favors Space Station Gaming as they have a man advantage.
Snakebite doing some damage on these players. Ness finds Boo Boo Doo and Manny does in a great position now, and Ness gonna try to pinch these players with the help of his teammates. Manny, though, doing some good damage. Stellar takes on Septify top mid, and Snakebite really just needs to stay alive, play his life right here. Unfortunately gets the trade, but not the worst case scenario, still does a lot of damage.
61-1 run right now coming out of Space Station Gaming. And another trade goes down, but SSG are going to take those trades any day of the week as long as they continue to hold on to 2 strongholds. But as a flips, no, it doesn't. It's reset. Now Bravo's being taken. This is about to be the trip cap. This is what I was worried for.
Yeah, that trip cap is deadly. The clock ticks so quick. Lucio with the QT in his back pocket. Charges it up and makes his way over to Nest. Waiting for his shields to come back as the members of C9 trying to get tower control, trying to at least convert C and stop this bleeding. Finally do. still down, though, 100+ seconds to just 1.
This is really what I was worried about. Cloud9 able to get those kills, but look how long it takes them in order to hop into a base and take it. Finally, we're seeing Cloud9 score. This is the double cap. They need to hold on through multiple rounds of slays. You're down by about 100 points right now.
Hopping on board with the camo, trying to do damage on tower, and now gonna wait for that sniper, maybe just staying top mid, playing his life, finds a lot of crucial information on 2 Space Station members going towards B, and this is what camo is all about, playing sneaky, playing your advantages, and now he's just playing his life.
Contesting the hill. This is extremely important here for Septify. He can't go down easily, but SSG don't care. Easy cleanup coming out of Space Station Gaming. Still Cloud9 hold on to Alpha and Charlie. A bit of a transitional hold, but one that SSG is going to attack. They want Charlie.
Space Station converts C and has B control as well. Now you have the players Cloud9 trapped in A, doing some good damage. A Snakebite sitting nest, playing his life. Lucid is a player to watch too, top tower. He needs to stay alive for as long as he can.
It's a huge setup coming out of SSG. The amount of space that they have on the map is really controlling here with this setup. It's going to be up to Cloud9 to really double up on a perimeter player in order to create some kind of lane here. But SSG are scoring so quickly. Cloud9 are going to have to move in position a lot faster, and that sniper is going to be able to speed things up. Snakebite winning a huge fight over toward the green side, alleviating some of that pressure. I said it before. You mess with the snake, you get the fangs.
Snakebite doing a great job getting kills he had no business getting and really helping his team prolong the control on the map. But as I say that, you see Cloud9 has A and C trying to get the trip cap themselves over at B, and there you have it, a trip cap for Cloud9.
This is what you want to see. Bravo belongs to them, but now creating that staggered spawner. Sab is able to identify Eco right off a spawn, get a quick kill. Snakebite and Stellar steal away A, but they make their presence known. Now with Cloud9 are swarming on them. You have the snipe in the hands of Septify. You have a numbers advantage. This is Cloud9 heaven.
Eco one shot back tower, trying to stay alive, but he goes down. Snakebite trying to stay alive. B doing some good damage on this player on Nest. Snakebite's gonna have help from his teammates. That's Stellar trying to give him some cover. Snakebite doing it once again, doing a good job, holding his ground, and just enough time, buying just enough time for Lucid to come by, and there you go, Septify goes down.
That might have been a missed opportunity for Septify. He did have that portal, and he did have a momentary 1v1 against Snakebite. He should have been able to play for that trade a little bit faster and not allow Snakebite to buy enough time for Eco to move in, for Stellar to move in. Maybe a bit of a missed opportunity, one that Space Station Gaming are always going to capitalize on.
162 and counting to 78, and Eco has the camouflage, doing some damage on Manny bottom mid as 2 players from Cloud9 are wrapping around towards A, and let's see what Eco can say about it.
Boobadoom and Septify gonna double up over toward the A side. Eco gonna find out the hard way. Nades are gonna force him back. Half shields right now. Boobadoom goes right after the former MVP, and Nades are still coming down. Eco hasn't been full shields in about a minute right now, but somehow stays alive toward the green side, lives to fight another engagement, gonna go after Septify, and he's tired of the games.
Yeah, once again, we're seeing this staple of a setup from SSG holding C and B, and really Cloud9 has no answer, and they're actually looking to push that. They had the trip gap for a second, Cloud9 converts it, but once again, Tony, we're seeing this setup. Now we have Stellar on Nest with Sniper Rifle. This is going to be so hard for Cloud9 to try and break.
It's the 200-point mark here. Space Station Gaming now see the finish line. Cloud9 have maybe about 1 or 2 pushes left at the moment. Every life matters. Every bit of damage matters, and Stellar with the sniper is not what you want to see if you're a fan of Cloud9, and time is winding down. You see Sab and Manny, they're going to have their eyes set over toward the seaside. Stellar is here, but he has reinforcements. Sab is back down towards elbow, and nobody's getting any cleanups except for the SSG members. They clear out the Charlie side. Nobody's on Bravo. Cloud9, you need to hop in the zone right now.
That really looked like a last-ditch push from Cloud9, but Stellar played his life so well, did so much damage in the no-scope fadeaway on Sab, and that is gonna do it. 250 to 79 as SSG takes a dominating victory in game number 3.
Wow. That was something. For moments, there were glimmers of hope for Cloud9. I actually really liked how they were able to gain control of certain things. I liked seeing a power weapon in their hands. They can use it, they can put it to work. The trip cap didn't kind of hold on for very long. And I think that comes down to one thing. That one extra player alive back green, Snakebite, just being an absolute nuisance, winning a huge piv. That changes everything. Eco runs over past scoreboard, goes and focuses on the camo because he knows he has players and fresh spawners. He's not only got Snakebite back green who just won a massive piv, looking after B, being a nuisance. He's got fresh spawners coming in, also creating space and being a nuisance, taking all the power away from that power up, and Nico just grabs it. It changes everything. Massive, massive stuff. It allows people to go and focus on other things. That was why that trip cap just didn't end up going out in their favor, and unfortunately it turned the tides entirely with control on that map. So really good stuff out of Space Station Gaming, and a big step up in teamwork as well. Tony, what are you making of the series?
I feel like the same reasons why I love Cloud9 are almost kind of the same reasons why I don't like them on Strongholds. I feel like their patience is incredible. Their defense is incredible, but sometimes with Strongholds, you gotta be quick. You gotta be on it. Like, they were winning some of those team battles, which were important, but it took them so long in order to get in those zones, and Strongholds is just, it's not their cup of tea against this caliber of a team, in my opinion.
Yeah, and really, we talked about it before the game, and we saw Space Station execute, right? We saw them with sniper control. We saw them with camo control. And that's what they're going to need to do against this team to close them out and send them home. And if they want to go to Championship Sunday, they're going to need to do that against the top and the best in the world. But great game there out of Space Station Gaming. Good job with the weapon control and the camo control.
I think, Tony, you made like a really, really good point there about how annoying it can be not having the right pace for Strongholds. And I think a lot of that does come down to the fact that you need to just try to get some type of control or just a point system on the board where you are basically stopping the bleeding so much. Space Station do that so well. There were often times where Cloud9 really were ripping into them slay-wise. Definitely had the better number advantage, but Space Station Gaming were able to rotate every single time and stop the bleeding to a certain extent. And not only that, often come out with a double cap as well. And I was thinking, hold on a second, who's winning the number battle in that situation? You guys aren't. How have you just come away with 2 caps? That doesn't make any sense. It's because of that rotation, that perfect balance of pace, being able to speed it up and slow it down and be patient in certain situations too. It was beautiful. Space Station definitely have Strongholds down for sure, because C9, they are no walk in the park, and they would have made any average team look particularly average in that situation there. We come up to Assault Aquarius up next, and I don't know how I feel about this one. I think this one can be a little bit choppy. It can come down to the wire, and I think Slays are going to play a massive, massive role in this. I think you need to get the follow-up Slays in order to get that bomb down. Really excited to see exactly how this one goes. Folks, it's over to you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, SSG going up against Cloud9. Only one of these teams can make it to our Championship Sunday. Only one of these teams can guarantee themselves a top 4, but neither one of them going to be happy with just that. And SSG, they look angry on their way to grabbing the active camo.
Right off the bat, 2 go down for C9, make that 3 down, and Snakebite has the camo. Bomb has already moved up in the Cloud9 base, and what a start for SSG.
Some good damage coming out of Snakebite. Mandy's down to 1 shot, and Sab is half shield. However, a stray grenade is going to obliterate the shields of Eco. And with that, Snakebite forced to back down, but he has a few weak targets in front of him. Hits him with the Kobe-like fadeaway, taking down Manny.
Now you see Lucid continuing to put pressure on Cloud9, and that's what you want to see out of SSG, right? You want to see them push the pace, you want to see them press their advantages. Snakebite taking damage, but doing a good job staying alive, and Eco already in Cloud9's base with the bomb.
Another grenade over toward the Shroom side. Eco hates being on the Shroom stairs. That's the second time that's happened. However, this time, Stellar rips a double out of nowhere. That allows Eco to now move in for the plant. Cloud9, high IQ to play the mid angle, but it doesn't matter. Eco's arming 1.
You play aggressive and good things happen as SSG takes the lead 1-0 early parts of this game. Good trade there out of Septify to take Stellar out. But once again, Snakebite on your screen, just continuing to patrol, continuing to do damage and give info to his team. Nice kill on Sab top mid, looking for more damage.
For those of y'all who've been playing ranked, you know how much of a grind Bomb can be. So one plant honestly could be it on certain maps and in certain matchups. And here SSG gives himself a huge advantage. A killing spree coming out of Snakebite, holding on to the mid side control, but no more ammo to now fight for this camouflage with. But who needs ammo when you have Nico?
5 kills, 0 deaths, and 2 camouflages already for Snakebite, and 4 assists to add on. Having a fantastic start to this game number 4, trying to will his team to victory and take them to Championship Sunday.
That's just Snakebite's first death so far here. And it's actually crazy to think about. Being on the opposite side of things, man, he's struggling right now. 0-6 is not where you want to be, especially when your tournament life is on the line. You know Cloud9 want to make it to a Championship Sunday. They have 1 top 4 under their belt. At least in the open series, can they do it again on land?
So far, we've seen C9 just playing on their heels this whole game. SSG really not giving them much room to breathe. That teamwork is looking impeccable right now as Lucid trying to help, and his teammates Eco and Stellar both go down, and so does Lucid. So finally, some signs of life out of C9. Let's see if they can move that bomb up the map.
And that's why Cloud9 brought Boo on this roster to be their new fort. Is to hit clutch shots and pivots like that to maybe get them over the hump against teams like Space Station Gaming. However, Cloud9, only the first part is done. You need a second round of slays and oftentimes a tertiary round of slays if you're gonna try to arm this bomb. And a well-placed grenade come out of Snakebite. That's gonna start the offense.
2 members down for SSG, 2 members down for Cloud9. SSG now slowly trying to move the bomb out of their base and give themselves some breathing room.
Snakebite, you see the pings going down, trying to find out exactly where his team can collapse from. He got pressure on the low side, but Sab wins a 1v1 on the high side. Eco now, he's still gonna push this bomb. I thought he was gonna drop the bomb and try to slay out, but Stellar's here for the bait and switch so quick. Bomb now in the base of Cloud9.
Big game so far out of Stellar, 10 kills on the board. And we talked about it going into this weekend, going into this day, that Stellar is really that main slayer for this team. Of course, you also have Lucid there, you know, former MVP. But whenever Stellar pops off, you see a lot of success for SSG.
We've seen a few camouflages go the way of Space Station Gaming so far. You gotta think that Cloud9 needs to snatch up at least one of these. You know, it's been about a little over 3 minutes since SSG have armed their first bomb. And meanwhile, Cloud9 have barely had the bomb in the base of SSG. You allow Eco to get another camouflage. The man's gone ghost, and now he's about to make you one.
Yeah, power-up control is such a recipe for success, Tony. And so far, there's been 3 camos, all 3 in the hands of SSG. And now we're seeing Eco make these sneaky plays. Nice shots on a Sab who has no idea the camo player is behind him. Now Eco once again regenerating on that camo, is gonna make his way up. Boo spots him though, and the camo is out of play.
The hits are going down here. Septify avoids most of the damage there. Eco, despite being weak, still trying to be effective on the map, still trying to provide a bit of value, and now attacking the perimeter here in Space Station Gaming. They have Cloud9 surrounded. That's a full squad wipe. This could be a plant.
4 dead for Cloud9. Eco in a great position to do damage on the spawners. The bomb is getting moved up. And Tony, you might say you're right. This might be the second cap for SSG.
Luckily, Cloud9 come off a spawn. They're able to put down a bit of damage here. They got to slow down and play for the slays. Cloud9 actually breaking all the way out from their fridge toward the P side, ignoring their base, knowing where the bomb is at. And now, wait, Sab and Cloud9 have the bomb. How does this even happen?
Cloud9 spawns and overextends, and that works in their favor. But Stellar over here trying to find the triple. 3 members go down for Cloud9, and all members alive for SSG. Once again, moving the bomb up the map. Eco's already in the base of Cloud9. He could be a big thorn in their side.
Seems like whenever SSG need a defensive miracle, they call on SSGesus right there. Beautiful double coming out of him, and now what could have been disastrous for SSG spin right back to some offense, but now Septify with a double kill right as active camouflage come up. Is this going to be the first active camo in the hands of Cloud9?
Big piv win there from Boo Boo. And yes, finally a camouflage in the hands of C9. 2 members in front of him. That's Snakebite and Lucid. Gets melee, takes a lot of damage unfortunately, but let's see if he can stay alive with this camo.
The man's been underrated his entire Halo Infinite career. I remember watching him back in the Fnatic days, and he's always been that guy. Septify right here from Texas, making plays here with the camouflage. He's behind enemy lines. They're moving the bomb right now. SSG, you either have to start throwing some nades or hit a skill jump here. Otherwise, this game could be tied, and Sab gonna plant that one. SSG 3 down. This could snowball from here.
Great damage with those frag grenades, allowing Cloud9 to plant this bomb and tie the game up. 5 minutes left in regulation. If SSG wins this game, they are going to Championship Sunday. And if Cloud9 wins, we're going to see a Game 5, Tony.
You mentioned the 5 minutes left in regulation, and obviously it's important because think about this. The first cap came 5 minutes ago from SSG. This really can't end 2-1 here, despite so much time on the board. Eco with a clutch kill. Can he turn it to some more?
Looking at the scoreboard here, 19, make that 20 for Stellar, having a big game so far. As two members fall for C9, 1 down for SSG. That's Eco, and Manny is trying to stay alive right here, playing his life.
Manny so far 6 and 14, but love the 10 assists to his name, putting down damage, and his teammates are activating through that. But Eco and Stellar somehow working together despite being across the map. Good comms out of Space Station Gaming as they collapse on every single remaining member of C9.
That camouflage is in play now too, Tony. Top mid camo is spawned. Let's see which team is going to be able to get this. It seems like all of the camos have played such a significant impact on the outcome of this game so far, and now we see Boo Boo Doo Boo, one of the sneakiest players in the HCS with camouflage.
People thought I was crazy when I said that. I had Stellar as the second best player in the league coming into this tournament, and look at him now, 23 and 14. And a large reason why Eco is able to move this bomb forward is because of the pressure that SSG are creating, and largely because of Stellar. He's not even done. He's just flying it, man. Good God.
SSG is going to have to get another round of slays. Eco chose to kind of drop that bomb and go for those slays, which I agree with, but ultimately getting the short end of the stick and going down, and now it's a bit of a stalemate once again.
3 minutes and 29 seconds on the clock right now. At least in regulation, we'll have plenty of overtime to work with if it gets to that. But with the offense that SSG have been putting down, you got to think they must have the advantage here. But Cloud9 going to bait this bomb all the way into it. Resets.
Objective incoming.
Eco seems to always just have a radar, just have a magnet towards that bomb, and honestly, that's kind of his role on this team, right? Tony Eco obviously is such a do-it-all player, but on a roster like this, you find him continuously focusing on the objective, trying to be that effective player. But as I say that, Manny is moving the bomb into SSG's base. That's 2 members down for SSG, 2 down for C9. I don't think Manny's gonna have an opportunity to plant this, but as I say that once again, takes down Eco. Can he get the double? No, Snakebite shuts it down.
Despite the fact that Cloud9 were finally able to infiltrate the base of Space Station Gaming, we talked about that versatility and their ability to adapt. SSG cleared them out so quick, and now it's about a restart here. Another active camouflage hits the battlefield, and this one could be the pivotal one.
Yeah, things are looking a little dicey. SSG, big expectations for them coming into this weekend, and the last thing you want to do is go into a Game 5 Street Slayer against a red-hot Cloud9.
And just to remind you guys, SSG 1 game away from moving forward into Championship Sunday. They have been tested here by Cloud9, who want to send us here into a Game 5. And Lucid with the camouflage, or had the camouflage, excuse me.
Camo out of play as Lucid falls. Boo Boo Doo Boo once again moving that bomb into SSG's base. It's 3 members of Cloud9 in SSG's base. This is really scary for Space Station.
A huge play coming out of Cloud9. Snakebite was stuck in that fridge side. They dropped the radar, but still not able to capitalize on that. They're still here, though. They're still providing pressure. Eco, though, with a big kill onto Boo Boo Doo Boo. Eco turns it into a double kill every single time Cloud9 make a play. SSG have an answer.
Here we go, a push for SSG, a push opportunity as 3 members momentarily fell for C9 on a fresh respawn, but Boo Boo goes down as well. Snakebite trying his best to stay alive, maybe get a stick, but not able to do so. And back and forth we go, Tony.
Well, SSG did end up dying over toward the side of Cloud9, so Cloud9 still have to travel with that bomb towards SSG territory, which really means they have to slay out again. It isn't capture the flag. 1 round of slays ain't gonna do it. You need 2, 3, sometimes even 4.
Less than 1 minute left to go.
Whoa.
Essentially, the first team that's gonna arm this bomb might win this game, and this is looking scary for SSG. big kill out of Snakebite right there. Seems like he's getting all the clutch kills.
The skill jump alone by Septify puts that pressure onto SSG, but with a couple of kills going the way of Snakebite and the rest of the Space Station Gaming roster, they live to see another engagement. And mind you, this overtime works a little bit different. Not like capture the flag where they restart the round. When 30 seconds goes down, they're just gonna throw more time on the clock. So wherever that bomb is, stays the advantage.
2 members down for each side. Once again, playing really methodically, playing very slow right now. Stellar gets caught. Snakebite gets stuck. What a play there from Septify, taking down 2 members of SSG.
Regulation winding down. Lucid somehow able to steal away that active camouflage despite the fact that Cloud9 had that advantage here. But, man, he knows exactly where he's at. That's not even a trade. What? I think he wants a refund.
I have no idea how he didn't get that trade, but Camo once again not making an impact on the bomb being armed. The last 2 camos, Tony, really haven't played as much of a factor as the first 4 or so. We're seeing these teams kind of make the player who picks up camo burn it right away.
Again, ladies and gentlemen, we are in overtime. We're in a next cap will take it ultimately, and beautiful nades come out of Eco. Snakebite over toward the low ground, somehow gets his trade. SSG having an opportunity to now move this bomb up. Lucid getting awfully aggressive towards a center route with the green gun. A bit of a reposition, but SSG still in the base of Cloud9.
The next bomb wins it. Who is it gonna be? On one side, you got Stellar with 31 kills. On the other, you got Septify with 27. Both players trying their best. If you're Cloud9, you want that game 5, and if you're SSG, you want to shut it down right here and lock yourself in for Sunday.
Looks like they're going to keep that bomb alive. We're just about to reset, but Eco with the touch, and then looking for the slays. As of right now, Cloud9 still find himself all 4 up, and Booba with some damage toward the Shroom side, but that's just going to let them know exactly where he's at. And Cloud9, they are literally trapped in their base.
This is really scary for a Cloud9 fan. You really have no room for error, and SSG playing their lives really perfect right here. Eco unfortunately goes down, so it might give Cloud9 some room to get out of here. If Eco had stayed alive, I feel like this could have been really scary for C9.
And it was so close and stuck in their base, they accidentally shot each other right there. You saw a bit of team damage hit the visor there, but SSG do not score. Will they get the active camouflage instead? Because you're starting to see Stellar and Lucid move into position, but oh my gosh, a huge double by Sav.
Big double by Sav. 3 members fall once again for SSG. Camo still on the map. Lucid trying his best to hold off the members of Cloud9 from picking up C9, or at least buy enough time for his team to spawn, and he's doing just that as members are dropping like flies for Cloud9, and the camouflage is still in play.
Less than a minute on the clock right now. It's a opportunity to either score this bomb or maybe we see a double overtime here. As of right now, it's Lucid and SSG that once again have the advantage. You have a camouflage and you have the positioning of Septify. Drop down to the low ground to make sure you guarantee your kill. 2 down could turn to 3. SSG running out of time.
This is it right here, Tony. Ego gets a kill. Lucid has camo moving the bomb up right here, right now. No! Members fall for both sides and the bomb goes down once again.
Normally you see the camouflage player walk that bomb over with the camo, but they didn't even have the time to do that. They had to run it. They had to let Cloud9 know where they were at. And it looks like Cloud9 should be able to move this bomb over toward the Uto side. And with time winding down, we may just be looking at a double overtime.
Whew. Double OT. Backs against the wall for Cloud9, and they're showing up right now. They do not want to go home, Tony.
Big fight coming out of them. SSG still up 2-1 here in the series. It's up to Cloud9 to force this game number 5, and it's not going to be easy to do. SSG, we say it all the time, versatile, versatile, versatile.
Yeah, we saw Space Station do a great job of controlling majority of the camos, but I think after the first couples that did a lot of damage to Cloud9, they kind of learned from their mistakes, and despite not getting more camos or as many camos, they did a good job negating it and taking down SSG as soon as they picked it up.
3/4 of this Cloud9 roster coming back from last year. They were impressive. I mean, we talk about their run back at SLC last year. They actually had SSG down elimination bracket round number 1. That same SSG, by the way, that won that tournament and won World. Had them down elimination bracket round 1, almost 3-0'd them. Ended up C9ing a bit. I know some of y'all might know that term, but ended up C9ing just a little bit, and eventually had him again in a Game 5. And once again, no matter how many times they brought the top teams to a Game 5, they couldn't find a way to get over the hump. So what do you do if you're C9? Grab a veteran like Bubudubu, but get him onto this squad, get that clutch ability there, and find a way to get through these deep games. I think Cloud9 have it in them to get them to another Game 5 and maybe pull off a crazy upset.
They certainly do. They say, I'm coming in, why not? I'm just going to jump in with you boys as well. They certainly do have the potential to do that. I will say that something that has changed, I think, drastically in the nature of this particular game is they started winning pivs, started getting kills. That was the biggest thing, right? It's just that they needed to get numbers across the board. That is the name of the game for Assault, and that's exactly what happened. I do also think Septify constantly going into the back of the base when they were not expecting it. How many times did he manage to get in the back of their base when they had just pushed up ever so slightly, just above Fridge, just above the util section, and they had no idea he was there? It was so frustrating, the damage he was able to do, how sneaky he was, not to mention the skill jumps as well, which was absolutely stunning to watch too. But it just made such a big difference in the second half of that Assault game, because what a difference that was from the beginning. I really thought we were going to see a second bomb plant from SSG. Just didn't happen. They just completely denied that from happening. You need those 2 rounds of slays. It's so important. And C9 stepping up to the mark slay-wise has really kept them in this. I'm excited for this next one. So we do a full reset? Is that what happens?
I don't know if it's a full reset. I would imagine it'd be first to 1, but I haven't brushed up on my rulebook in a little bit. Normally in a situation, for example, like capture the flag, normally that'd be a first to 1. I believe in open series we do the same thing. Yeah. But again, I gotta brush up my rulebook. That's on me. That's on me.
No, same. Honestly, this really hasn't happened a whole bunch here in the HCS, so I'll have to double check with production. I'm sure they're probably figuring out exactly what happens and what's going on, which is probably why we're seeing conversations happening over on the side station as well. But very exciting. Cloud9, they don't want to go home.
No, they're scrappy. Cloud9 is a scrappy team, and really they're impressive, right, Tony? I know you were kind of singing their prayers a little bit leading up to this event. You were the believer in Cloud9 in the talent group, and now they're proving you right, going up against a really strong SSG team and really holding their ground.
They certainly are indeed. I am still waiting for confirmation. Go on, Tony, you know it?
Oh yeah, actually I got confirmation. We do play to 1. It is 1 cap, just like it was in the off season as well.
There we go. That's what it's going to be. There's the rule book. Perfect. Our rule book's backstage with Corey. He's making sure that we are sticking to the rules. Although on the desk, rules all out the window because it's past the watermark, so we can do whatever we want up here. That's what he told me.
Wait, we can?
Yeah.
Okay.
For real.
It's a Wild Wild West.
I would step back, Goofy.
I wish I could see his face and see him panicking right now. He's not panicking. He's very cool, calm, collected. But no, very excited to see how this one takes a turn. Do you see a Game 5 on the horizon, Goofy, just with how much Cloud9 start to heat up here?
The Halo fan in me says yes.
Yeah.
The Halo fan in me says yes, we're going to see a Game 5. And really, the Cloud9 team, they want this, right? They don't want to go home right now. And SSG on the other side, they might be feeling the pressure a little bit. I think they were the expected winners of this series, and Cloud9 has given them more of a run for their money than maybe they expected.
Yeah, fellas, I'm seeing fist bumps flying out. That means one thing, we're heading into the game. So here we go. A little bit of a replay, but we are playing till 1. So the first bomb plant wins. I will hand it over to you lads just in case, because yeah, there we go. There's the game. I can see it starting on their screens.
I think one of the craziest things about a rule like this is, like, think how important a starting strat is. Like, a quick forward down turns into an active camouflage, turns into identifying where the spawns are. You get a couple grenades over there, and boom, a starting strat could really dictate how that bomb goes off. It could be a gift and a curse, so you really got to watch your P's and Q's off of the rip. And with this game starting up, is it going to be SSG? Or is it going to be Cloud9?
Couldn't agree more, Tony. I think that starting strats are so important in any Halo title, and that's why in overtime, when you restart the game, is so different than in overtime where the clock just extends. And now we're starting things off. As Stellar falls, 2 members go down for SSG. Make that 3 as Septify wins that piv once again.
Cloud9 pushes into a double overtime situation. They also put SSG 3 down. Sab takes this opportunity to advance this bomb forward just a little bit, but as we talk about time and time again, you need multiple rounds of slays. The Snakebite, the first one to go down in this one.
Sab down to 1 shot, but stays alive by the skin of his teeth, and he's got his teammate Septify in the util here with him. Got that green gun charged up, and all of SSG turtling a little bit, trying to stay alive, trying to work together. Great job by Eco taking down that green gun.
In regulation of this very game, it was Space Station Gaming that consistently had that offensive pressure on Cloud9 and had them trapped in that base just like that. Well, SSG and unfamiliar to territory, but they were able to spawn up, they were able to defend their base, and that bomb gets reset.
Slay's favored on the side of C9 right now, which we didn't see in the first time around in this game type. We saw SSG really kind of holding the higher ground in the Slay's department, but right now, we're seeing Cloud9 put some kills on the board.
Well, now it's Septify and Sav that were the only players alive over toward the back base, and Lucid kind of gets lost in the thrust a little bit there. And that was offensive pressure that's eventually going to be alleviated. Although Eco takes down Manny, the cleanup kill comes in quick, and just like that, Cloud9 converting the defense into a bit of offense.
4 down momentarily for SSG, but like you said, Tony, there's got to be another round of Slays if you're Cloud9, if you want to arm this bomb. But Lucid and the rest of SSG doing a great job playing some defense.
Lucid gonna get some reinforcements from Stellar here. The 2 MVPs of the squad putting down max damage, but Stellar goes down. It's gonna be the same fate for Lucid, courtesy of Manny's double kill. Snakebite gonna try to replace him. He's trying to defend this util side. This is the strong position. This is what SSG needs to clear, and you have camouflaged 3 members of Cloud9 and that bomb in the util closet.
This is really scary if you're SSG. You can't make any mistakes in these upcoming engagements. Like you said, Tony, camo in the hands of Cloud9, bomb is right there in the util. Slays are going down though in favor of SSG, and we get 2 trades on each side.
A bit of indecisiveness coming out of Sab with that camouflage. Looked like he wanted to go mid, maybe towards the skill jump, but then doubled right back to where he came from on the util side. And maybe that lack of timing might have allowed SSG to get some critical kills in order to clear their base.
Yeah, it seems like this whole overtime, SSG's kind of been playing on their heels. They haven't really even been able to push past that halfway point. And we're seeing Cloud9 just continue to push so much pressure on SSG, it's hard for them to even move around.
Sad moving that bomb, but now has to slay out. It's hard to do both at the same time, especially when you're staring down a Snakebite. And SSG sending 2 towards the Fridge side of the map. Cloud9 having presence towards Fridge, yes, but they're also attacking the car side as well. Can SSG clear the entire map?
Now we see Snakebite moving the bomb.
Uh-oh.
Eco there to try to help, but 2 members fall once again. 3 down actually for SSG, and that's going to be 4 down momentarily for Space Station. Once again, Cloud9 with their foot on the gas pedal.
He ain't getting left in the fridge. Stellar and Lucid, they got to work together here to clear out this base. All members of Space Station Gaming are up here, but Cloud9 are as well. They have perimeter side control here with Sab just staying alive on the Fridge side. Boo Boo Doo gets his. Sab going right after Snakebite. Now you're starting to see the snowball from here, but Cloud9, you have to attack.
Sab being an absolute thorn in the side of SSG, staying alive time and time again, and Fridge and Camouflage has spawned as well. I would imagine that C9 must have picked that up.
You had SSG 2 down, you allowed them to get 4 up, but you just slayed them out again. If you can slay them once, you can slay them twice, you can slay them 3 times. Says Cloud9 as they quickly moving the bomb towards the plant site, having to drop it momentarily, but able to get the slays. Manny's arming it, nobody's here. Cloud9 send this
wow.
Cloud9 played that overtime, textbook Halo, perfect aggression. SSG really couldn't do anything to even get out of their base. And now it's a game 5, first to 50 on Street Slayer.
Oh, let's take a break. Oh, let's both take a break. Jeez. Let's both take a break.
The opening start is just as important.
Tournament's on the line, bro. Tournament's on the line. Look at the break. Everyone's taking a break. All right, we're taking a break. You're taking a break. The game 5 to end the night, ladies and gentlemen.
Into a game 5. Here for the rights to make it to Championship Sunday. I promise you some wise words. My mother always used to tell me, you have to be great to start, but you have to start to be great. It doesn't matter what happened on Friday, no matter what happened on Saturday. What matters is the right here, right now. You have an
I don't even know what he just said, but that sounded litty titty.
2 MVPs and one of the favorites to make it into a grand finals before we get to Sunday. That's crazy.
Yeah, some insane scenes that are happening right now. And to be honest, I'm not particularly shocked. I think things like this can happen. It's late night. who wants it more, right? That's kind of the question. When it comes down to Halo Infinite, it's a game of margins at this level. And if you just aren't on your A game, if you're not bringing it, if you start scamming, have a bad death here and there, it starts to really stack up against you. And Cloud9, well, they went into that overtime.
Man, look at the production. Look at how much time it probably took to set up everything. Like, shout out to all the people putting in a lot of work into making something like this happen. Creating a Halo event for us, man. It's like so amazing.
You just see C9 constantly chipping away, pushing up. It took a little bit of time, but they did it so perfectly. This game 5, I'm a little bit worried, I'm not going to lie. I think that, you know, we could be seeing anything happen at this point in time. Have you seen enough, Goofy, from Space Station to ice up here on Slayer Streets? How are you feeling about this one? There's a lot of things to control, for sure, on Streets. There's a lot of things to play with. Do you think it's going to be in their wheelhouse?
Yeah, my head is telling me that the experience of Space Station will allow them to get this victory in Game 5, and my heart is telling me that that red-hot Cloud9 is going to come out and take this game, and what a story that would be.
Bro, I was saying Game 2, it's hard to beat Cloud9 and Slayers, bro.
The championship Sunday, going up against this SSG roster, being down 2-1 in the series. Now they're in a Game 5, and honestly, anything can happen in a Game 5.
Yeah, anything can happen in a Game 5. Obviously, that power up right in the middle of the map is going to be huge, a massive game changer. And we kind of saw C9 in that assault really control that so well in their favor, time and time again, especially the second half of it. It was all theirs. We rarely saw that go to Space Station, and if we did, it was just kind of burnt almost immediately. Nothing really came of it. So I'm looking at them to really try and push a little bit more for control and start to prioritize what they can use in order to get the job done. Honestly, on both sides, I think it's going to be key to the victory for either one of these teams. Do you see this going down to the wire, kind of like the first Slayer did, Tony?
I definitely do. I feel like, I mean, just in that that bomb, like, notice how that double overtime played.
How far we've come from turning zone forces. Yeah, I know, right? Yo, Funk, that's facts, bro.
Cloud9 were stuck in their base on defense mode. What happened at that double elimination? Well, Cloud9, I don't know. They hit another gear, and they were the ones, like you said, pressuring SSG over and over again. And now Cloud9 have SSG on their bread and butter. Cloud9 have been a great Slayer team, and most of the time it's in those Game 2s. Now you brought Boo Boo Dubu on this roster. This is what you brought him for, to find the way to clutch the Game 5s. This is crazy.
Yeah, I think it's two different mindsets going into this Slayer. On one side, you've got C9, who probably didn't have a huge expectation, especially with how the series was kind of going for them. I mean, that Strongholds was really a blowout. The fact that they were able to kind of come back from a pretty early lead in the assault from SSG as well, that momentum switch is huge from them. They need to ride that as much as they possibly can into this Slayer. You know, they're hoping for the best here. This would be a huge underdog win for them. I think on the other side, you got Space Station Gaming, who right now are probably pretty peed off. They're not very happy with this. This is not what they intended. They were looking really strong in the series. Yes, they had a slip up in the Slayer. It happens to the best of us in a Slayer. But to then go out to that Stronghold so strong, looking so powerful, so dominant, and then again, another slip up in Assault. This is not what you want on Saturday night when you are fighting to head into tomorrow. So they're going to play with a little bit of a chip on their shoulder, I feel like. I don't think they're angry by any means. I think they're just like, ugh, we need to get this done. Are you serious? Why is this happening right now? Like, what are we doing? Let's get our heads together. Let's start playing really sharp. You know, polish up that teamwork and get this job done. So it's strange, isn't it, how you can have two different complete angles of each team fighting for almost different reasons in a sense.
Yeah, and the way I describe this team is you have like 3 IGLs on one roster, right? You have Eco, you have Lucid, you have Snakebite. So use that to your advantage, right? Let's talk to the team together and be like, hey, let's get this done, right? Confidence is the name of the game right now for SSG. You're 4 world champions on a team. You're going into a do or die game number 5. You should feel like you're going to win this, and you should feel like you're going to stake Cloud9.
Yeah, you definitely want to. That's exactly what attitude I think you have to have. I think there's going to be an element of respect there. They're going to be like, oh, okay, we can't just ego chill everything. I think, you know, if you're looking at Stella, he loves to just beeline for everything. Just go for it. It's just, you know, just absolutely not thinking of anything, turn everything else off, instinctual Halo. And a lot of the times it works for him. If you don't have the teammates to back you up, to help, just a little bit, when it gets a little dicey, a little hairy, where that piv is pivotal. Like, you cannot lose that piv that you were going into. then that's when it becomes tricky. That's when things start to kind of turn the tides. And, you know, a lot of the time we are seeing SSG with their timing lacking a touch. You know, people are going ahead of time and there's not anybody to help you out. That is also a problem that they've been having. Would you say that played into Assault for you? Were you looking at some of their timing, Tony, and thinking you're ahead of the others, you're not quite there? Is that what happened in the second half for you?
Yeah, I feel like timing could definitely be an issue, and timing was definitely on their side in regulation here. It was really at that double overtime where they just couldn't get on that same page, couldn't get on that same timing. So, I mean, the good thing about Space Station Gaming is that, I mean, we're going to talk about it till we're blue in the face.
Yeah.
They've been there, done that, players. You know, you got 2 MVPs, and I say it all the time, 2 of some of the greatest minds to ever even touch the game of Halo. So, in some way, shape, or form, they should be able to figure it out. But Cloud9 Slayers, they are good. They are built to make it to that game 2, win that Slayer, then ultimately get to the game 5. This is exactly what they've been training for.
Yeah, it's often, we hear a lot of casters say, you got to win one objective and both the Slayers to get it done against a team that is a powerhouse. If you're an underdog, it's the 2 Slayers and 1 objective. If you can do that, I know it sounds crazy because it's the majority of the series. I know it sounds a bit nuts, but it is slightly different as to when you win majority of the objective games, essentially. It's a very different kind of situation, and underdogs often find themselves in that kind of dilemma and having to gruel past and just ice out one of the objectives and just somehow under their feet pull that rug. You can see them right now just gearing up, and you know that this means an awful lot. It's the first major, folks. You know, this is the first weekend. This is where things get tested, and for a lot of these players, where they're hoping a change will not come. They are hoping this is the team that they get to stick with and work hard with and push through the most difficult times and get better with. So there's a lot of question marks, I think, coming out of this series just based on who these 2 teams are and whether or not it's working for one another. Tony, how are you feeling about Cloud9 if they don't manage to get this done after such an electrifying, you know, objective win on Assault there?
I mean, if they don't get it done, I know that they would be very upset. You know, they know that they can make it to Championship Sunday, which, by the way, I guess starts in a couple minutes. I guess we almost passed midnight.
We
have. But they know they can
That's
do
funny.
it. So I know they're going to be upset. But even if there's
wow,
a world where
wow,
they
it's pretty
didn't
late.
win,
That's crazy.
like, look back at the body of work. Look at where you're at right now. I think no matter what, I don't want to think about the loss, but I think no matter what, the fact that they're here, I mean, that's a statement in its own.
Yeah, no, you're completely right. I love what you said there, by the way. That's like a new terminology for us here on the desk, body of work. Look at your body of work. I love that reference to a whole entire tournament. Look at your body of work at this tournament. That is a wicked reference. And you're right, I think there is so much to grasp on. And I think same with Space Station, although slightly different. I don't think they are going to be very pleased with a finish on Saturday, for sure. I just don't see the same kind of sentiments, unfortunately, going forward for them. We saw some of the stats on the screen there as well, some of the main Slayers in that last Slayer, which was Lucid and Manny, looking really good. We're going to have every single one of these players in this lobby step up if they want a chance to enter tomorrow. Game 5 Slayer.
Here we go.
On Streets. We found ourselves on Street Slayer many a times for a big moment like this. Who's going to come out on top? That we're going to find out literally just in several seconds. Here we go. Space Station Gaming, Cloud9. Boys, it's over to you.
Shopify Rebellion, Optic, SSG, and FaZe. Only one other team has made a top 4 here in 2025, and they're going after SSG right now here in the Game 5. Cloud9 already have a top 4 under their belt. Only 4 teams can move to a Championship Sunday. It would be an incredible upset here, but SSG, they're built to win tournaments.
This is the player to watch for me in this game. Lucid, a former MVP. Will he step up and help lead his team to victory? And a great start if you're an SSG fan, up 3-0 and camo in the hands of Stellar.
4-1 start here, Lucid with the Stalker, and now you have Stellar here with the Camouflage. Cloud9 are going to really be tested. How do you respond when your backs are against the wall? Well, you find Stellar over toward the heaven side. He's baited right into the hands of Bubudubu.
Really unfortunate death there on that with that camo. That, you know, decisions like that, plays like that come back and haunt you. And let's see if SSG can recover.
Manny and Bubudubu stuck over toward the PD side. Lucid and the rest of SSG gonna try to surround them here. Sav going right after Lucid, though, a huge kill. Reinforcements are in, and Cloud9 neutralize the situation just a bit. Manny survives, and Septify is able to go at Stellar. Eco on the high ground, he needs his kill.
Eco gets taken out. Would have been great if he could milk his life a little bit, and Septify gets one as well. That's 2 members down for SSG. Snakebite in a compromised position. Stella gets the back smack, and now Snakebite alone in the red room, and he falls as well. And just like that, we're all tied up 9-9.
Took a direct route in order to take down SSG, and now with Septify going right after a perimeter. They're going for map control as they take space on Space Station Gaming.
Couple seconds till that camo spawns. Big kill right there on Septify. Sap trying to stay alive, play his life. He's down to 1 shot, and camo in the hands of Eco.
This will be a huge double push coming out of Space Station Gaming. Septify is over toward the heaven side. You're gonna have to identify that quickly as Eco just checking every single corner. He knows that Cloud9 like to play a little bit ratty at times like this.
2 players in PD. Eco has a lot of info right now. Jumps on Heaven. Great shots on Boo Boo. Great positioning out of Eco. Gets a double. Looking for the triple on Septify. Gets the triple kill. Big play.
Boo Doobu clears them out. But SSG still hold on to a 4-kill advantage on board now with Snakebite, who finds an interesting angle towards Manny, and now identifying exactly where Cloud9 are looking to push. They want the strong side of the map over toward the top B side. SSG covering every single other angle, and this is the collapse that SSG
I'm gonna go turn off the heat.
are known for, as the damage players from Cloud9 are being forced back. SSG clear things out and get a 7-kill advantage.
C9 dropping life flies. Perfect execution, perfect push out of SSG. 2 players in front of Lucid. He has the red gun. Nice use of the repulse and gets the stick as well, making it look easy.
Stalker still in the hands of Lucid. And this is bad. This is where bad turns to worse, because you're just taking way too much damage and forcibly backing down in every single one of these engagements. And SSG are not going to allow you to escape. They smell blood in the water, and they're willing to strike right now. Cloud9, something has to change.
Great positioning out of Lucid, doing so much damage for his squad. Once again, that camo is going to be a factor. Great kill out of Lucid. Septify finally takes him down. And let's see who's going to get this camo. If SSG gets it, they could really take this game out of Cloud9's hands. It's already looking like that, down by 10.
Yeah, double-digit advantage here for Space Station Gaming. Active camouflage coming up that Cloud9 have no way of grabbing a hold of. It's impossible to get resources if you continue to be sent to the respawn screen. And now Eco, one of the more calculated players in the league with the camo.
This is looking really scary for Cloud9. This is that swing moment in the game, Tony. Either you close the deficit and make this game close, or this one's going to get blown out of the water.
Eco consistently checking those corners that Cloud9 are famous for baiting. SSG looking to make no mistakes on this one. They have the lead, and they're looking to be the ultimate front runners in this one. They're not trying to blow it. 29 kills. 30 kill mark has been reached, at least for one of these squads.
31-18 as Lucid takes down Manny. Eco just getting some free shots. And total map control in the favor of Space Station right now, as you're seeing Manny trying to rotate over Arcade. And Eco once again playing this middle part of the map, just being the information giver to his team right now. And Snakebite finds Sab, goes down by a flank. Great job by Manny getting his way behind the whole Space Station team.
Yeah, that's a big kill coming out of Manny right there, but what do you do after it? Was there any follow-up to those plays? Because right now you need multiple round of slays that go your way, and you allow Eco to get a huge kill on Septify across the map here. And now Cloud9 forcibly having to back down again. They don't have the numbers, they don't have the space, and Space Station, they will take it.
Once again, camo is going to be something to play for in about 15 seconds. If Cloud9 can get their hands on it, maybe they can close this deficit, turn it into a single-digit kill game. But you know, each kill that SSG gets, they're just getting inching closer and closer to that 50 kill mark. Great grenade takes down Eco. Red gun still in the hands of Manny, doing a lot of damage. Throws down the Shroud and tries to stay alive.
And Stellar goes into the Shadow Realm in order to take him down. Active Camouflage sits towards that mid-map, but taking way too much damage there. And everywhere that Stellar is trying to find the exit route, there's a member of Cloud9 there. Eco somehow sneaks away with the Camouflage, which is crazy. This should have been Cloud9's.
Another camo for Eco, makes his way over to Trash, and now looping around. Bubu and Septify in his sights, doing some great damage, but Septify finds his way out of there. Great job as Stellar gets the cleanup, and now another kill opportunity, but we'll take the trade there for SSG, up by 12 kills, only need 12 more to win.
It's game number 5
big double
here.
kill out of Lucid, looking with the teabags and the confidence.
Lucid letting them know 10 more kills away from taking this game 5 and stamping their ticket to Championship Sunday. Lucid not done just yet, but neither are Cloud9 as they find the flank of Lucid, and a couple kills going their way, but they're gonna need much more than that.
9 kills left to go for SSG, and they will punch their ticket to Championship Sunday. Big deficit to come back for if you're Cloud9, but that's a start right there as Manny takes down Lucid.
It was a huge kill that goes his way, but you gotta think to yourself, is it too little too late? You find yourself down a dozen kills. Snakebite and his SSG roster do not blow leads, and it's because of plays like that. Putting down damage but never chasing, allowing your teammates to come in for those cleanups, and every single trade that happens is one that favors Space Station Gaming, inching them closer and closer to not just a win, but to tomorrow.
What could be the final camo spawning in 5 seconds. If SSG gets their hands on this camo, it might as well be over. And Stellar with a big win on Septify. 5 kills left to go, and once again, Eco gets the camo. That's his 3rd camouflage in a row. 4 kills left to go for Space Station.
Ultimately, one squad wipe away from taking them down, and although back-to-back kills favor Cloud9 and Space Station Gaming that are putting down max damage on the map, Manny goes down, bringing them just 2 kills away. Sab gonna sit in Arcade. Can he bait this out?
2 kills left to go. Sab by himself in Arcade. All 4 members of SSG in great positions to help each other out. They know they're 2 kills away from a ticket to Championship Sunday. Tony, 2 kills away from a guaranteed top 4 finish here at your opener.
Cloud9 know what's on the line, and they are so hesitant to push SSG. They know one false move is going to cost them this game, is going to cost them this series here. But Eco takes things into his own hands just a little bit, but hold on, both Lucid and Eco fall, but Snakebite coming in with a clutch kill onto Manny. Understands that he's in a bit of a 1v2, so finds a different route. Eventually Snakebite goes down, but look how much time he's able to buy. Eco is here.
Here we go, 1 kill left to go. It looks like Eco and Stellar want to play a little bit aggressive and close this one out, but Cloud9 sticking together. And we see Stellar trying to make his way in. Stellar a bit compromised here. Bubu takes him down, 49-42. What a miraculous comeback it would be if Cloud9 can somehow win this game, but all things are looking good for SSG right now as Eco once again pushing in, not able to get that fight. Lucid spots one, and there you have it. Space Station Gaming will be going to Championship Sunday. Wow,
so it's the same top 4 teams, bro. Same top 4 teams.
Wow. Cloud9, they fought tough. They put themselves in a position just a few kills away from ultimately getting the upset on Space Station Gaming. But SSG, they had a lead, and they're not ones to throw it away. And sadly, just like Chick-fil-A, we ain't gonna be seeing C9 tomorrow.
Cloud9 had a fantastic run, pushing SSG all the way to the brink. And after that Game 4 win in overtime, Tony, I really was thinking that Cloud9 might do the unthinkable and take down SSG. But hey, that's what we talked about, right? You got the veterans on the side of SSG. They locked in and got the win when it matters most. And now they're going to be one of your 4 teams we're looking at tomorrow.
It's getting a little bit nervous at the end there, lads. That last kill, they wanted it real bad, huh? And they were just like, we're just going to go get it, whatever. And that's where it starts getting so mixy, and I've seen the most crazy stuff happen in situations like that where you just want to close it out. You're like, oh, we've done the hard work. We've had, what, nearly a 16 kill lead at one point. I mean, that one little kill, if you slip up, these teams will punish you. It got awfully close. It was such a snowball. Awfully close there. I won't tell you what my wish was earlier at 11-11. But it came true, guys.
I wonder what it was.
I wonder what it was. It's past the watershed. I can say stuff like that now. Wow. Space Station Gaming coming out the gates, looking a little cold at certain points, you know, in that series. But the fact that they get it done, ice up, you know, you both said it best. They have that experience to get something like this done, where their back is against the wall, everything is on the line. It really is. You know, it's late at night and they either do this or they go home and they don't even see a championship Sunday. Fantastic scenes from Space Station Gaming. They should be really, really proud. And I think it says something about their teamwork in general, right? You know, you have to have teamwork in order to get something like that done. Just before we close things out on the desk here, Goofy, takeaways from that series in particular for Space Station heading into tomorrow.
Yeah, for Space Station, honestly, as an ex-player, series like this, the nail biters going into like a Sunday, they are actually the best thing that could happen for a team like SSG, who we keep saying they're like a slow burn, but they've had Friday, they've had Saturday to kind of go through all their tough matches, and now they're going into a championship Sunday with a lot of confidence coming out of such a nail-biting series. You got to be feeling good for SSG.
Yeah, I mean, I will say, you clutched it out, and I think you did fantastic in that you earned your right to make it to a championship Sunday. But now I'm also looking forward to a championship Sunday. And I'm thinking, like, if we copied and pasted that exact series and what happened there against the likes of who is in championships, like the optics, the Shopifys, the phases, do you win that? I feel like SSG are probably still going to do some film review, still going to try to tweak some things a little bit and look even better tomorrow.
Cannot wait. Gentlemen, thank you so much for all your hard work today, tonight. It's been so much fun, especially getting a couple of extra series in there. Folks at home, I know yesterday was cut short, but I hope you are entertained. We threw in a
full day today, boy.
Amazing day 2 here in
Full
Arlington.
day today, holy sheesh. Bro, I had to cut it like halfway short.
Sunday, and we'll see you bright and
She
early
was
for more
crazy.
HCS Arlington Major. It's #1 kickoff, and it's already amazing. See you guys tomorrow.
Liddy, 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 Liddy. Wow. I really do want to watch the Optic versus Shopify, so I'm probably going to do that. That'll be awesome. I know it was a long day, but man, I need to see that series, bro. So if you guys want to continue watching, feel free to vibe out with me. Fantasy, thanks for the Twitch follow. Same with Prince. Appreciate you, homie. Do.
Didn't look like they got iced out. They look like they came in with so much fire in that last game.
Let's go, baby.
So is that what Space Station was saying, that it was Cloud9 icing them, or that Space Station?
No, they said these AMs want to talk shit and go to the bathroom for 10 minutes. Like, come on, man, just get this untimely death over with. You're going down.
That's what we saw. We saw Space Station Gaming waiting.
That's true. We did see them.
And Cloud9 still wasn't there. I'm pretty sure, Eli, you also said that they were getting iced out, but it's okay. You forget.
Wow,
sometimes.
You were the one that brought it up?
I'm pretty
Guys,
sure.
I think I have dementia.
Oh.
I blacked out. I don't know what's going on.
Just in, Eli might have dementia, and all of us are fine.
Yeah.
Facts.
Badger.
A few teary eyes are here, and I think Makowski fell asleep. Sorry, guys. I think we're gonna have to end stream. We're gonna have to start tomorrow again. What time? What time tomorrow?
4:30.
What?
Brandon, what time are we starting the stream tomorrow?
I better be.
He said, I don't know. That's the official word from production.
Official word is I don't know, dude.
Just look at the Twitter, bro. That's what he said.
All right, buddy. Thank you so much for joining us here for our Saturday coverage of the Optic Major. Incredible day, incredibly long day, a very memorable one too. Stay safe, everybody. If you're hanging around the Tornado Watch tonight,
Tornado Watch.
We'll see you all tomorrow at some point for Championship Sunday. See you guys on the next one. Bye everybody.
Double kill. Triple kill.
I still think of you, even though you think of me too.
A tempting grapple, like you say, from Snakebite does get cut down.
You know, when it comes.
Tough gold as well. Finally, those numbers.
Camo up here. Look at this angle.
It's of the stage of the tournament complete.
Last pick squad, last put together. Not a, is going
open bracket here into the champ.
Out of this.
Go to sleep. Come back thing.
Look at that, bro. Optic versus Shopify.
And be just drooling at the opportunity that's in front of them.
Because we just saw them happen.
To feed that red.
But each other. Everybody, good money to watch. The kind of match that puts. The kind of match that you pay good money to watch. The kind of match that puts butts in seats, and the match that everybody has been waiting to see ever since we saw these two rosters lock up against each other. We've got Optic Gaming and Shopify Rebellion sound on main stage here in Arlington, but a little bit earlier than we were expecting to see it.
Yeah, this is the match we came for. This was the match that was guaranteed regardless of how the brackets fell, but it should not be happening this early. Make no mistake, it is only happening this early because Optic Gaming taken down, as you just heard on the desk, by Nemesis in pool play. They do not exit perfect. They now have to face their biggest rival, and what we would say is maybe the hottest rivalry in quite some time, with bad blood on each side, in Shopify Rebellion.
Now, this is a dramatic series. Whatever happens here will have such a big effect on not just maybe the psyche of both of these teams, but the tournament overall as well. One of these teams will be going to the elimination bracket this early on a Saturday. We'll have to think about the comeback of all comebacks if they want to be the champions at the end of Sunday. These are the game types. This is the series that we will see in our winners quarterfinal. Shopify versus Optic. It's some very interesting things that you've noticed from this series.
It really is, and this feels like it has even more riding on it now based on where we're seeing these two play in the winners quarterfinal. We'll dive into that series layout and the specifics of it as we go through the series. It's Shopify versus Optic Gaming, and the question is, how does Optic Gaming bounce back?
All right, so what's this at? It's at 8:20. I'm gonna take like a 10-minute break and come back and watch this. So 8:20. Just in case, I'm gonna put this like this. You guys can like watch the end of this or something while I BRB.
Those shields to come back, but they managed to do so. 76 to score. Just
I know, Skills. It would have been sick, bro.
But you can already see that Lucid is under duress.
Would have been pretty
really
cool.
Impressive, first of all, for those two SSG players to stay alive on Shroom Stairs, and now just the baiting and switching on Util Bridge keeps them with just a small 8-7 lead. I gotta say, Ether with a strong start here, toe-to-toe with SSG.
Snakebite with a big kill on the player who was just hovering around the courtyard there. So SSG now can move up the map. The angles that they can take superior to those of Ether, and with that beat down and that clean up, it's going to be another kill going to Lucid here, who has had another phenomenal start, by the way. He was 5-0 in the last game off the rim.
Man.
This time he's 6-0.
Incredible. And like we said, you heard him preseason with a new tone of voice and kind of an element of both determination, maybe even frustration. The teams were not taking them as seriously as they need to. And how about a 6-0 start in this game as well, as you say? This man is showing up in a huge way at the Optic Major.
Lucid does not want to show right now. He wants to stay alive top middle because that camo's coming up in just a few seconds. He's got the green gun as well. With extra shots coming in, doesn't connect this time around with the green gun, but the top middle control was enough for Stellar to get away with the second power-up in a row now. And speaking of twos, good things come in twos. It's a double kill for him.
Ooh, he tries to drop and fly table, but regardless, in the end, it is an SSG grab. Really nicely done. Snakebite's going to come away with this camo, and I love how in both of these grabs, on back-to-back camos, they did not rush them. They're confident in playing their game, playing their team shots. They know that the more time that elapses, the better that their situation will be on the map. Now they're up here 21-13. Really nice patient play in the opening minutes from SSG.
That slide's going to give Snakebite some information. Damage coming in. I mean, you look at the feed. 2 shots come in from Snakebite with that camo. Immediately, someone else is in a position to look at the damage from Snakebite and turn it into a kill. No one from Ether at the moment is able to get away with no shields. They are immediately being cleaned up, and there's another one for Snakebite. 5 and 4 for him, but he is leading the lobby with 6 assists.
I mean, beautifully done. It's not easy to fly up an opponent's shroom stairs at this level, hit the 3-shot melee, and get away with it, and then trade again. But that's what you expect out of Snakebite time and time again. He's going to get the extra kill, the extra damage. And how about Stellar? In this game, 12 and 5 already. A huge reason why his team is now leading by 9.
Big swings can happen in this game type. And Ether need to keep that in mind. At 27-16, it might feel like this game is slipping away from them, but you get a 2 dead, you get a 4 dead, and all of a sudden, if you've got 4 players still on the map, you can really cycle those spawns and cause SSG some problems. Speaking of which, 2 players from SSG fall again. Ooh. Eco just slows things down for a second, enough to get that kill and get his teammates back on the map. 29-19, it's a 10-kill advantage here for SSG.
And you have to wonder for the side of Ether as we watch this push unfold. We'll see how this goes before we get into what's happened so far. A little bit of waiting and switching. Eco tries to stay alive as long as he can. Finally, he's taken down. But you have to wonder, with the amount of kills that we see on the board, you can't let Stellar go 14 and 7 and Lucid 7 and 3 off the rip. 3 fall yet again for Ether. It might be too little too late. I think, Mark, the one thing that we talked about with this team is when they are good, they are scary good. And we're starting to see that right now.
Yeah, I think we're starting to see how good SSG can be. The work has been done. The work has been put in. And even though this is a series we would expect them to win, it's a style in which we were maybe hoping that they would be able to dominate a series like this. Eco with another camo this time for SSG. Ether haven't been nowhere near that power-up.
Man, Eco's doing so well here. Finally gets taken down, but does a whole lot of damage. Doesn't even trade with that first one. And Stellar will clean up the scraps around Pink 1. This is, like we said, it feels like we were only on Stellar's point of view for the second half of that opening killing spree, and before you knew it, they were up by 10. And that's what SSG, when they are clicking, when they are on the same page, that's what they are capable of. And this weekend and all season long, they're going to be looking to find that form as consistently as they can.
Stellar's just going to fly, and you can see at the moment that Ether just look a little bit lost on the map. They don't know what way to look. They've got players from SSG flying at them from all different angles, and with 3 dead once again, you can probably understand how that feels. 41-26 to score. Green gun here for Stellar. He's going to get another beatdown. Somehow gets away with his life once more. And I think Stellar's probably thinking, I want 20.
Man, in the pits, how often are they not trading? They're getting kills where they really, in most situations, players would be trading, but they're getting away with the kill. And of course, as a follow-up, with extra damage as well. Just 6 kills to go for SSG.
2 for Stellar to drop a 20 bomb in a Slayer, which is quite rare. Stellar down on the bottom of the pink tower at the moment, just waiting for damage. There is that damage. Doesn't get the kill this time, but he's going to slide out towards the front of the base here. Try and take on Tapin. Buttons! That's not an easy fight to win against Tapin. But this is Stellar we're talking about.
4 kills to go, and time again, not just winning battles, but ensuring that they don't trade. Another pickup in the kill, and he's 20 and 10 with 3 kills to go. It's a 20 bomb for Stellar.
Absolutely ridiculous performance in this Slayer coming in from the man who was so impressive for Space Station Gaming last season. Drift will find 1, but it feels like this is just a foregone conclusion at this point. Drift will fall. Stellar, surprise, surprise, gets the final and ends 21 and 10 in game number 2.
How about it? And Stellar has already been writing history books on what is possible within individual games in Halo Infinite, and he continues to write that story yet again. And it feels like every single player on this SSG roster, you can never count them out of a fight, not just in each game, but even in the 1v1s. And I think anyone who's played enough or watched enough Halo Infinite knows what we're talking about in that game. There were so many scenarios where you would expect at this level trades to happen. Instead, SSG was eking out extra kill, extra kill, extra kill, and it led to so many man advantages, and in the end, a 50-36 Game 2 win.
Well, let's see what game number 3 is going to look like. You saw SSG just taking their scheduled break from the series. Take a moment to talk about what has been only positives, I would imagine, from those first 2 games. We'll take a look at the stats as well. I mean, just look at the damage coming out from Stellar and Snakebite. It's ridiculous numbers in a Slayer. 21 and 10.
Massive
21
numbers.
and 10. Just think about that in a 50-kill game.
And
that's ridiculous.
And Lucid starts the game 7-1. We should also mention the way that he started that game. When you're able to start a Slayer with a 10-kill lead, even though Aqua can be, you know, a little bit of a dicey game in the mid game, when you're starting a game with a 7-1 run, and you're getting that first camo, and you have the lead, and you can be the one poking and prodding and taking chances, it sets the tone for the whole game.
Yeah, I agree with you. And I think one positive again for SSG, something that's a basic of Halo Infinite, and this goes back to our conversation about SSG getting on the same page, just controlling things on the map, controlling pickups, controlling power-ups, weapons, whatever it might be. Game number 1, they had the sniper rifle off the rip pretty much every single time that it came up. They won the majority of those camo fights. Think of Aqua. He didn't get a single camo. Every single clip that you're seeing right here from an SSG player who's got camo, no surprise that they come out of that game. They are controlling everything on the map that is turning into easy win conditions for them to look so good.
Yeah, and there's 2 pieces of patience that we saw in that game from SSG, or I should really say 2 aspects that were played patiently. It was not only the camo grab, let's not forget, even though they had a man advantage, the camo was up for 35 seconds before it was scrapped, but you saw on your screen there while Stellar, was on the car jump, he's also taking his time getting the camo. So they're letting camo go by, and all the while, Ether's panicking, no, we gotta get this camo. And SSG kind of baits it a little bit, waits until they have perfect control to grab, and then you saw time and time again their camo player play it so patiently. And guess what? When you have a 10-kill lead, you can be even more patient. And they kind of just double down, right? And it kind of goes back to the old kind of RTS mantra, when you're ahead, get more ahead. And that's exactly what we saw SSG doing in that game.
We'll have to see if Ether can challenge them a little bit in this game number 3. We mentioned that Oddball has been a little bit of a sticking point for them when it comes to the game types that we have in Halo Infinite, and it's been one where you can see a couple of games where they really haven't quite had the cohesion in the parts moving in the way they would have wanted to look consistent in it, but we can already see work has been done. We know that SSG, one of the hardest working teams that you could possibly put together with the individuals that are on this team. And I'm kind of excited to see how this Oddball goes. I want to see SSG not make mistakes. I want to see them be showing conviction in their decisions on where they move that Oddball, if they go for play balls, and how they formulate breaks as well, should Ether get a setup on the map.
Yeah, and that's what we've seen so far from SSG is flawless gameplay, and you can tell by the scoreboard across the first 2 game types. I can't think of a single instance where we saw across those first 2 game types SSG making really a fumble or an error that cost them much in the game or much on the scoreboard. We're going to look for the same in game number 3.
And I mean, one thing that we should focus on as well is that performance in game number 2 from Stellar, because this is a rare performance when you see someone going 21 and 10 in a Slayer. And this man in this series, 1.45 KD, 31 kills already in just 2 games. By the way, I think he is a man to watch this season, because I think last season it felt like Stellar rose to a new level. He became this superstar. He became the guy when he picked up a sniper rifle that everyone was like, I'll pay money to watch this.
Yes.
I want to buy a ticket to watch Stellar play Halo. And I think this season is about trying to match that level, because it almost feels impossible to go above what he did last season. But finding that consistency and being that player once more for SSG is such a vital part of what could be their success this year.
I agree. I feel like there's a little bit of parallels between Frosty's role currently right now on Shopify and Stellar on SSG. Yes, they're god-tier snipers and we know what they're capable of. I don't mean to compare them playstyle-wise. I mean X-Factor-wise, right? I think you're going to get a guaranteed consistency out of both of them. However, if they are hitting shots and in god-tier mode that we've seen both of them be in throughout their careers, you can almost place your bets on which team will succeed based, right? Just give me a graph of how good each one of those 2 is playing, and I'll tell you exactly who's going to win the series. And it feels like it's the same with Stellar. He set such a high bar for himself over the past few years. Can he do it again this season? Can he hit even a new tier of not just consistency, but hitting shots that honestly are generally, you know, too hot for TV? Like, we can't even believe the stuff we're seeing on screen.
You know what I'd love to see is, like, you know, you have XG in football, where it's like expected goal, you have a chance, it's like, what is the expectation? This should be finished.
Yeah.
I'd love to see that with snipe shots. Like, what's the XG of this shot?
Yep. I mean, and even like kill totals, right? And then no one would have Stellar is expected to go 20 and 10 in this Slayer. Yet we might have to start putting those into the stat lines because he just dropped a 20 bomb here, double positive in a Slayer. We'll see what he can do on oddball recharge. These guys are ready to end pool play and get ready for the bracket. We're underway here in game number 3.
Well, here we go then. SSG back on the stage, looking to close this series out, looking to close pool play out with a 3-0 record, like you said, Andy, and we're going to continue with Stella. It would be rude not to. It would actually be disrespectful not to stay on his POV after what he just did in that last game.
Look at the wait and bait starts. I'm telling you, SSG with untraditional, and non-conventional starts to these. They just waited and baited orange door. Might even pick up almost both of those. In the end, though, they do get the camo. I'm pretty impressed with how SSG is playing. We talked a lot about the case on Showdown in the current meta. We see a shot grab coming in for Snakebite as well. There are times when you need to play this game fast, and there are times where when you can slow down, it will give you a huge advantage. And that's exactly what we see SSG doing yet again.
Well, they've managed to get the odd ball in their hands. They also have camo and shock, so the story we were telling about their control of things that are popping up on the map is continuing here in this game number 3. Snakebite. It wasn't visible, now he's very much visible. That is quite the grenade.
God, is that dirty.
perfect.
That is dirty. Misses the shock shot as 3 players go down, maybe 4 on half wall in just a second. Players are going to be spawning here, presumably elevator and A. Misses the shock shot, and 9 out of 10 players are backing down off a glass. Instead, he just 2 little shots as the pipes push comes in. See what he can do first. Almost takes them both down. But then just 2 little shots, 4 dead, which will now give me a chance to finally talk about all that he just did. 2 little shots into long hole, and then the cheeky little pre-nade out that just picks him up before Lior has any idea what even happened on the long haul push, and then he rotates back and does so much damage in red pipes, and off the back of all of that, it's 40-0 off of the opening.
Lucid getting to have a little bit of fun with the shock rifle, not going to be able to connect in the way you would have wanted with those shots, and we'll actually give a shout out to Eco at the start of this game, the start of this round. A lot of conversation about Eco's performance online. If you've watched Eco play Halo for long enough, you'll know that that's not the first time that that's been had. He always turns up when it's the big occasion. At the start of this game, 5 and 2, with almost 30 seconds of objective time as well. It's the perfect start for him.
Speaking of shout-outs, we know, of course, it must have been said many times in the broadcast, but extremely grateful to everyone working overnight to make not just today, but this rest of this weekend possible here, ensuring that everything from last night with some wild scenarios, power to the building was resolved. Many parties working all night, and it feels like this event is even more special because we know how many people had to work hard overnight, 2 a.m. to make sure that everything was resolved in the building, and we have this venue rolling, and we are back into the Halo action. And speaking of rolling, it's SSG now with a 47-point lead.
Yeah, shout out Div as well. Man looked tired today. He'd been up all night making sure that we were here, able to play today, and everybody that was involved. And Lucid, a little bit of oddball time for him as SSG continue to keep Ether from scoring a single point so far in this oddball. Eco looking to clean this one up, will do. Grabs a couple of stickies on his way towards another kill as well. We were all trying to get away, not going to be able to. Eco cuts him down as well. 3 dead once again here for Ether.
Man, finally, Acid comes in as the last player alive with an important kill on back A. That's going to force a rotate of the ball, but Snakebite says, see ya! He's going to rotate to some friends. He's got a gold.
Always good to have friends in high places, and those are at gold at the moment. Snakebite's got that green gun, and here come those friends. Here comes the flank from it. Eco as well. You talk about teamwork, things working together. Another trade coming in. This time Eco picks up the kill at a disadvantage, and SSG continue to score here, and SSG continue to control these power weapons. It's another shock rifle here, this time for Snakebite.
Acid doing his best Owen Wilson impressing, goes behind enemy lines. But as we saw, if you go behind enemy lines and pipes and find yourself in a 1v3, it's not going to go too well. Tapping is knowing that poking here might result in a face removal, so he backs down.
All right, where were we at? It was like
Rifle with a
right
reverse
here.
sweep, and then Shopify Rebellion in a
Hell
game
yeah,
7.
bro.
Managed to take that final series. So when it comes to games on LAN, they are split right down the middle. Who is going to get first here? On our main stage here in Arlington, at the first major of the season, it's time for us to find out.
And players on each side of the stage receiving their rings from last season. Of course, now on different sides of the stage in the tournament completely. We're underway here, starting things off with Frosty of Shopify Rebellion. It's the first official meeting of Shopify and Optic Gaming in 2025.
The one that everybody was waiting
Let's
to
go,
see.
dude.
And
What up,
a game
Cooper? Thanks for
time
the follow.
It is to start off with as well. Oddball, we know that this is one of the most testing and taxing game times that we have in the Halo Championship Series, with 2 teams that are so evenly matched. One rotation, one kill, one sniper rifle can make the difference, and Renegade has started exactly how he would have wanted
See, Greenwall going to be happy about that opening. Also hits a body on Royal 2, but will have to rotate. Worth noting, these two teams did not play this game type at the K-Son Showdown, so it'll be the first time we also see them play this specific BAP game type combo. 3 down again for Shopify.
Cycle just hooks a little bit of extra ball time. 15 points on the board for Shopify Rebellion, but you would imagine Optic with that 4 there, they're going to be able to get that ball back in their hands and get their first points in this first round. Former with the camo still to work with, that's just dissipated, and still a sniper rifle in the hands of Renegade. 3 dead again for Shopify Rebellion.
Shopify only recording their second kill of the game just now. That's how heavy the outslay is happening, and it took a little bit of time, but we will see a lead change as well as Optic Game will go into an early lead.
Yo, literally, bro.
Needed something to remind them.
Thank you so much, Funk. I'll catch you tomorrow, bro.
Lost a nemesis. Will certainly have refocused them as a killing spree here for Renegade.
Yeah, I'll be live tomorrow
Gives
for
them a
sure,
little bit of
homie.
comfort with that ball hold. 23 points on the board for them, and Rising is a commanding hold here for Optic.
We have to mention as well, the chip on the shoulder of Optic Gaming. To be honest, the early drama with Nemesis has distracted from the Shopify Optic rivalry already. Let's not forget, there is a chip on Optic Gaming's shoulder after splitting games. 3 dead again for Shopify. After splitting games at the K-Son Showdown, yet placing second place. That now comes back into focus, back into view. It's 30-15 in favor of Optic.
1 bullet to play with here for Renegade. Left in the sniper, been effective with it so far. Does have a repulse as well, and he may not need to fire that bullet. In fact, he gets 180 on himself. Repulse Sticky comes in from last shot to get out of that situation, and Cycle is last alive here off the back of the double kill from Formor, and Shopify Rebellion at the moment just really struggling to pick up slays. It's 3 dead again for them.
Cycle will trade, but as you say, 3 dead. Those first 3 spawners, they're going to be staggered spawners as well. They'll maybe wait for Cycle, but it's a rotation of the ball over here into Cuts, maybe to C as well. He has a lot of help. He's going to be able to stay alive and continue scoring.
Yeah, one thing I love about the way that Legend plays when he has that objective in his hand, he's so aware of where teammate spawns are coming in and his spacing with that oddball between him and the teammates that are coming back onto the map. It's going to be a pretty good-looking lead in this round number 1, but that's a good-looking stick from Royal 2, who, after leaving the present, QT straight out of there and refocuses his attention to more kills.
Nicely done. That's 2 dead, maybe 3 in a second if they're able to time these kills. Bound also being a nuisance, but it looks like he might be cleaned up soon. A lot of help. The Bash brothers on A bags. They stay alive. 4 dead for Shopify. What a response immediately from Optic on the hold.
And off the back of him, Renegade moves top middle, grabs himself the big stick and said, hey, let's have some more fun. It's the second sniper rifle in a row that Optic Gaming have managed to grab off of that spawn. Almost 60 points on the board for them already. Here Optic, and with Renegade holding these angles on the big door. A couple of big shots here, and Optic might be closing on a first round win.
Oh boy.
Kind of want to watch this through the Halo stream.
Toes, that'll count. Oh, body as well, and so much damage coming out of him. Frost, he knows he needs to be careful on how he pokes and peeks from A-Bags here. 67-15 already on the board.
Royal 2 gets a pick. Renegade maybe looking to just waste a little bit of ammo here as he knew the pressure was about to come in. It's Frosty who grabs the oddball.
15-hour broadcast today. Holy shit, they were grinding, bro. Holy shit, they were grinding. 15-hour broadcast, brother.
And the 2024 World Champions on
the closet.
Just keep going.
Hope some.
She not having played today, that could be an advantage.
Actually, it is, but they push all the way across this Legend again. Who's got out of spawn, who's now rapping. You can see the Shopify go, he's there somewhere, and the damage that comes.
Here today in pool play.
Of the game after splitting games. 3 dead again for Shopify. After splitting games at the K-Son Showdown, yet placing second place. That now comes back into focus, back into view. It's 30-15 in favor of Optic.
1 bullet to play with here for Renegade.
Or
Left in the sniper, been effective with it so far. Does have a repulse
Shout out to Eli, you got the host.
It's just whether or not they capitalize on it.
Repulse Sticky comes in from last shot to get out of that situation.
Alright, for the YouTube stream, I'm probably just going to end and then start up for Champ Sunday. So if you guys are watching on my YouTube stream, come on over to my Twitch. Same with Kick. So I'll see you guys here on Twitch. And if you just watch on Twitch or on Kick or YouTube, I'll see you for Champ